inequalities and security problems. Our voluntary national review introduced 2 months ago at this UN revealed that 6 targets of SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, have synergies and interlink with 125 targets in the other SDGs. I'm very grateful for the support that we've received and for the tireless work done to assist us in our efforts. This correlation reaffirms that, in fact, making progress in areas of peace and justice is crucial for the comprehensive success of the Agenda 2030, demonstrating these close ties between peace and stability and sustainable development. Ecuador is committed to accelerating implementation of Agenda 2030, and we have aligned our national development plan with the SDGs. We have achieved significant achievement in reducing poverty, combating child malnutrition, and contributing to care of the environment. Today, Ecuador reaffirms its commitment to continue to work closely with all countries of the world in order to make the Pact for the Future, adopted yesterday, a reality. I would also make a particular comment. I understand what is happening in our countries. What's happening in Latin American countries is happening in Africa. 40% of our people in our country are between the ages of 14 and 35. If we do not meet their basic needs, if we do not address the basic needs and concerns of our young people, we will not achieve Agenda 2030. If we do not think about educating our young people, ensuring jobs for them, it will be impossible for us to achieve this agenda. We have to have a clear vision. Our young people are not just the future, they are our tool for arriving at that future, ensuring balance and justice. The microphone has been cut off.
I thank the Constitutional President of the Republic of Ecuador. I invite His Excellency Peter Pellegrini, President of the Slovak Republic, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Slovakia, as one of the co-founders of the UN system, is and remains a long-term and consistent advocate of multilateralism and international cooperation. We welcome the agreed Pact for the Future and its annexes, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generation. It's a long-needed success of multilateralism. My gratitude to the co-facilitators for their work and also to the Secretary General for his vision that guided and shaped this summit. By the next year, 80 years will have passed since the Bretton Woods Conference, which changed the way of global governance. We know that what used to take centuries or millennia now takes decades or even years. In plain speech, many changes come more often and much faster than in the past. But we also live in a world with the highest amount of conflicts and humanitarian crises. We see unprecedented refugee numbers and growing climate change impacts too. What was considered best in class for most industries 10 years ago is now slower than the average. If this applies to business, why wouldn't it apply to international cooperation? We can afford no more senseless exchange as we did on climate exchange. We need to reflect on facts instead of denying them. One of the most positive features of our time is huge data collection. Together with the rising AI technology, it gives us the power to see and do things based on facts and science. The flip side is the spread of disinformation and lies. Our policies have to reflect that our lives are increasingly transferred to the digital space. Our online identities become equally important as our physical identities. We need to create conditions of what I call digital humanism, defining the rights and obligations of the virtual world, and equally important, tools for their enforcement. We need to ensure that the rules of the online world mirror the rules of the physical world. Online threats and dangers aren't less real than their offline versions. Words and deeds in the virtual world can be even more destructive because they reach a much broader audience. Expressing opinions in digital space shouldn't be restricted, but it should be guided by similar principles that we already apply outside the internet: full responsibility and clear identity. Let's not confuse such rules with harm to the freedom of speech. Every freedom requires accountability. We don't know what the future holds for us, but what we do now is that the pace of change will not get any slower. We also know education, inclusion, investing in our youth, and reducing the digital divide play a vital role in bracing for our digital future. We don't get to choose in which part of the world we are born. Everyone deserves an equal starting line with the digital technologies. Today, they provide access to information, higher economic growth, and fairer social conditions, the way to a better life. Access to digital tools shouldn't be determined only by money, but by individual skills and talents. Living in a digital world also means lifelong learning. I am in my 50s and love technology, but I have to be ready to constantly learn new skills to keep up. Change and adaptability will remain the only constants. Wise infrastructure choice, rich data collection and analysis, not intuition, bias or prejudice, should primarily shape our policies. We are on a steady road to an increasingly unstable world full of repeated crises. The global challenges are urgent and complex, and so must be our decision-making. Of course, a stronger, more effective and reformed multilateral system would be desired, but we can also manage with institutions and mechanisms that we already have in place. We need to invest more in respectful, practical and result-oriented cooperation, just like we did with this pact. It's also a way to reduce the mistrust among UN members and institutions. I consider the pact for the future a stepping stone of adoption, not the end of the journey. There are many tasks ahead of us. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Slovak Republic. I invite His Excellency Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland, to address the Assembly.
Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, you know, there are a lot of cynics outside of this room who are probably thinking, what's this pact on the future? I actually disagree with them. I think this is an extremely good pact. Why? Because in many ways it shows the difference between multilateralism and compromise and cooperation versus multipolarity and disorder. And in many ways, I think we are witnessing the 1920, 1945, or 1989 moment of history. And do you remember in 1920, the League of Nations was a good idea, but it wasn't able to sustain peace at the end of the day. In 1945, 79 years ago, when the UN was founded, it was a success. Why? Because we pooled sovereignty and tried to find common solutions to common problems. And I think that yesterday's pact shows that the UN works. I have two questions today. The first one is, what's the paradox of our times? And the second one is, why we need to reform the UN right now. Now, the paradox of our time is that precisely at the moment when we need multilateral cooperation, we are reverting to multipolar, transactional disorder. And look where it's taking us. We're not achieving our sustainable development goals. We're not achieving our targets in the climate crisis. and we're witnessing 4 major wars simultaneously in Ukraine, Palestine, Sudan, and of course, Syria. Now, I'm really worried. The problem is that we have a whole bunch of global goods, such as climate change, technology, sustainable development, immigration, and conflicts, which we cannot solve without the United Nations. And I actually think that the Pact on the Future gives us a lot of answers. My second question is, why do we need reform now? Now, a lot of those people who bash the United Nations, they often bash us here in New York because we're not achieving political results. And to a certain extent, they're right. But they forget that there's a part of the UN that works, and that's the agencies in Geneva. Now, of course, the main task of the UN Security Council is to preserve peace. And let's be honest, it has failed to do so. And you know what? The UN Security Council, in my mind, does not reflect the world of today. Why? Because there's no representation from Latin America, there's no representation from Africa, and there's only one country from Asia. And the thing is that if you want an institution to work, if you want to work within that institution, you need to feel that you have agency, that you work with it. So on Wednesday, I guess repetition is the mother of all wisdom, I will make 3 proposals for the reform of the UN Security Council. The first one is to expand it by 5 members, 1 from Latin America, 2 from Africa, and 2 from Asia. My second proposal is that the veto power of all permanent and non-permanent members of the Security Council should be scrapped. And the third one is that if a member of the Security Council blatantly violates the UN Charter, its voting rights in the Council should be suspended. Is this a realistic proposal? I hope the chairman gives me extra time because of the applause. I much appreciate that. So I will then conclude. I come from a very small country, Finland. We lost 10% of our territory to the Soviet Union in World War II, but our success as a country, coming from one of the poorest countries in Europe, now managing quite well, is linked to the United Nations. So I understand the meaning of the United Nations and multilateral cooperation. This pact on the future gives us many good answers. Let's start implementing it. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Republic of Finland. I invite His Excellency Edgars Rinkēvičs, President of the Republic of Latvia, to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, the world is changing, bringing along new opportunities and challenges for our societies. We need to be ready to adapt to the new realities. That is why we are all here, for our joint commitment to effective global cooperation, for our roadmap to collective action, the Pact for the Future. I would like to use this opportunity and thank Germany and Namibia for their leadership in steering the negotiations towards this ambitious outcome. Effective multilateralism is essential in an increasingly interconnected world. Global challenges, from climate change and pandemics to conflict and inequality, go far beyond national borders. The United Nations has a key role in tackling these challenges. Increase of threats to international peace and security are of particular concern. Building on the Secretary-General's new agenda for peace, we need a new approach to the evolving security landscape. Achieving sustainable development for all and leaving no one behind are commitments we made back in 2015. The overall progress towards Agenda 2030 is too slow. We must be more decisive and bolder in our commitment to these goals. Allow me to highlight a few points. Digital and emerging technologies can help to reach our goal of sustainable future. The Global Digital Compact is our path to inclusive digital transformation, where human rights are the center. Our commitment to combat climate change and sea level rise must be carried out. For some countries, it is a matter of peace and security. For others, a question of their existence. Gender equality and empowerment of women is a requirement for sustainable development. Latvia is a strong advocate for the Women, Peace and Security agenda, especially focusing on the elimination of war-related sexual violence. Full and meaningful participation of the youth in decision-making is very important. We must listen to the youth and deliver on our commitment to protect the generations to come. The United Nations is the core of multilateral system uniting all sovereign states. It has an essential role to maintain international peace and security. But the frameworks we have built need urgent revision. International institutions must become more representative. They must reflect today's political and economic realities. Latvia strongly supports the strive to improve the working methods of the Security Council. The permanent members of the Security Council must uphold their responsibility to protect peace and security, especially Russia, which continues to wage its brutal war of aggression against Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, if we deliver on these commitments and the Pact for the Future, it will echo through generations. Latvia is prepared to work towards safe, equal, and sustainable future. Our commitment to the international rules-based order is driving also our bid for a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council at the 2025 elections. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Latvia. I invite His Excellency Emomali Rahmon, President of the Republic of Tajikistan, to address the Assembly.
Excellency Chairperson, Excellency Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to first of all extend my sincere gratitude to the United Nations Secretary General for the commendable initiative in organizing this Summit of the Future, as well as for the gracious invitation to partake in this important summit. We held in high regard the diligent efforts of the coordinators of the Pact for the Future, esteemed representatives of Germany and Namibia. This meeting serves as a valuable platform for the review of the critical issues such as climate change, the safeguarding of public health, poverty alleviation, enhancement of women's living conditions, inclusive education, and other pressing global challenges. Furthermore, matters pertaining to disarmament, arms control, and modern threats and challenges to peace and security continue to demand our earnest consideration. It is anticipated that today's meeting will serve as a significant function in tackling issues pertinent to the reform of the international financial architecture and enhancing the global response to modern threats and challenges. The inclusion of climate and water agenda in the final document of this summit underscores the imperative for sustained and urgent action by member states and other stakeholders to secure a peaceful and sustainable future for the generations to come. According to the latest data from the United Nations, while there have been some improvements, the progress in the field of water and sanitation remains insufficient. Therefore, we are committed to enhancing our collaborative efforts with other nations to advance our constructive initiatives aimed at addressing water resource management and climate change. The ongoing implementation of the International Decade of Action for Sustainable Development 2018-2028 exemplifies our unwavering dedication to these critical issues. Distinguished participants, the adoption of the Pact for the Future as a forward-looking outcome of this summit aligns with the pressing reality that millions of civilians across diverse regions of the globe are vulnerable to a multitude of security threats. The actions of the United Nations in light of the swiftly evolving dynamics on the international arena underscore the necessity for nations worldwide to enhance their multilateral relationships. The international community can achieve success solely through dialogue and constructive collaboration aimed at addressing modern risks and challenges. Strengthening cooperation to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals is fundamentally reliant on collaborative efforts aimed at ensuring lasting peace and genuine stability. In this context, it is crucial for policymakers and government officials to engage in concerted and coordinated actions at the global level to enhance collaboration and promote comprehensive security. Tajikistan, in its capacity as the host nation of the Dushanbe counter-terrorism process, welcomes the incorporation of this critical issue into the Pact alongside other significant matters. It is important that we enhance international collaboration, facilitate the exchange of information, and strengthen capacity-building efforts to effectively counter the rise of terrorism, extremism, and other global menaces. We reaffirm our commitment to the pivotal and coordinating role of the United Nations in this endeavour. Ladies and gentlemen, today we stand at a critical juncture facing an alarming rise in conflict across the globe, leading to unimaginable suffering and hundreds of thousands of loss among innocent civilians. As heads of state, it is necessary that we come together united by our shared vision for a world free from ravages of war. Let us commit to a collective effort to forge lasting peace, alleviate human suffering, and prevent terrible consequences of conflicts. It is high time to take decisive action to empower the United Nations in its vital mission of the conflict resolution and to restore peace and stability to our planet. Together we can create a brighter future for all. I, in this context, respectfully propose the adoption of a special resolution by the United Nations entitled Decade of Promotion of Peace for Future Generations. Furthermore, it is imperative that the United Nations, along with agencies and international and regional financial institutions, intensify their efforts to coordinate the actions of the international community in pursuit of sustainable development. I'm confident that the deliberations at today's summit will establish a solid ground for addressing the pressing challenges of our time. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the President of the Republic of Tajikistan. Notwithstanding the provision of Decision 79/504 of 13 September, I invite His Excellency Alexandru Rossi and Her Excellency Milena Gasperoni, Captains Regent of the Republic of San Marino, to address the Assembly.
Okay. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, colleagues, the Republic of San Marino expresses deep concern about the armed conflict which are still ongoing around the world. We are now witnessing the highest number of wars since 1945, and the resulting devastating crises, such as worsening humanitarian crisis, bring every state face to face with its responsibilities. 8 years after World War II, during which the Republic of San Marino offered hospitality to over 100,000 refugees, our country has once again renewed its concrete solidarity and strong humanitarian commitment in favor of hundreds of Ukrainian citizens. The Republic of San Marino has taken in over 400 Ukrainian refugees, more than 1% of the entire San Marino population. Thanks to the solidarity of public and private institutions, NGOs, and with the help of many volunteers. Together with refugee crisis, the impact of conflicts may lead to a global food crisis. In its capacity of promoter of the resolution establishing 29th of September as the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste, San Marino firmly believes that combating food loss and waste will help promote food security and welcomes all initiatives aimed at raising awareness of such responsible behavior. San Marino has decided to cooperate within the framework of international structures and mechanisms, at the top of which is United Nations Organization, because it firmly believes in dialogue, democracy, and respect for others, as founding values of peaceful coexistence among peoples. No one must remain indifferent to war, but instead we must all work responsibly to create the condition for dialogue and peace with the full involvement of international institutions.
The importance of dialogue and its relevance in democratic and inclusive societies are the basis for the plan of action to combat violent extremism and the radicalization that leads to terrorism. The Republic of San Marino still remembers the outstanding work carried out by the late diplomat Guido Bellati Ceccoli with regard to the religious dimension of intercultural dialogue, which made our country an important point of reference on this subject and led to the opening in the Republic of a place of prayer and meditation for different types of spirituality. The Republic of San Marino is convinced that this historically important summit and its final declaration, the Pact for the Future, whose principles are fully shared by our country, will give a new impetus to the entire multilateral system and to international cooperation in general, strengthening the UN institutions so they continue to represent a beacon for the protection of peace and human rights. Indeed, in the case of small states, international law is seen as the one and the only safeguard in the event of a threat to their existence, and multilateral fora represent a valuable megaphone to make their voices heard, which would otherwise remain unheard. Within international fora, San Marino has always contributed to highlighting the role that small states can play as facilitators of dialogue and promoters of peace. The Summit of the Future will pave the way toward action leading to a safe, peaceful, fair, equal, and sustainable world, and our Republic will actively contribute to the search for collective solutions for a future of peace and dialogue, a better and more sustainable future for us and for future generations, in accordance with international law, including the United Nations Charter. Thank you all.
I thank Captains Regent of the Republic of San Marino. I invite His Excellency Nikos Christodoulides, President of the Republic of Cyprus, to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, last year's summit marked the beginning of a new phase as we collectively committed to accelerating progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We reaffirm our commitment to the 2030 Agenda as our primary framework for addressing the multifaceted crisis facing humanity. This year is another pivotal moment as we should reinvigorate global efforts to success a sustainable future for all. Climate change, inequality, and conflict are only some of the multiple challenges the world faces today. Addressing them requires leadership and transformative action. The intergovernmental negotiations of the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations have revealed the extent of our perspectives. However, it is precisely this diversity and the bridging of different views, understandings, and expectations that is the true strength of multilateralism. I welcome the adoption of the Pact, and I commend the dedication of all who contributed to this, and primarily the co-facilitators. I truly believe that we can shape the future that reflects our shared values, even in complex negotiations. But our work does not end here. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move beyond this summit, Cyprus is ready to work alongside our partners in fostering collaboration between governments, intergovernmental organizations, civil society, and the private sector. In this interconnected world, networked multilateralism is essential. As a member of the European Union and the Asia-Pacific Group, and with strong ties to the small island developing states, Cyprus has a unique position, stands as a bridge between regions and perspectives. This vantage point equips us to better understand and address the concerns of our counterparts in Europe, Asia, the Pacific, and beyond. For Cyprus, climate change is not a distant threat. It is a reality. Droughts, rising sea levels, and extreme weather events affect our livelihoods and communities daily. Hence, we welcome the growing global commitment to addressing these urgent issues as reflected in the Pact for the Future. Dear colleagues, as a small island state, we are committed to working together alongside all UN member states to ensure the full enjoyment of human rights on equal footing. In this spirit of commitment, Cyprus has put forward its candidacy for the UN Human Rights Council for 2025-2027. Our focus will be on advancing the human rights of all, with particular attention to children, women, persons with disabilities, and other vulnerable groups. We will also promote cultural dialogue to bridge divides and combat discrimination. My country stands ready to continue collaborating with all UN member states, not only to defend human rights, but also to take concrete actions toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Together, we have the power and the responsibility to turn these ambitions to reality and ensure future generations inherit a world defined by justice, sustainability, and peace. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Republic of Cyprus, and I invite His Highness Prince Albert II, Sovereign Prince of Monaco, to address the Assembly.
Excellences,
Excellencies, I thank the Secretary-General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for having convened this summit, which affords us a unique opportunity to consider the future which we want for our children, but also for our planet, our only home. By adopting a firm commitment to implement the 56 initiatives of the Pact, this establishes a bedrock for a new partnership for a fair, equitable, prosperous world for all. Moreover, the Declaration on Future Generations provides us with the necessary tools to provide our young people with opportunities to fully flourish in a healthy, harmonious environment while advancing the future as insecurity, conflicts, and terrorism, as well as transnational organized crime. All of these impact security and impede the development of our societies. Peace is our most valuable asset. There's a need to have access for the basic human rights. Without this, it is impossible to provide for a world that benefits benefits all people. The restoration of peace and security is a collective responsibility. It is an urgent responsibility. President, we are aware that international tensions are exacerbated by environmental crises, climate change, loss of biodiversity, ecosystems, pollution on land and at sea. These are all exacerbating factors which we need to face. This is vital for the establishment of sustainable and peaceful societies. However, none of our objectives will be achieved if inclusion of all women and girls is not made a reality. Empowerment of women is critical to the achievement of economic, social, and political progress. Ensuring equal access to education, economic and decision-making realms facilitate not just their personal empowerment, but also help to ensure professional progress. So the unification of sports is very frequently, the unifying power of sports is underestimated very often. This brings together peoples and cultures and helps to bring down social barriers. My country will continue to endeavor to ensure that the contribution of sports to peace and inclusive social development is recognized rightly within the United Nations. Mr. President, we are committed to mitigating potential risks linked to the misuse of digital technologies. And we are endeavoring to establish adequate norms for ethical use of these technologies, which is respectful of both human rights and the basic freedoms of all people. We need to guarantee that the use of these technologies is not diverted for malicious purposes. To that end, we welcome the adoption of a global digital compact. This summit, Mr. President, is a milestone for the multilateral system. It affords us an opportunity to rethink multilateralism, to make it more able to surmount present-day and future challenges, and to help reinforce trust in international institutions. This is why it is critical to accelerate our efforts to reform the governance of our institutions with the aim of making them more inclusive and representative and reflective of present-day realities. Multidimensional crises which we are encountering have resulted in delays in the achievement of Agenda 2030, and yet we have the necessary tools, legal tools, technical tools, scientific tools to deliver sustainable and effective solutions to meet present-day challenges. Let us act together decisively, for the future which we aspire to depends upon our present commitment. Thank you.
I thank the Sovereign Prince of Monaco, and I now invite His Excellency Wesley W. Semina, President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia, to address the Assembly.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, I bring warm greetings from the people of the Federated States of Micronesia, as we say it back home, Kamorale. Micronesia has consistently voiced its concerns on the global stage, particularly in advocating for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in line with the 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway. We also championed initiatives to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies and transition away from the use of fossil fuels. This includes addressing non-CO2 emissions and short-lived climate pollutants in order to effectively combat the climate crisis, as these pollutants significantly contribute to global warming in the near term. By prioritizing their reduction, we can achieve more immediate temperature control, safeguard vulnerable communities, and enhance our efforts toward long-term climate goals. While we embrace the Pact for the Future, we do have some concerns about the text as adopted. We would like to suggest that the United Nations ensure that the implementation of the Pact includes robust and lasting commitments to transition away from coal, oil, and gas in all sectors of society, aligning with the 1.5 centigrade limit in the Paris Agreement. Climate change poses an existential threat to the environmental stability, peace, and security in Micronesia. As rising sea levels and extreme weather events jeopardize our livelihoods and displace communities, it is imperative that we recognize the profound link between climate resilience and the survival of our people. We must foster international cooperation to address this climate crisis with urgency. Our planet is at a critical point of no return, so the time for action is now. We possess the tools, knowledge, and innovative spirit to combat climate change and protect our ecosystems. The Pact for the Future serves as a call to action, urging us to commit to ambitious climate targets and investments in renewable energy. Together, we must strive to create a green economy that prioritizes both our planet and our people. The challenges we face transcend borders. They are global in nature. From public health to economic stability, our interconnectedness necessitates collaboration that goes beyond nationality and ideology. Let us forge partnerships, share resources, and establish frameworks for our collective resilience. We have engaged in formal discussions since yesterday, resulting in the adoption of the Pact. So each of us needs to dream boldly and act decisively in order to make it a reality. Therefore, our vision for the future must be crafted collectively by leaders, innovators, and citizens alike. Let us empower the next generation with the tools and knowledge they need to thrive in an ever-changing world. The Pact for the Future is crucial for the survival of the livelihoods and the well-being of humanity, especially in small island developing states like mine. We continue to face extreme challenges as a consequence of climate change, and our livelihoods stand on the brink of devastation. Therefore, I appeal to all of you to rally behind this pact so that we can safeguard the future of our people and our world. I thank you.
I thank the President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. I invite His Excellency David Ranibok Adeang, President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President and General Secretary, Excellencies, I want to align my statement with the distinguished representatives of Uganda on behalf of the G77 and China, with Samoa on behalf of AOSIS, and with Vanuatu on behalf of PSIDS. To the co-facilitators of the Summit of the Future, Namibia and Germany, I extend my sincere gratitude for tireless efforts on the Pact of the Future. Their exceptional leadership and commitment were crucial in guiding us to a successful conclusion amidst the immense challenges of this task. The Summit of the Future is our call to action. It's a call to rebuild trust, to reimagine our systems, and to secure a livable future. The Pact of the Future is our roadmap. Our priorities are clear: climate action, access to financing, and a reformed global governance that serves all nations. Nauru welcomes the Pact's ambition. And yet, as we consider this Pact, we must ask, does it truly address the needs of the most vulnerable? Does it offer more than lofty words and instead provide a roadmap with concrete commitments and financing for those who need it most? Implementation is paramount. We must transform our shared vision into a tangible reality, improving lives across every nation and every community. To achieve this, we need clear goals and robust metrics. These will be our compass, guiding our efforts and allowing us to track our progress transparently. We cannot and we must not content ourselves with words alone. The Pact recognizes the need for financial inclusion, but we must translate this into concrete action. The Pact's mention of renewable energy holds potential. Nauru is committed to powering our future with clean energy. We appreciate the reference to the MVI. The Pact acknowledges the complexity of our vulnerabilities, but we must see this reflected in global policies and programs. And we further call upon the IFI and MDBs to integrate the MVI into their frameworks. It is not just another statistic. It is a tool that provides a more accurate picture of our national circumstances, our strengths, our challenges, and our potential. The path ahead will not be easy. It demands commitment, innovative thinking, and the courage to challenge existing norms. We will judge this pact not on the words spoken here, but on the actions taken in the years to come. And as we live this summit, let us carry with us not just hope, but determination. Let our actions speak louder than our words, and let us work to ensure that the Pact for the Future delivers on its promise. Matabai.
I thank the President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru, and I invite His Excellency José Raúl Mulino Quintero, President of the Republic of Panama, to address the Assembly.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. Madam President, distinguished Secretary General, Excellencies. Today, I am addressing you on behalf of the Republic of Panama, a country of great strategic value located in the heart of the Western Hemisphere. In Panama, 64.8% of the population is between the ages of 15 and 64. That means a large number of people of working age. A significant number of them are youth. At the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, countries requested Secretary General Antonio Guterres to provide a report with recommendations to advance our common agenda. Many suggestions were made. However, there is one constant, according to the Secretary General. The decisions we take or fail to take today may mean either further backsliding or progress towards a greener, better, and safer future. For that reason, we cannot speak of a summit of the future and the documents resulting from it without mentioning the SG's Our Common Agenda. It serves as a mechanism to accelerate the implementation of existing agreements, including the SDGs. By general consensus, we have adopted the Pact for the Future, the Declaration on Future Generations, and the Global Digital Compact. These documents contain ideals for the well-being of humanity over the long term, seeing today's generations as depositories of a legacy for future generations. We have endorsed the appeal of the Secretary General to implement reforms introduced and even deeper reforms through meaningful action. The Summit of the Future, with the participation of all global leaders, is a golden opportunity to raise up our voice, reaffirm our commitment to bolstering this multilateral system in such important areas as sustainable development and financing for development, international peace and security, science, technology, and innovation, and digital cooperation, youth and future generations, and the transformation of global governance. It is a well-known fact that the challenges we face are growing much faster than our capacity to resolve them, and we cannot do the job on our own. And therefore, the Summit of the Future is a crucial step towards building a stronger and more effective multilateralism. If these actions are taken, humanity has the opportunity to act and to reform global institutions, including the Security Council and the international financial architecture, so that they can respond to the political and economic realities of the future. Agenda 2030 has slowed down. Current conflicts are inflicting suffering. Poverty and hunger have already reached critical levels in many countries, while the SDGs seem to be further and further away. Inequality, insecurity, and violence have risen daily, while access to quality education is lagging behind. Moreover, the growing fear of the use of nuclear weapons resulting from open conflicts is yet one more source of concern. We must not leave future generations a world of inequality, injustice, discrimination, misogyny, and racism in all its new forms. These attitudes erode good faith and trust of mankind. President, I cannot conclude without welcoming the proposals put forward in an effort to ensure greater political representation, transformative education, professional training, and continuous learning for our young people. The creation, the establishment of a UN Futures Lab, as well as the appointment of a UN Special Envoy to guarantee that budget and political decisions take account of repercussions on future generations are imperative. Panama is a country which has cemented its international relations in dialogue, peace, and multilateralism, is committed to strive to comply with these actions stemming from the Pact for the Future. Our young people, our children, are important to us, and we listen to them always. They are the ones who will shoulder this responsibility to fulfill these actions, and that is why we have met here, to take the first step. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Panama, and I invite Her Excellency Hilda Heine, President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, the Republic of the Marshall Islands welcomes the Summit and Pact of the Future as an important opportunity to better match our collective political ambitions with a more effective UN system to help deliver results. Our sustainable development and security challenges are overwhelming. Rightly, the Pact has encouraged security and development agenda and assistance to be better aligned, a vital recognition that in the Pacific and in other fragile regions, development and security are closely linked. And as a low-lying atoll nation and small island developing state, climate remains our biggest security threat. By better emphasizing peace building, we can help to reduce vulnerability to rising seas and to rising tensions alike. This meeting should truly be for the future and to boost the rightful participation of the youngest and future generations. It is youth, the leaders of tomorrow, who will face the strongest consequences of inaction today. Mr. President, the global digital divide is a major development challenge for our Pacific Island region. We are some of the most isolated places on Earth. We welcome the Global Digital Compact and highlight our joint program to advance digitalization, working with assistance across the UN system. It is important that more actions continue to show that we all can do more than commit. We can implement. Mr. President, the document ultimately reflects, not shapes, the fragmented multilateral platform. It is hard not to be frustrated over apparent political limitations. There is an incredible and persistent gap between ambitious solutions and international finance at hand. We have all seen far too many set it and forget it moments at international summits. And the international system is at risk of glossing over where we all have fallen short, instead of identifying and addressing the core causes. Many of the SDGs remain stuck in place despite our ambition and political will, and we cannot keep papering over the sobering shortcomings without arriving at the conclusion that the money just isn't there, or when it is so distant that it never reaches our shores and local communities. Finally, it will be an important task to develop clear lines and linkages between the Pact of the Future and the Antigua-Abbas Agenda for SIDS. Small island nations need and deserve a dedicated focus, which we all adopted earlier this year. But if this pact is to be a blueprint for future partnership, then we cannot leave SIDS out of global goal setting. Mr. President, Taiwan remains a key partner to the Marshall Islands. Taiwan's important partnership deserves appropriate recognition. If we are to truly leave no one behind, then Taiwan deserves meaningful and enhanced participation in the UN system. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, and I invite His Excellency Surendra Samuel Whips, President of the Republic of Palau, to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ali from Palau. Our tradition of BULL, a sustainable resource management practices rooted in conservation and social order, has guided us toward sustainability for centuries, protecting our natural resources for future generations. As the least contributors to climate change, we face its harshest effects. Rising sea levels and extreme weather threaten our hospitals, schools, and food security, putting our children's future at risk. Our tradition of stewardship through the BULL contrasts sharply with the global crisis we now confront, one we had little hand in creating. The fossil fuel addiction has worsened inequality and poverty. By returning to our traditions of the BULL, sustainable ocean resource management, coupled with science and technology, we can lift our people out of poverty, restore balance to our ecosystems, and effectively combat climate change. We appreciate international funding for climate resilience. However, the burdensome requirements make it inaccessible. Financing tailored to special circumstances of SIDS is critical for effective climate action. The SDGs represent our vision of a world free from poverty and conflict. However, global progress is falling short, with only 15% of the targets on track and 37% regressing. The reality is particularly challenging for small island states with limited resources. World leaders need to take decisive action, and corporate leaders need to integrate sustainability into their business practices. Despite our challenges, we have made significant strides in exhilarating sustainable development, and education has always been a top priority, and we have successfully improved access to education and vocational training by implementing online learning options for students in rural areas and expanding vocational programs. To address food security and combat NCDs, we have launched Kaledang Alet, Our food is our responsibility. The initiative, which aims to boost domestic food production and reduce food imports from 80 to 60% by 2030. Additionally, we are building a national fishing port to support fisheries, maximize the value of our tuna fisheries, and foster a thriving, sustainable blue economy. Building our protected areas network and our Palau National Marine Sanctuary, we are implementing a multi-sectoral marine spatial planning approach to achieve 100% effective ocean management, prioritizing conservation of domestic fishing zones and tourism sites based on science, data, and traditional knowledge. Aligning with the goal of 30 by 30, we are collaborating with other Pacific islands and partners to discuss a regional ocean protection and production measures, recognizing the power of collective action, the Unlocking Blue Pacific Prosperity, which was launched at COP28, which aims to create a regional movement that promotes 100% effective ocean management, resilient food systems, and sustainable financing for development. Investments are underway, and we call for even greater investments to ensure its full potential is realized. As a big ocean state, we are deeply connected to the ocean. A healthy ocean means a healthy planet. And now more than ever, we must resist the temptation to rush into deep seabed mining, which threatens irreparable harm to our ocean, and the technologies heralded as part of the green transition must not turn our largest carbon sink, the ocean, into a casualty of short-sighted greed. If we can send people to space, surely we can innovate to meet our energy needs without exploiting the seabed and engaging in other destructive practices. We acknowledge Taiwan's valuable contribution to global sustainable development and technical cooperation. The irony of this year's UN General Assembly's theme, leaving no one behind, is starkly evident.
I thank the President of the Republic of Palau. I invite His Excellency Fare Esonsina Nasinka, President of the Tongolese Republic, to address the Assembly.
Distinguished General Assembly President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, UN Secretary General, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, 8 decades ago, this institution was created, and the world was emerging from the second global conflict, and the future looked bright and promising. But today, complex crises throughout the planet mean that we must rethink our models for international cooperation and development. If we remain passive, then these crises and these models may well lead our planet to a dark future. Let us therefore take this opportunity we have here to change direction. The first affirmation would be that when you have a systematic crisis, you need a global response. Food security, ecology crises mean that countries alone cannot address all of these issues. And these complex crises are interconnected, and they hit regions of the world that are often not involved at the starting point, but which are impacted by the fallout. There needs to be a better future for our current and future generations. We must coordinate our efforts as states, and these collective efforts must be carried out within renewed global policies, because multilateralism itself needs to be rethought. The governance of our global institutions has now become obsolete, and the multilateral discussions have shown that they have limits. To find a truly effective solution, we need international global cooperation. At this stage, allow me to say a few words about Africa. If you look at the future, you need to look at Africa. Africa will continue to host most of the world's youth, and that is where there is the potential to build the strongest markets, in particular new future markets linked to green and blue economies, and that's where we need to experiment with new types of tripartite partnerships in the public and private sectors. These are decisive so that our actions today will have a positive and lasting impact on the future. In Africa as well as elsewhere, I think the state must play a leading, coordinating role, because the state alone can ensure progress for its peoples. It can provide guidance for present and future generations. In Togo, we are attempting to build a strong state, and we see our state at the heart of all of the problems related to development and humanitarian issues. The private sector, public sector, and civil society are involved, and I see that despite our efforts in recent years, international aid often does not meet the requirements and the needs of populations. That is why we must bolster the role of states, African states, and make them a genuine, fair, strategic partner. Development efforts are essential and must be furthered. They must be financed, but there must also be political guidance. And finally, there needs to be greater respect for and involvement of African countries in the international arena. For multilateralism to truly be inclusive, then it must respect the dignity and the equality of representation for our peoples. We can build a better future only if all voices are heard and respected. And that means leaving no one behind. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my country is prepared to play its full role in this great collective to forge a better future. We believe that it is working together in a spirit of solidarity and mutual respect that we will be able to meet the challenges of our times and offer our children a fairer, more prosperous world. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
I thank the President of the Togolese Republic. I invite His Excellency Tiemoko Melie Kone, Vice President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, to address.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, I wish, on behalf of His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, to applaud you for convening this summit in such a timely manner. The magnitude of our mobilization reflects the grasp of the challenges related to this summit, which marks a historic turning point in our efforts to reshape the planet. International peace and security are gravely imperiled, with wars that are plaguing every continent. The human and material consequences of these conflicts are abhorrent, and no sustainable solution has yet appeared on the horizon. These conflicts compromise the cause of peace, worsening hunger and poverty, and blighting the future of much of humanity, who are facing insufficient mobilization of resources to finance the Sustainable Development Goals. In the light of these challenges, which gravely imperil the future of the world, we reaffirm our call for more solidarity among nations and for more financing, more adequate financing of Agenda 2030 and the African Union Agenda 2063. In this spirit, my country welcomes the surge of solidarity which led to the adoption of ambitious documents of our summit, namely the Pact for the Future and its accompanying annexes. Our expectation is that the pact will foster the advent of a just, sustainable world through concrete and decisive actions. I welcome the support for the initiatives of the Secretary General, as well as the prioritization of preventing all forms of violence and security-related threats, as well as the prioritization of peaceful resolution of disputes for harmony among states. Mr. President, in the areas of science, technology, and innovation, as well as digital cooperation, we have a duty to step up multi-party cooperation and to reinforce partnerships to build capacity, transfer technology, and mobilize the necessary financial resources to facilitate access to opportunities from science and technologies, to stimulate innovation, to bridge the digital divide, and improve governance of emerging technologies, specifically artificial intelligence. The digital pact, which we have adopted, is a part of this momentum, and we believe will help us to tackle critical challenges. I turn to young people and succeeding generations. There is a need to promote high-quality education, social inclusion, and the representation of young people in decision-making bodies. This is key. Young people are agents for development to build and transform model societies. Lastly, global governance that is more just, more representative, and more inclusive. This is more important than ever before. To that end, multilateralism needs to be revitalized to encourage more robust international cooperation. The time has arrived to tailor international financial institutions and global governance to present-day realities, while at the same time paying particular attention to the modernization of the United Nations, specifically the reform of the Security Council. Mr. President, Côte d'Ivoire cherishes the hope that we will see the effective implementation of the recommendations from the summit for the benefit of young generations and for a future of peace and prosperity for all. Thank you.
Thank the President. As the Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, I now invite His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema Umbasoko, Vice President in charge of National Defense and State Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, to address the Assembly.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am speaking on behalf of His Excellency Obang Biabaso, President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. I'd like to begin by congratulating the Secretary General and the President of the General Assembly for taking this initiative and for convening this Summit of the Future, where we have adopted the Pact for the Future. Today, we have an opportunity to come together at a turning point in our history, at a time when the decisions we take pursuant to this pact will define the future of our relationships and the future for the international community. Mr. President, as we understand it, it is quite unlikely that we will achieve the future we all want if we do not recognize the crucial role played by Africa, given its diversity and vast resources. Africa represents both a challenge and an opportunity as we seek a future of peace and security. Silencing the guns, multilateralism, inclusiveness, financing for inclusive, equitable, sustainable development, ensuring that no country is left behind. To achieve all of these goals, we need a renewed commitment in order to mobilize financial resources, both public and private. And they must be earmarked for projects which will promote environmental sustainability, job creation, and development. International cooperation is essential to build resilient and sustainable infrastructures to benefit all generations. There can be no better future if we do not address unilateral coercive measures and sanctions, racism, and attempts to destabilize our countries, neo-colonialist approaches, and other such mechanisms, as well as pressure and blockades which do nothing but obstruct the future of other countries, particularly the Global South. Mr. President, this pact for the future must involve our youth. They are the future generations, and we must therefore invest in their education, their health, and their well-being. They must be drivers of change. In conclusion, the Summit of the Future is an opportunity to renew our commitments to the principles of the UN Charter and to work together towards a more peaceful world, a prosperous and safer world. Equatorial Guinea is calling on all countries from the global north and from the global south to come together, to join our efforts, and together to build a future where every individual, regardless of their origin, race, gender, or belief, can live in dignity and with hope. Thank you.
I thank the Vice President in charge of National Defense and State Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. May I now invite His Excellency Charlotte Salvai Tabimasmas, Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu, on behalf of the Pacific Small Island Developing States.
Mr. President, Excellencies, Head of the States and Governments, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement as the Chair of the Pacific Small Island Development States represented in New York. We align ourselves with the statement delivered by Uganda on behalf of the Group of 77 and China, Samoa on behalf of AOCs, and Tonga on behalf of the Pacific Island Forum. We are on the front line of the climate crisis. The lives, livelihoods, security, and well-being of our people are threatened by the rising tides of inactions. We are here today to merely exchange words, but to forge a pact for the future, a pact that will determine the fate of our planet and the lives of the generation yet unborn. Excellencies, proceeds endorse the intended outcomes of this summit. We understand that the pact for the future, the Declaration on Future Generations, and the Global Digital Compact are more than just a document. They are a blueprint for a world which is equitable, sustainable, and resilient. These frameworks demand transformative multilateralism, urgent climate actions, and the responsible use of digital technology. The stakes could not be higher. As a small island developing state, we confront the devastating impact of climate change every day. Rising sea levels, intensified natural disasters, and the erosion of our ecosystem are our daily reality. We must act now. The commitment outlined in the Pact for the Future and the Declaration on our Future Generations compel us to ensure that our action today do not compromise the rights and well-being of those who will inherit this planet. We must confront the cause and impact of climate change head-on, scaling our efforts to protect the environment and accelerate our transition to a sustainable future. Excellencies, outcome of the COP28 and anticipated decisions at COP29 are pivotal in this endeavor. We reaffirm the critical need to accelerate climate action during this decisive decade, reflecting equity, the principle of our common but differentiated responsibility and respective capabilities. We welcome the call on climate finance, starting on a flow of US $100 billion per year, with a focus on the needs of developing countries. As nations disproportionately impacted by climate change, the PCID urges the international community to close the adaptation finance gap that severely affects developing countries, particularly small island developing states. Moreover, we emphasize the necessity of enhancing international cooperation and support to inspire greater ambition in the next round of nationally determined contribution. We must urgently accelerate the development, transfer, and deployment of renewable energy technology. Excellencies, climate change is more merely an environment issue. It is a security issue that exacerbates social tensions, economic security, and humanitarian disaster. We must integrate climate change into peace operation mandates and ensure comprehensive risk assessment that address the needs of vulnerable groups, including women, children, and indigenous people. We all recognize the transformative potential of digital technologies, as outlined in the Global Digital Compact. However, this potential can only be realized if we bridge the profound digital divides that exists between our countries. Our digital future must be inclusive, safe, secure, and empowering all people to participate fully in the digital economy and society. We must harness digital technology to advance sustainable development, protect human rights, and ensure that no one is left behind. Let us remember the future we want within our grasp, but only if we have the courage to seize it. The Pact for the Future, the Declaration on Future Generations, and the Global Digital Compact offer us pathways grounded in solidarity, hope, equity, and justice to create a world where all people can thrive in peace, prosperity. We stand ready to work with all nations to turn these commitments into action to protect our planet and secure a brighter future for all. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu. Now I invite His Excellency Irakli Kobakidze, Prime Minister of Georgia, to address the Assembly.
Dear Mr. President, esteemed guests, 3 years ago, in our common agenda, the Secretary General proposed a summit of the future, aiming to promote a new global consensus on delivering a better present and safeguarding the future for generations to come. Today, that vision is realized as we gather, united in our commitment to rebuild trust and seek multilateral solutions for a better tomorrow. In today's increasingly complex and rapidly evolving world, achieving a fairer future is more pressing than ever. We face unprecedented challenges, from the lingering effects of the pandemic to persistent conflicts and deepening socioeconomic disparities, humanitarian crisis, and the escalating threat of climate change. As a result, the world is not on track to meet the goals we have set for ourselves. The Secretary General's recent report on progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals shows that only 17% of SDG targets are on course to be achieved. In the light of these overwhelming global issues, this summit presents a unique opportunity to demonstrate the power of effective global cooperation and multilateralism. Its outcomes will significantly advance the 2030 agenda, aligned with the declaration of the SDG Summit. At this crucial moment, Georgia stands ready to unite with the international community in this shared endeavor. The Pact of the Future offers us a chance to transform the success of this summit into meaningful, lasting transformation. It sets out a more effective course leading to specific and sustainable progress for future generations. In this spirit, we welcome the adoption of the Pact, including the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations annexed to the Pact, and we look forward to its swift implementation. It is clear that peace and security are the foundations of human rights and sustainable development. In a world marred by conflicts, aggressions, and forced displacement, the Pact represents a crucial path forward, promoting global peace and security through adherence to the UN Charter and international law, strengthening accountability, and ending impunity. By following this path, we will uphold human rights and achieve sustainable development. In our digitized world, where technology presents both tremendous opportunities and challenges, the Global Digital Compact should serve as a roadmap towards an open, secure, and inclusive digital future. Global digital cooperation is key to leveraging the advantages of cutting-edge technologies, promoting human rights online and offline, and eliminating the risks posed by the misuse of technology. We believe it's essential to incorporate the viewpoints of future generations into our policy frameworks, ensuring that the long-term impacts of our actions are considered. The Declaration on Future Generations is a crucial tool for ensuring that their voices are heard and their concerns are addressed in shaping a sustainable future. The Summit of the Future has provided a vital platform for fostering international cooperation and solidarity. As we move forward, the real challenge will be translating our commitments into tangible actions through the effective implementation of the Pact. Let us sustain this momentum and work together to build a better tomorrow where the values of this organization are fully respected and upheld. Thank you very much.
Thank the Prime Minister of Georgia. I now invite Her Excellency Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy, to address the Assembly.
Secretary General, dear fellow delegates, the pact that we have undersigned is the result of complex negotiations for which I want to thank the President of the General Assembly, the negotiators, and of course all of the member states. The phase that now begins, that of implementation, is clearly even more complex, but definitely more crucial. The challenges that history has placed before us are manifold and multiform. Climate change, economic inequalities, humanitarian and health crises, transnational crime, and armed conflicts, starting with the unacceptable war of aggression of Russia on the country of Ukraine that make international security increasingly precarious. Faced with such a difficult scenario, we have no choice but to act. Because I think it is clear to all that we live in a time of crisis. Yet, crises always conceal opportunities. The word crisis, after all, derives from the ancient Greek term krisis, meaning choice, decision. Crises, therefore, force us to question ourselves. They force us to take a stand and do not allow for hesitation. We know that no state can effectively master current challenges on its own. And that is why Italy is a staunch supporter of multilateralism and of its most representative institution, the United Nations, the forum where each and every voice is heard, where we are called to learn, to understand each other, and to respect each other. Of course, any organization is effective if its rules are fair and mutually agreed. That is why we are persuaded that any reform of the UN governance, notably of its Security Council, cannot disregard the principles of equality, democracy, and representativeness. The reform makes sense if performed for everyone and not just for some. We're not interested in creating new hierarchies, and we don't believe that there are Class A nations and Class B nations. There are simply nations with their own histories, specificities, and citizens who have the same rights, because in our view, all humans are born free and equal. It also means rethinking in new ways about cooperation between nations. Italy has done so with the Mattei Plan for Africa, an investment plan designed to cooperate with African nations through an approach that is neither paternalistic nor charitable or predatory, but based on respect and the right for each one of us to compete on equal terms. It is our recipe to promote the development of a continent too often undervalued, build its stability, and finally guarantee one right denied to too many young people, that is, the right not to have to immigrate. And when talking about development, we cannot fail to address the new frontiers of technological innovation, starting with generative artificial intelligence, a phenomenon on which I'm afraid there's still insufficient awareness. AI is first and foremost a great multiplier, but the question we must pose ourselves is, what do we want to multiply? To put it bluntly, if this multiplier were used to cure still incurable diseases, then it would contribute to the common good. But if, on the other hand, that multiplier were used to further upset global balances, then the resulting scenarios would be potentially catastrophic. Machines will not answer these questions. Only we can do it. Politics must do it. And that is why it is crucial that AI be harnessed by human beings and be human-centric. All such issues are addressed by this pact and stand at the core of Italy's G7 presidency agenda. This is the role of multilateralism, not a club where people gather to write useless documents crammed with good intentions, but rather the forum where we must tackle decision-making urgency, where ideas must become actions, combining different sensibilities. Thank you.
Of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy. I now invite His Excellency Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies. We have gathered here today driven by a common purpose, concern for the present and a commitment to shaping a better future. This summit is crucial because the choices we make now will define the world for future generations. I thank Germany and Namibia, alongside Sweden, Zambia, Jamaica, and the Netherlands, for their leadership in guiding this essential global dialogue. Today, the world faces an alarming surge in conflicts. The cooperative spirit that has long underpinned international relations, embodied by the United Nations, is under severe strain. The Russian aggression against Ukraine, the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas in Gaza and wider, as well as other global hostilities, are existential threats to global peace, security, and humanity. These challenges do not affect just one region. They endanger us all. In these turbulent times, restoring trust and solidarity among nations is not merely desirable, it is imperative. Croatia understands this deeply. 30 years ago, much like Ukraine today, we were a nation ravaged by war, defending our sovereignty against a far more powerful aggressor. Today, Croatia stands as a proud member of both NATO and the European Union. Our painful history has shaped Croatia's resilience and provided us with a unique understanding of the challenges that come with conflict. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the myriad challenges we face, we must prioritize sustainable development as a foundation for global peace and security. Sustainable development is not just an aspiration, it is essential for stability. To achieve this, we must foster global solidarity and urgently reform the international financial architecture to support these goals. Croatia firmly believes that effective multilateralism, rooted in respect for international law, the UN Charter, and genuine partnership is the way forward. Only through a unified approach, combining security, development, and human rights, can we ensure prosperity for all. Croatia's experience as a chair of the Peacebuilding Commission last year and our efforts in peacebuilding are now integral to the global peace framework. This is our legacy. We are also committed to the efficient implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals. I am proud to say that Croatia currently ranks 8th out of 193 countries in Sustainable Development Goals implementation. This achievement reflects our commitment to sustainable growth and positions Croatia as a model how even smaller nations can lead by example. We continue to advance 3 key processes: digital transformation, demographic renewal, and decarbonization. These priorities, embedded in our national policies, drive our growth while ensuring sustainability. Croatia's forward-looking vision balances economic progress with social responsibility. Looking ahead, I see 3 critical areas that require our collective attention. First, conflict prevention is more urgent than ever. Our experience in Croatia reminds us of the importance of early action and diplomacy to avoid unnecessary suffering. Second, we must not waver in our commitment to sustainable development. Climate action, protecting biodiversity and reversing environmental degradation are essential for our survival. Third, we must strive for a more equitable and inclusive global governance system. International institutions must evolve to be more representative, promoting human rights and social development that reflect the diversity of the world's nations. The outcome of this summit provides us with a clear roadmap. Now it is up to us to turn these plans into reality. The time to act is now. Croatia stands ready to contribute our joint effort of a more just, peaceful, and sustainable global order. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia. I now invite His Excellency Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of Norway, to address the Assembly.
With so much dividing us and with so many wars going on, I think we can salute yesterday's agreement and that we came together and be able to agree on ambitious targets. The Pact for the Future provides a vision for this across all the UN's 3 main pillars. That should be saluted. Let me highlight 3 points from the Norwegian perspective, Mr. President. First, we have reaffirmed our commitment to international law, including human rights. The disregard for human life and international law that we are seeing today must not be allowed to continue. Universally agreed rules and rights remain an indispensable foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and just world. Those who deliberately breach it must be held accountable. Second, we urgently need to address climate change, cut emissions, transform our energy systems, and protect the environment. We must deliver on our pledges. We stand firmly by agreed commitments and keep our ambitions high. We need to close the extensive financing gap to achieve the SDGs, leaving no one behind. This includes increasing climate finance and investments. Together with Mexico, Nepal, and Zambia, Norway will serve as co-facilitator for the next conference on financing for development. We are committed to working with all member states to achieve an ambitious outcome in Seville this year. Mr. Chairman, our pact rightfully addresses the need to provide sufficient and timely debt relief to countries in debt distress, to reform the multilateral banks, and to promote more inclusive and effective tax cooperation. Norway will continue to engage in an active and constructive manner to develop a UN framework convention on international tax cooperation. We must work towards an inclusive, open and secure digital future for all. It's part of our dialogue here at the UN today. Accessibility is key, particularly for the least developed countries. Some 2.6 billion people remain excluded from the digital world. For too many people also, they lack access to electricity. Norway supports and actively promotes the initiative by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, the Mission 300, to provide 300 million people in Africa with electricity by the end of this decade. Norway is committed to bridging the digital divide. Our efforts include advancing digital public goods and ensuring digital ID access for all. We also urge stronger cooperation among the large states on a safe artificial intelligence regulation that will give us the opportunities of this technology and limit the threats. Thirdly, Mr. President, sustainable development cannot be achieved without peace and security. It almost goes without saying. Preventive diplomacy and peace building must be at the center of our efforts. It is essential to ensure women's participation in all aspects of the peace and security agenda. There are powerful decisions made here by the UN on this issue earlier. It should be highlighted again. We need a more transparent, inclusive and effective Security Council with greater limitations to the use of veto. We need to address the historical injustice against Africa and improve the representation of underrepresented regions. The General Assembly plays a vital role in maintaining international peace and security in close cooperation with the Security Council. Mr. President, we should expect from the Security Council that it can get its act together and end the war of aggression that Russia is conducting against Ukraine, and to weigh in and help end the escalation of hostilities in the Middle East, and to work towards a two-state solution, giving the Palestinians their right of a state, and a two-state solution where Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side in peace. The solutions can only be found in close cooperation with other stakeholders, also in the civil and private sector. So friends and colleagues, a lot to be done. The Pact for the Future is a commitment to one another, to future generations, providing a roadmap for building a better world. Now that work putting the Pact into action begins, and Norway is eager to get started. Thank you, Mr. President.
To thank the Prime Minister of Norway. Now I invite His Excellency John Basilio, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment of Belize, to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the adoption of the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations must not be seen as an end, but rather as a beginning. While these outcomes lay a foundation for action, they represent only a floor for a much greater ambition that is needed to transform our world for present and future generations. The world faces a triple planetary crisis and a development crisis. Human and planetary capacities are approaching limits from which there may be no rebound. Our development and climate goals are slipping further away from our reach, and yet there has been no effective global response. To say we will do what we have failed to do will not suffice. Since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, every year has seen record-breaking climate impacts. For the first time over a 12-month period spanning February 2023 to January 2024, global warming exceeded 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. If that trend persists, then Paris alone will not be enough, nor will our promise to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. These are unprecedented times. They demand unprecedented action across whole systems at all levels and at all times, guided by values and principles we espouse as a United Nations. We must ensure the dignity of people. We need to reimagine and remake this world into one that is just, secure, and that will endure, one in which every voice matters. Bringing the voices from the margins to the center, the voices of young people, women, indigenous people, and the voices of countries like my own, the small island developing states. They should benchmark our collective ambition, because a better tomorrow can only be realized if solutions respond to the most urgent of needs, their needs. In Belize, the youth are calling for opportunities to harness individual and technological potential. They need sustained investment in good, decent education, comprehensive health care, and a greener and bluer economy that targets support for micro, small, and medium enterprises and startups. We can go faster with international support, but that support must be tailored to the unique characteristics of small island developing states. The Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS is a forward-looking blueprint for resilient prosperity. It defines our vision and what the international community can do to help us achieve that vision. My country, like other small island developing states, still lack representation where decisions are being made on our behalf. As a placebo, we may be given the privilege for a 5-minute intervention on a matter that will have consequential impacts on our future. Likewise, the international financial architecture, even in its current phase of reform, is built on a foundation of a bygone era. The dynamics of power are ever-changing. We need to build these institutions to be effective well into the future. Excellencies, today I affirm Belize's unwavering commitment to achieve the SDGs. They are the only ambitious, universally agreed blueprint to achieve a sustainable and equitable future for all. Let us then push harder for justice, go deeper for change, and make our actions meaningful for everyone. More than an opportunity, the Summit of the Future is a challenge. Let us rise up to that challenge, go beyond the confines of our present context, be bold in our vision, and embrace a much greater ambition for a better tomorrow. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment of Belize. I now invite His Excellency Nicole Pashinyan, Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia, to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is particularly significant for me to take part in this Summit of the Future because I have received my current mandate of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia in the parliamentary elections under the slogan of our party, "There is a future." All the problems we are facing today are directly or indirectly related to the decisions made or haven't been made at some point in the past, and the same we can say about all the successes and achievements of today. We cannot change the past. We cannot change a lot even today, because today is to some extent a part of the past. But shaping the future is today's most important task. The agenda of our actions is also known: peace, security, prosperity, freedom, justice, human rights, artificial intelligence, climate change. But what is of high importance is the concept that we should put in the basis of our vision of the future, and consequently how to build the future. It may sound strange, but the most important thing we can do for the future is to create positive narratives and focus on the possibilities of creating the foundations for them, regardless of whether they exist at the moment or not. One of the reasons for today's global crisis is that international formats have long become an arena for mutual accusations, threats, and the places where crises and deadlocks take place or being announced. I can hardly remember a positive speech on behalf either of myself or other leaders on international platforms, and there are objective reasons for this. There is little material for positive discourse, and maybe it's because in the past there was very little or there was no any positive narrative at all. We usually come to UN to declare how bad it is going to be, because the facts proving this are a lot and everywhere. So it doesn't require much effort to see them. Effort should be made to see the prerequisite of a good future and think about them, because what happens in reality first happens in our minds. My party adopted the slogan, "There is a future," under the conditions when it seemed that there was no hope for optimism in our region. Now this happens globally, and at the summit of the future, I want to voice that belief of there is a future. And by doing this, I want to have my portion of contribution. Unlike the previous 3 times, this year at the General Assembly, I will more concentrate on opportunities rather than accusing neighboring countries in my speech. And this will provide room for positive thinking and for talking about the possibilities. Yes, for now, let's only talk, since in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Therefore, it is necessary to start with the good words. It is necessary to bring forward the slogan, "There is a future," as a theorem, and to work to prove it. Let's do it. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. Now I invite His Excellency Luc Frieden, Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to speak before you for the first time at the United Nations as the Prime Minister of Luxembourg at this Summit for the Future. Luxembourg is well positioned to understand that no country, regardless of its size, can tackle the challenges it faces single-handedly. This is an observation which lies at the heart of our multilateral commitment. We were present when the United Nations Charter was signed in San Francisco because the people of Luxembourg, like all the peoples of the United Nations, was resolved to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, as has so eloquently been enshrined in the preamble of the Charter. And alas, today the scourge of war is afflicting peoples throughout the world. I am thinking of the people of Ukraine who have, with exceptional courage, been resisting the war of aggression being waged by the President of the Russian Federation. I am thinking of the peoples plagued by conflict in the Middle East. I'm thinking of African peoples, those in the Sudan, in Sahel, and elsewhere, plagued by war, a lack of security, and terrorism. The international order founded in the rule of law is in crisis. Flagrant violations of the Charter and of international humanitarian law are proliferating. The Sustainable Development Goals for many are far beyond reach. In light of this reality, there is no miracle cure. There is no single solution. All that counts is the commitment, concrete commitment, day after day. Mr. President, it is clear that we need to move from words to action, more effective and efficient action on reform of the United Nations. The Security Council needs to become more representative, more accountable to all member states. Experience shows that states elected to the Security Council can make a difference by delivering new perspectives, specifically when permanent members are divided. Luxembourg demonstrated this in the past, and we hope to have an opportunity to do so yet again if we are elected to the Council for the 2031 to 2032 mandate. Let us reinforce the role of the General Assembly, particularly when the Security Council is blocked by the veto. It is also evident that the global financial architecture needs to be reformed, for it is not commensurate with the challenges of the present day, specifically the needs of developing countries. Our view in Luxembourg is that development, security, and human rights need to go hand in hand. Luxembourg is committed to the advancement, to the protection and the promotion of human rights and international law. This is also our priority as a member of the Human Rights Council. Luxembourg will also continue to uphold our commitment to official development assistance by dedicating each year 1% of our gross national income to this. We will uphold our commitment to climate financing too, and this is in addition to our official development assistance. We will continue to support the mobilization of private financing, thanks to the expertise of our financial center and specifically our stock exchange. Mr. President, Luxembourg applauds the adoption of the Pact for the Future yesterday morning, and we commend both Germany and Namibia for their successful facilitation of the negotiations. But this moment reminds me of the words of one of my predecessors, Joseph Besch, who was present during the San Francisco conference. In his words, and I quote, "It is not the revision of any given of language of the Charter, but rather the revision of the spirit within us, which will save us. More than words where we found agreement." It is in Yalta or San Francisco, it is a feeling of mutual trust which needs to propel us forward in the years to come. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. Now invite His Excellency Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, on behalf of India, the world's largest democracy, and 1.4 billion Indians, greetings to all of you. In the largest election in human history held recently in June, the people of India have given me the opportunity to serve them for the third consecutive term. And today, I bring the voice of this 1/6 of humanity to you. Friends, when we are discussing global future, we must accord the highest priority to a human-centric approach. While prioritizing sustainable development, we must also ensure human welfare, food, and health security. By lifting 250 million people out of poverty in India, we have demonstrated that sustainable development can be successful. We are ready to share this experience of our success with the entire Global South. Friends, success of humanity lies in our collective strength, not in the battlefield. And for global peace and development, reforms in global institutions are essential. Reform is the key to relevance. Permanent membership of the G20 to the African Union at the New Delhi summit was an important step in this direction. While on the one hand, terrorism continues to be a serious threat to global peace and security, on the other hand, areas such as cyber, maritime, and space are emerging as new theaters of conflict. On all these issues, I will stress that global action must match global ambition. Friends, there is a need for balanced regulation at a global level for the safe and responsible use of technology. We need global digital governance, which ensures that national sovereignty and integrity are upheld. Digital public infrastructure should be a bridge, not a barrier. For global good, India is ready to share its digital public infrastructure with the entire world. Friends, for India, one earth, one family, one future is a commitment. This commitment is also reflected in our initiatives such as One Earth, One Health, and One Sun, One World, One Grid. India will continue to work in thought, words, and deeds to protect the rights of all humanity and for global prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank the Prime Minister of India. Now invite His Excellency Russell Miso Lamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, to address the Assembly.
Co-chairs of the Summit of the Future, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor to address the Summit of the Future on behalf of His Majesty King Mswati III, where the world leaders have gathered to commit to multilateral solutions for a better tomorrow. This summit is an opportunity to take bold actions that will shape the future of our planet and the well-being of generations to come.
We commend the co-facilitators of the outcome documents, the Pact for the Future, Global Digital Compact, and Pact on Future Generations for their stellar work. Humanity faces unprecedented global challenges, from poverty and inequality to climate change and technological transformation. No single nation can tackle these challenges alone. The Global Pact for the Future calls for a renewed, inclusive, equitable, and responsive multilateral system. Eswatini, along with other African nations, has long called for reforms to the United Nations to create a more inclusive and representative global governance system. The Ezulwini Consensus remains a cornerstone for this call. The current structure of the Security Council does not reflect modern geopolitical realities, particularly the underrepresentation of Africa. Expanding the Security Council to include permanent representation for Africa and other marginalized regions is essential for maintaining its legitimacy and addressing global security challenges. This reform is critical to building trust in global institutions. Eswatini believes Taiwan must be included in the international system. Taiwan contributes significantly to global public health, economic development, and technological innovation. Excluding Taiwan limits global cooperation when it is most needed. We call for Taiwan's meaningful participation in international organizations. The COVID-19 pandemic, economic shocks, and the climate crisis have exposed vulnerabilities in the international financial system. Many developing nations face unsustainable debt, limiting their investment in critical areas like healthcare, education, and infrastructure. Eswatini calls for comprehensive debt restructuring and reforms to international financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank, ensuring that they respond to the needs of developing nations. Fairer access to financing for climate resilience and development is also crucial. Although Eswatini, like other developing countries, contributes little to the climate crisis, it is heavily impacted. While we have made significant improvements in disaster risk governance, urgent climate finance from developed nations is crucial to help mitigate and adapt to these effects. As we work to reduce emissions and meet our commitments, developing nations must continue to prioritize industrialization and energy security to achieve their development goals. Technological advancements create opportunities for development, but have also widened the digital divide. Eswatini recognizes the transformative potential of digital technologies, but urges technologically advanced nations to support affordable technology sharing with developing countries and address risks from emerging technologies like artificial intelligence. We must ensure technology becomes a tool for inclusion, not inequality. This summit presents a unique opportunity to rebuild trust in multilateral system. The crises we face require urgent coordination, international cooperation. In conclusion, the Summit of the Future offers an unparalleled opportunity to reshape the global system. We call reforms through the Ezulwini Consensus, equitable representation in decision-making forums, Taiwan's
Thank you, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. I now invite His Excellency Gaston Alfonso Brown, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Corporate Governance, and Public-Private Partnerships of Antigua and Barbuda to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen,
The multifaceted environmental, economic, health-related, and social emergencies we face are perhaps humanity's greatest existential challenges. The timing of this summit is critical as we confront these unprecedented global threats. Our decisions now impact not just us, but generations to come. Despite decades of UN-led sustainable development conferences, little has been accomplished to safeguard the rights of future generations. Whereas future generations are poised to inherit the greatest technological advancements, with unabated climate change, perhaps they will have no Earth to call home. Our planet is finite, but humans' current ambitions for unending economic profits and territorial expansion seemingly know no bounds. This unsustainable trajectory, marked by escalating climate impacts, environmental destruction, economic greed, wars, and threats of wars, poses an existential threat to all life on Earth. Temperature records are broken almost daily. Hurricanes, floods, and droughts ravage our lands, while mangroves and tropical forests, crucial to our planetary biodiversity and balance, are being obliterated. By making infinite demands on a finite planet, we are transforming our once hospitable home into a hostile environment. This is our moment to change course, to future-proof our burning planet from ultimate destruction. Who will compensate future generations for selfish acts? The principle that the polluters pay is meant to guide us, but in reality, it is the future that bears the greatest cost. The climate crisis neither affects everyone equally, nor is everyone equally responsible. We who have contributed least to the climate crisis are suffering its worst impacts. To add insult to injury, the large polluters are paying themselves hundreds of billions of dollars for carbon credits to protract their profligate use of fossil fuels at the expense of SIDS and other developing countries. Wealthy nations, disproportionately responsible for the climate crisis, must face the indisputable truth. They owe a debt to the world. The time for excuses is over. They must pay for their polluting, ecocidal thoughts against our planet and human civilization, and take immediate steps to slash emissions aggressively. These nations must aid in healing our environment, rebuilding homes, and transitioning from fossil fuel to cleaner, green energy alternatives. Wealthy polluters have driven climate change for far too long. It is time to hold them accountable. This is an ethical imperative that is necessary for our survival. Big Oil, hear this. Your days of exploiting the global South's natural resources are numbered. As we move to renewable energy, I reemphasize that rich industrialized nations must pay for the loss and damage that they have devastated our communities. And to the carbon billionaires, your profits must fuel a sustainable future, not your profligate lifestyles. Wealthy countries and the industrial giants must pay their dues and invest in a sustainable, equitable future for all. Excellencies, without a healthy planet, there can be no viable future for humanity. We are integral to the solution, yet we neglect our obligations as world leaders because of a globalized economy controlled by a self-interested minority. Bold new international agreements to end fossil fuel proliferation, innovative financial instruments, and advanced technology are urgently needed. The weight of history and the responsibility to the future rests upon our shoulders. Small island developing states met recently in Antigua and Barbuda and laid out the future that we want, the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for SIDS. It is time for the international community to be as bold as SIDS and to shift focus, not just to sustaining our damaged ecosystems, but also ensuring equity and fairness, providing climate and financial justice to all. I call upon leaders and policymakers to commit to an international financial architecture that bridges gaps, alleviates inequalities, and fosters sustainable development. Providing debt relief and access to finance should be based on countries' vulnerabilities
I thank the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Corporate Governance, and Public-Private Partnership of Antigua and Barbuda. I now invite His Eminence Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State of the Holy See, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, the current summit being convened against a backdrop of apparent crisis in the multilateral system should be a source and a reason for hope, in line with Pope Francis' assertion that hopeful does not mean to be optimistically naive and ignore the tragedy humanity is facing. Hope is the virtue of a heart that doesn't lock itself into darkness, that doesn't dwell on the past, does not simply get by in the present, but is able to see a tomorrow. The future should be constructed on a foundation of principles, including the inherent God-given dignity of every individual, the promotion of integral human development, the equality and sovereign dignity of all nations, and the establishment of trust between them. There is a need to rethink actions in a number of areas. First, eradication of poverty must remain the overarching goal of all future action, bearing in mind that development is the name for peace. This requires the political will to achieve sustainable development, also through the reform of international financial institutions, debt restructuring, and debt forgiveness. Second, the pursuit of peace requires the implementation of a general disarmament, and in particular, the total elimination of nuclear weapons. Narrow geopolitical considerations must be put aside, and strong economic lobbies must be resisted in order to uphold human dignity and promote integral development. Third, artificial intelligence. The Holy See advocates for a regulatory framework of AI ethics that encompasses the life cycle of AI and addresses inter alia data protection, accountability, bias, and the impact of AI on employment. Thinking of the future should take into account the needs and interests of future generations, guaranteeing a dignified future for all, ensuring the provision of the requisite conditions, including a nurturing family environment, to facilitate flourishing. If dignity is the foundation and integral human development is the goal of our future, dialogue it is the necessary means. Today, the sense of belonging to a single human family is fading, and the dream of working together for justice and peace seems outdated and utopian. This need not to be the case if there is a will to engage in genuine dialogue. As Pope Francis already exhorted this Assembly, the present time invites us to give priority to actions which generate new processes in society, so as to bear fruit in significant and positive historical events. The future demands of us critical and global decisions in the face of worldwide conflicts which increase the number of the excluded and those in need. Mr. President, while taking note of the adoption of the Pact for the Future and its successes, the Holy See, in conformity with its nature and particular mission, wishes to express its reservations on some of the concepts used therein. In the interest of time, the full statement will be uploaded. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Secretary of State of the Holy See. I now invite His Excellency Chenda Sophia Sok, the Prime Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Cambodia, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my great honor to address this gathering on behalf of the Royal Government of Cambodia. This is a crucial moment to consolidate our commitment to address together many deeply interconnected challenges: climate change, inequality, poverty, gaps in technology, and increasingly complicated violent conflicts. The Summit of the Future is an opportune occasion to adopt global governance to today's reality. It is time to rebuild trust in the multilateral system as we strive to build a prosperous, healthy, and harmonious world for our current and future generations. Allow me to elaborate on a few key points. First, international peace and security become more fragile with each passing day as geopolitical tensions continue to intensify. It is incumbent on us all to firmly uphold the principle of the United Nations Charter and international law. They are the backbone of the international order and global cooperation. The use of diplomacy and mediation must be prioritized to resolve conflicts. Concerted efforts towards peace building should be enhanced. Cambodia sees great merit in the new agenda for peace presented by the UN Secretary General, and we are proud to have contributed nearly 9,000 men and women to support UN peacekeeping operations since 2006. Once a war-torn country, Cambodia understands that peace is the prerequisite for development and progress. Thanks to peace and stability, Cambodia now ranks among the best achievers on sustainable development goals, particularly when it comes to reducing poverty, providing quality education and health care, creating more jobs, and driving growth, addressing climate change. Second, sustainable development requires sufficient and efficient financing. Cambodia is currently investing in building up its human capital, targeting 1.5 million youths, diversifying its economic base, and intensifying its green transition. Cambodia strongly supports efforts to ensure a fair and rule-based multilateral trading system with the World Trade Organization as its core. Cambodia also joined the call to reform the international financial architecture and address financial gaps, particularly those that affect the least developed countries. Third, the advancement of science, digital technologies, and innovation presents both transformative solutions for human development and risks. Cambodia strongly supports efforts to intensify international cooperation to ensure that the proliferation of science, technologies, and innovation enhance human capital. We must work together to overcome growing digital divides and fight against the misuse of digital technologies. To this end, Cambodia endorsed the Global Digital Compact as a common framework to build an inclusive, open, safe, and secure digital space that will drive the digital transformation of our economies and societies. Fourth, it is our shared responsibility to safeguard the needs and interests of our youth and future generations. Cambodia, fully recognizing the importance of intergenerational partnerships, commit to the letter and the spirit of the Declaration for Future Generations.
Cambodia already has in place a long-term development plan called the Pentagonal Strategy. It is designed to ensure that our youth are engaged in and well prepared for long-term development that harmonize economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection. We also note the progress in mainstreaming youth into the UN-wide system. Finally, transforming global governance for today's challenges is crucial if
Thank the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Cambodia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Murat Noliu, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kazakhstan, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kazakhstan is here today to join efforts with all UN member states and its institutions in ensuring a brighter future both for our planet and entire humanity. Fully supporting the Secretary General's endeavors to build a prosperous community of nations, my country commits itself to all three landmark documents of the Summit of the Future. It is obvious that effective multilateralism enshrined in the Pact for the Future should be central in overcoming today's unprecedented existential challenges and threats. Therefore, the current summit is a timely call for a comprehensive reform of the United Nations system. As stated by President Tokayev of Kazakhstan, the voices of middle powers and the developing world need to be amplified and heard clearly in the Security Council. In times of geopolitical turmoil and economic uncertainty, the world needs diplomacy and dialogue. Mr. President, climate change is a global issue that cannot be addressed without multilateral engagement. Central Asia stands on the front line of global warming and will face 2.5-degree increase in temperatures by 2050. To effectively tackle problems like melting glaciers, water scarcity, biodiversity loss, and desertification, my country will host the first regional climate summit under the auspices of the United Nations in 2026. In addition, we propose to open the United Nations Regional Center on Sustainable Development for Central Asia and Afghanistan to further enhance coordination on SDG deliverables. I'm confident with the right support, this idea will serve as a future role model for UN development mechanisms. Furthermore, Kazakhstan calls on all technological advanced countries to eliminate barriers and commit necessary resources to assist climate-vulnerable communities. Excellencies, digital transformation is a driving power of progress towards the 2030 Agenda. Within the next decade, about 70% of all global goods and services will be produced using digital platforms. The potential benefits of these changes depend on equitable access and cutting-edge technologies in all countries. To this end, being a regional IT powerhouse, Kazakhstan has initiated the establishment of the UNESCAP Digital Solutions Center to bridge the digital divide in Asia-Pacific region. Emerging digital solutions, including artificial intelligence, should not pose a risk to international security. Mr. President, speaking about the future, we must not forget lessons of the past. Nuclear power, once invented for the good of humankind, is now the deadliest weapon of mass destruction. Kazakhstan, which directly suffered from nuclear tests, calls on the international community to join efforts in preventing any nuclear catastrophe in the future. We also encourage all states to set aside their political differences and focus on new global order based on mutual trust and respect. Ladies and gentlemen, upholding human rights is not merely an aspiration, but one of the key components of sustainable development. It is also the best antidote against inequalities that are often at the root of instability and conflicts. In accordance with our objective to build a just and fair Kazakhstan, my country has abolished the death penalty, instituted a zero-tolerance policy against torture and domestic violence, and strengthened its national preventive mechanisms. President Tokayev's large-scale reform agenda is firmly based on the principles of rule of law, good governance, as well as inclusive social and economic development. In essence, respect for fundamental human rights is the highest priority for my country. Excellencies, we have a unique chance to advance our shared vision for equitable, stable, and peaceful future for generations to come. This is no alternative to the world based on there is no alternative to the world based on the UN Charter and principles of international law. Let us work together in the spirit of open, constructive engagement and through multilateralism. I thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kazakhstan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Wang Yi, Special Representative of the Chinese President Xi Jinping, Member of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, and Foreign Minister of the People's Republic of China, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, colleagues, the future carries the hope of human development. Facing transformation unseen in a century, it is highly relevant that we gather here. Humanity has only one planet, Earth, to call home, and we belong to the same world community. It is important that we take care of our common home and make joint efforts to advance global governance. With this goal in mind, Chinese President Xi Jinping has put forward the vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind, advocated high-quality Belt and Road cooperation, and proposed the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative. These vision and initiatives have provided new solutions for tackling the common challenges of humanity and drawn a new blueprint for building a better world. China proposes that we need to build a future of peace and tranquility. In this changing and turbulent world, new risks and challenges keep cropping up. No country can stay unaffected. Greater solidarity and cooperation of the international community is not a choice, but a must. Countries should uphold the vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security, and settle disputes through dialogue, resolve differences through consultation, and enhance security through cooperation. Major countries in particular should lead by example. They should break geopolitical circles by pursuing the greater good, rise above bloc confrontation, and serve as propellers for world solidarity and anchors for international peace. We should build a future of development and prosperity. In today's world, countries are not riding separately in some 190 small boats, but rather we're all in a giant ship on which our shared destiny hinges. Small boats may not survive wind and waves, but a giant ship is strong enough to brave the stormy seas. Countries need to share development opportunities and pursue win-win cooperation. We need to follow a people-centered development philosophy and advocate a universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization to deliver the fruits of development to our people and ensure common prosperity for all countries. A winner-takes-all approach is a sure way to lose the whole game, and the small yard with high fences would only imprison the builder and tear the world apart. We should build a future of fairness and justice. All countries, regardless of their size and strength, are equal members of the international community. International affairs should be handled through consultation by all countries. We need to build an equal and orderly multipolar world and defend the UN-centered international system, the international order based on international law, and the basic norms of international relations underpinned by the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. We need to strengthen the authority of international rule of law, reject the law of the jungle where the strong bully the weak, oppose acts of hegemonism such as unilateral sanctions, protect the legitimate rights and interests of developing countries. We need to build a better future. As the new round of technological revolution and industrial transformation deepens, new opportunities and challenges have emerged for human society and global governance. We need to keep abreast with the times, push back the frontier, and explore new practices, and make global governance more just and equitable. China supports the UN in serving as the main channel in AI governance, and we will propose the AI Capacity Building Action Plan for Good and for All. In particular, we need to encourage young people to bring out their creativity and contribute their share to the advancement of humankind. Colleagues, China today is going all out to build a great modern socialist country in all respects and pursue national rejuvenation through a Chinese path to modernization. This will create new opportunities for world peace and development. China will work hand in hand with countries around the world to advance the building of a community with a shared future for mankind and create a more peaceful and better tomorrow. Thank you.
I thank the Special Representative of the Chinese President Xi Jinping, member of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, and Foreign Minister of China. I now give the floor to His Excellency Luc Mercelina, Prime Minister of Sint Maarten, the Netherlands.
Secretary General, Your Excellence, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, I'm honored to be here today as the Prime Minister of Sint Maarten, representing the Kingdom of the Netherlands in all its diversity. I thank the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for initiating this summit and spearheading efforts to forge a new international consensus on how we can deliver on a better present and safeguard the future. I would also like to thank President Nangolo Mumba of the Republic of Namibia and Chancellor Olaf Scholz of the Federal Republic of Germany for the extraordinary leadership that their countries have shown in bringing to life an ambitious pact for the future. My special thanks goes also to the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Mr. Holness. Together, we are presenting the historic Declaration of the Future Generations. This will help us make better decisions that safeguard the interests and needs of future generations. The Summit of the Future presents a crucial opportunity to get things right for both present and future generations. At a time of profound global change, we need to recommit to multilateral collaboration in tackling the world's most pressing issues, such as climate change, gender inequality, and poverty, and collectively maintain a laser-sharp focus on the long-term challenges that demand urgent action. This summit is a chance to commit to strengthening the multilateral system based on the international rule of law, while also pursuing necessary reforms to ensure it is fit for purpose, effective, responsive, inclusive, and able to withstand future challenges. We should not forget what constitutes the fundamental principles of the United Nations architecture and its pillars of peace, security, development, human rights, and the rule of law. The Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights are the solid foundations on which our multilateral system of rights and obligation is built. Member States all stand to benefit from a shared commitment to uphold and respect these agreements. The Pact for the Future clearly delivers on essential elements that are important to countries with particular vulnerabilities in areas like water management and food security. As a kingdom uniquely positioned on two continents and with a proven history of dealing with water, we are pleased to see that this pact effectively addresses elements that are also crucial to small island development states. We are also pleased that the pact emphasizes the need for continuous learning and exchange of knowledge. From defending ourselves against the sea with the Delta Work projects to creating new land like the province of Flevoland, the history of our kingdom is a testament to the power of collaboration and learning. Of course, water offers many opportunities and supports thriving economies sector like tourism in the Caribbean as a part of the kingdom, where we from the Caribbean can offer crystal blue waters to attract our visitors. This pact for the future, supplemented by the Declaration on Future Generations, is another major step forward in making our multilateral system fit for the future. Your Excellencies, we now have the opportunity to prove that we can pass on a better, fairer, and more
I thank the Prime Minister of Sint Maarten, the Netherlands. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Retno Lestari Priyansari Marsudi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, Excellencies, today the world faces significant challenges: geopolitical rivalries, gloomy economic recovery, as well as climate and energy crisis. We cannot only address this issue through paradigm of collaboration. Sadly, we are seeing the opposite. Trust in multilateralism is fading, and its effectiveness continues to be questioned. Fortunately, this summit offers an opportunity to restore trust and global solidarity and to chart a new course for the future. Indeed, the choices that we make in this hall will resonate for generations to come. For Indonesia, there are three strategic objectives that must be achieved. First, creating a lasting peace. Colleagues, peace is not merely the absence of war, but the presence of justice, stability, and development. That peace can only thrive if we consistently uphold international law without double standard. In this context, the ongoing genocide by Israel must be stopped immediately. Enough is enough. Palestine's right to a statehood must be fulfilled based on the two-state solution. Second, safeguarding right to development. Colleagues, there are no other option to achieve 2030 agenda than to accelerate our collective efforts. The Global South has a right to be free from trade discrimination and debt traps. Gaps must be bridged so that no country will be left behind. Third, promoting an inclusive world order. We need a more adaptive, responsive, and effective global governance, including by reforming the UN Security Council and international financial architecture. We cannot afford to wait any longer. We must push for a true and real reform, a reform that listens to the voices of developing countries and address their concerns. Mr. President, let us seize the momentum of this summit to build a future that we can all be proud of, a future that is just, equitable, and sustainable for all humankind. To attain that, the path of the future must not become a set of empty promises without tangible result on the ground. I thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ohud bint Khalfan al-Rumi, Minister of State for Government Development and Future of the United Arab Emirates.
السيد الرئيس الحضور الكريم يشرف
President, ladies and gentlemen, as Minister for Development and the Future of the Government, I have the honour of representing the United Arab Emirates at this historic summit. I thank the Secretary-General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his vision for a future of international multilateral cooperation. We applaud the efforts that he has made and that are being made by all of those participating in the negotiations to achieve the Pact for the Future as well as the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations. My country subscribes to the statement made by Madam Ubija Bajana, the President of the G77 in China, and it's my honour to make this statement in our national capacity. President, conflicts and crises are multiplying and are hindering progress and the attainment of peace and international security, and they are also hindering the SDGs. Given these increasing challenges, we must focus on the chances and the opportunities offered by international cooperation for a better future. The United Arab Emirates have been focusing on the future, and this is an example of success in international cooperation, and this is providing new opportunities for youth the world over. The situation across the world at this moment requires us to pool our efforts and for us to commit to respecting our commitments and for us to overcome all the challenges we face. We must strengthen the United Nations Charter and the principles of multilateral international action. In this regard, my country wishes to extend the three following important messages. First of all, today's summit is an historic opportunity to confirm our commitment to multilateral international cooperation and to overcome the major joint challenges we face. No country alone can overcome all of these challenges. For this reason, this summit is of the utmost importance because it provides us a common vision for the future based on the UN Charter. For international cooperation to succeed, we must listen to all points of view. The COP28 was hosted by the United Arab Emirates, and that showed the strength of multilateralism. The agreement reached during that Conference of the Parties, and it was adopted by 198 states. The second message: my country believes that we should prepare for the future. To do this, we need to use modern technology. In particular, artificial intelligence, whilst at the same time respecting the principles of tolerance and cooperation. To achieve the SDGs, we need to use this modern technology properly, and that way it can help us to overcome major challenges and to achieve the SDGs. This technology is something that can help us to strengthen cohesion, tolerance, and can help us to counter hate speech. Furthermore, we need to strengthen creativity and innovation, as well as cooperation in the realm of digital technology, cooperation between governments and different stakeholders to achieve a safe digital future where this technology is available to everyone and where nobody is left behind. We are committed to a vision for the future that is based on the Global Digital Compact. The third message: we must do everything we can to preserve our planet for future generations. We must do absolutely everything to establish peace, security, and prosperity. To achieve this, we need to listen to youth, to women, and all segments of our societies when we are engaging in decision-making, and in particular those in regions suffering from difficult situations. We need to adopt a scientific approach, and we have taken measures in the sectors of space and technology, and in order to be ready for the future, the interpreters apologise, the microphone's cut off.
State for Government Development and Future of the United Arab Emirates. I now give the floor to His Highness Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, most merciful, most benevolent. May the peace and blessings of God be upon you. Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I should like to thank all of the facilitators for their cooperation with member states with a view to achieving a consensus on the outcome document and the annexes thereto. My country has spared no effort participating actively in the negotiations. We did this because we're convinced that we need to do everything to build a better world, a greener world. We must also promote multilateralism so as to effectively confront today's challenges and future challenges, achieving peace and security for the benefit of future generations. The Pact for the Future is aligned with fundamental principles. It calls for an end to wars and an easing of geopolitical tensions, which only serve to broaden the divide between states and between peoples. In order to achieve the objectives set forth in the Pact, we need to double our efforts so as to confront the various challenges and meet the needs of people all over the world. This Pact marks a qualitative step forward in multilateral action. It promises a fair and equitable world order, a world order which promotes the implementation of the SDGs and meets the needs of all states, specifically developing countries. It is a pact which calls for the closing of the digital gap and which also promotes economic development in developing countries. My country has been working to strengthen multilateral cooperation. However, to achieve a brighter future, we must reform the UN system. This is a pressing matter. It is necessary to ensure that the organization can shoulder its responsibility to uphold international peace and security. International institutions must be reformed because currently they are not fit for purpose for meeting the challenges and addressing the humanitarian catastrophe in Palestine. This institution cannot hold the occupying power, Israel, to account following all of the atrocities that Israel has committed. Therefore, we must promote the Pact for the Future. Ladies and gentlemen, turning to climate change, my country is committed to a diversified approach that's context-specific and tailored to the capacities of each and every country. We must bolster the following 3 points: energy security, economic development, and the mitigation of the effects of climate change. We need to ensure that our commitments enshrined in the Paris Agreement and the UNFCCC are upheld. We'll be welcoming the next meeting of the UN Convention to Combat Diversification. This will be the 30th anniversary meeting of parties to the convention. My country is committed to meeting the SDGs and the objectives enshrined in the Pact for the Future. We're going to make every effort to bolster cooperation. We hope that our collective efforts will allow us to uphold various values such as sovereignty and to build a better future for current and future generations.
I now give the floor to Her Excellency Luminita Teodora Odobescu, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is always the right time to think about the future. Today, it is the right time to start working for it and to work on upgrading United Nations to the same. Romania's vision is clear. The pillars of our work, peace, human rights, and 2030 Agenda implementation, they are more than needed and valid. International rules-based order, which is under attack, should be at the core of our actions. We need global solutions to global challenges: climate change, digital transformation, disinformation. Now, how can we together better serve the needs and aspirations of future generations? First and foremost, the imperative for all its members to respect the international law, the principle and the objectives on which UN was built. It is a question of credibility, and it is the most basic commitment we were entrusted with by our citizens. The aggression against Ukraine is a painful reminder. Our societies are in need of peace. Wars, violence, human rights crises are taking away human dignity, drawing back economies, and ruining years of development. The solution to these threats need to be rooted in the principle of international human rights and the rule of law. Accountability comes first. We need to ensure that aggression does not remain unpunished by the global community, especially when we speak about the crime of aggression. Romania supports the international efforts to address this issue. Second, never lose sight of tomorrow. This summit and its outcomes are already a big step to upgrade our work. The young generations need a healthy planet. Urgent action is needed to address critical challenges stemming from climate change. We also need to make better use of the opportunities by focusing more on education and by making the best and the right use of the digital transition. Technology is neutral. It is the purpose of its use which makes it wrong or right. We can use technology to support medical sector innovation or ease our struggle to fight climate change. Or by contrary, one can misuse technology for hate speech and disinformation. This is why ensuring a human-centric approach is crucial, and we must ensure a free, open, and secure cyberspace. We need to make our work more accessible and always seek to engage more the civil society. This creates more legitimacy and more trust. It is a healthy reflex that can only bring benefits. We need better communication. In these deeply polarized times, people seek positive sources of identity. They seek to feel represented. Communication is key to reach people around the world, especially since UN projects bear a unique value of universality. Never lose sight of prevention. Whatever is linked to peace or protecting our planet, prevention is key. Ladies and gentlemen, all these elements, they factor in the reconnection we are seeking with our societies, and there is no other global organization to deliver them. It is now up to us to act and make the pact for the future a blueprint towards peaceful, just, and prosperous societies where no one is left behind. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania. I now give the floor to His Excellency Valdrak Janška, Minister for Foreign Affairs for Nicaragua.
Señor Presidente.
President of the General Assembly, it's an honor to extend the regards of our President, Commander Daniel Ortega Saavedra, and our Vice President, Comrade Rosario Murillo Zambrana, to you and to all of those present. We also extend our most heartfelt congratulations to you upon your election as President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Your experience and your able leadership will ensure our discussions are a success, and it's a great point of pride for us to have a brother from the African continent heading up the work this year. The government of Nicaragua is grateful for the organisation of this Summit of the Future to discuss solutions to build a better future, and the search to ramp up efforts to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and to eradicate poverty. Developing countries are continuing to work on sustainable and innovative solutions to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals in the midst of multiple economic crises, the negative impacts of climate change, imbalance and inequality in access to technological progress, and many other emerging challenges. It's concerning that in our developing countries we continue to face the effects of crises that are mainly caused by the selfish and inhumane economic model that is hindering the development of our peoples, further accentuating extreme poverty, hunger, and inequalities across the planet. Thus far, we, the countries that make up the Global South, have not seen or received an adequate or fair response from developed countries vis-à-vis the commitments made by them, or to respond to their historic responsibilities in the creation of the unfair conditions that have only generated and perpetuated inequalities and have often irreversibly affected the planet. Begin by recognising these responsibilities and establish a clear path towards fair reparations will enable us to address and to eradicate the side effects such as extreme poverty, inequality and political tensions, and to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. President, while we're talking about and while we're on the topic of obstacles we face in achieving a better future for our people, more than 30 countries, that is, more than a third of the world's population, are suffering on a daily basis from the imposition of illegal unilateral coercive measures. The negative consequences of these arbitrary and illegal actions on the development of the third of the world's population is evident. It's essential that we adopt a clear, unequivocal commitment without conditions to drive forward the right to development of all people in equal conditions. We must urgently undertake collective actions to strengthen international and multilateral governance that is inclusive in order to increase cooperation for developing countries, increasing the flow of official assistance, transfer of technology, and capacity building, among others. We are gathered here today not only to talk about the future, but rather to build a future collectively. We require a global political pact to forge this common future, consolidating the multipolar world that we're building based on cooperation and not on aggression, and based on the respect of international law, of sovereignty rather, and the self-determination of peoples. A multipolar world that creates peace and well-being without exclusions or any type of impositions. A world that recognises the rights of the state of Palestine as a free, sovereign and independent state. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Nicaragua. I now give the floor to His Excellency Vince Henderson, Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Business, Trade and Energy of Dominica.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Commonwealth of Dominica. We align ourselves with the statement made by the Group of 77 and China. The Commonwealth of Dominica welcomes this convening of the Summit of the Future. We also welcome the Pact of the Future, which is the culmination of the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration of Future Generations. Indeed, the co-facilitators deserve high praise for the dedication that they have shown to reaching consensus on these very demanding and equally important topics. Let there be no doubt that if there was any time for world leaders to coalesce and close ranks around multilateral fixes that will deliver a better tomorrow, the time is now. Excellencies, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was set in what, looking back today, seemed like a completely different world. The convulsions that have upset the status quo of yesteryear seem to be prime candidates for explanations why attainment of the SDGs has been so unsatisfactory. However, the midpoint to any goal worth struggling for is a milestone. For example, the commitment to leaving no country behind in the pursuit and indeed attainment of the SDGs was a paradigm shift of great value for many other lines that facilitate exclusion. Be that as it may, we are now past the midpoint towards the attainment of those same SDGs. Bold actions to deliver the promises made are what it will take. Bold actions are therefore what must be taken. Inequality that characterizes the social distribution of valuable goods and services in such a manner and to such a degree as to divide humanity into the haves on the one hand and the have-nots on the other must be left on the dust heap of history. The sooner, the better. That, by the way, is one reason why the Global Digital Compact is so critical. It promises to help bring equity into the social distribution of digital technologies, which are such a critical input into so much economic value being created today. We say help because we realize that if history has taught us any lesson at all where the fight for equality is concerned, it is that equality is not achieved by automatic means and attained forever. Equality is a distinctively human value, a superbly human pursuit, and its pursuit, and especially its maintenance, have to be the unending obsession of men and women of goodwill. Excellencies, having attained political independence in 1978, making our normative freedom of very short duration indeed, especially when compared to our overly long nightmare of conquest, colonization, slavery and neocolonialism, equality and standards of dignity for all our citizens were a gargantuan task. In fact, it is still unfinished business. However, we used our sovereignty and drew on our history to commit ourselves to healing the grievous injuries that history has inflicted upon us. With the support of our multilateral partners, we have pointed our spearheads at and leaned into the fight to eradicate poverty from among our people. Our fight to eradicate poverty has been multi-pronged and multi-dimensional because poverty is a mighty foe. We have targeted the elderly, the uninsured, women, the differently abled, for example, with caring services, supportive services, housing services, basic health facilities, and inclusion. We have targeted the very young. We have targeted as many as was possible given our resources. It would, however, be misleading to give the impression that our effort has not been or suffered any reversal. Worthy of particular note is the onslaught of tropical weather patterns that visit their fury upon us every hurricane season. However, we are resilient people. In the words of the great Bob Marley, we are the survivors. And as long as we are here, we will fight for a more equitable world and a more peaceful world. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Dominica. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ivan Gil Pinto, Minister of the People's Power for Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is honored to take the floor on behalf of the Group of Friends in Defense of the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, when we agreed on the modalities of the Summit of the Future, we were aware that the challenges that the international community was facing, which have only deepened, were interconnected. We also recognized that through enhanced solidarity and international cooperation, and through reinvigorated and more inclusive multilateralism with the United Nations at its core, we have the potential to not just meet, but also overcome the challenges of both the present and of the future. Paradoxically, at a time when increasing global interconnectedness demands greater pluralism, the world is witnessing a growing resort to unilateralism. This trend, marked by isolationist and arbitrary actions, including the imposition of unilateral coercive measures, and the attempt to replace international law with an alleged rules-based order, are undermining crucial efforts to address our common challenges. We insist on the fact that true multilateralism and the application without double standards of the principles of the United Nations Charter are the crux of international relations and are required for peaceful coexistence among nations. Throughout negotiations of the Pact for the Future, we emphasize the importance of respecting both the letter and the spirit of the United Nations Charter, and the understanding that it is crucial that we commit to strengthening multilateralism and to preserving our organization's intergovernmental nature by refraining from the growing trends to replace, minimize, or equate the central and leading role of states in the United Nations with that of non-state actors, most of which represent the interests of the developed world. Mr. President, there will be no future without peace, and there will be no peace without sustainable development, which requires, among other things, to ensuring the realization of the inalienable right of people to self-determination living under foreign and colonial occupation. The question of Palestine and the human tragedy unfolding in Gaza are a stark reminder of the vital importance of this timeless principle. Time to advance towards the elimination once and for all of our colonialism in all of its forms and manifestations. It is our moral and ethical duty to conclude the pending decolonization process around the world. In this context, we reiterate our appeal for a ceasefire in Gaza, as well as for justice and the end to the illegal Israeli occupation, and our appeal for the Security Council to fully shoulder its responsibilities, including by favourably reconsidering the application of Palestine for fully fledged membership of the United Nations. Remaining silent is not an option, as this will only embolden the occupying power as it continues to commit grave violations of international law in complete impunity. In addition to peace, our people also deserve to live better, and in this regard we are convinced that the right to development must be the ultimate goal of this organisation, and our future depends on ensuring that our nations, particularly those of the Global South, get back on track towards the timely achievement of the SDGs. It is urgent, of course, to reform the international financial architecture currently designed to serve the interests of model of subjugation, and also ensure that states refrain from using unilateral coercive measures. It's necessary to ensure a balanced realisation of the three pillars of the United Nations and to ensure a peaceful, prosperous, just and equitable world order in compliance and in strict adherence to the purposes and principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Only the consolidation of friendly relations and cooperation among states will ensure peace, security, stability, and the development of the international community as a whole. We regret that the Summit of the Future and its outcome documents may not have been as ambitious as we hoped in terms of turbocharging the 2030 agenda, which continues to be on our compass. We reiterate our firm commitment to the Charter of the United Nations, and the microphone has been cut off.
I thank the Minister of the People's Power for Foreign Affairs of Venezuela. I now give the floor to His Excellency Eduardo Enrique Reina Garcia, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Honduras.
Señor Presidente, distinguido.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, since the beginning, the principles and aspirations of the founding charter of our organisation have been inspired by the possibility of achieving a future of hope for humanity that at that dark time had been knocked down by war, desolation and death. Today, Honduras is firmly convinced that a better world with opportunities for all is possible, and in line with our aspirations, we remain convinced that reaffirming peace and international security are, without a doubt, the norms that we need to achieve peaceful coexistence between nations. Honduras has come here to the Summit of the Future motivated by our aspiration to contribute to the achievement of the goals set out in the Pact for the Future that's already been adopted, and that's something that we don't only fully share, but also we are on board with this because it is in line with the goals and the plan of the government, Iris Chamorro Castro Sarmiento, who has also warned about the risk caused by external debt to our countries and has established the need to build a new international financial architecture focused on productive development with social inclusion. We believe that this is the right time for the United Nations Secretary-General to organise a summit whose goal is to reaffirm peace and international security in the framework of the Pact for the Future when we're seeing huge tragedies like the tragedy faced by the Palestinian people. It's therefore necessary to reaffirm the need for constructive dialogue and to establish a roadmap that helps to strengthen this dialogue and makes it possible for more stability in the global order. Therefore, we believe that it is urgent to build a society with gender equality to achieve true social justice. In the same vein, it is necessary to promote a reform of the UN system. When it comes to the Security Council, it is necessary to make it more democratic in order to re-establish respect for international law and build a new political and economic order that is able to deal with the self-determination of the peoples of the global south. It's necessary to do this to achieve global peace. Therefore, when making the commitment that we are making here at this summit, we must address things through dialogue, through the establishment of trust of our peoples in this organization when it comes to dealing with great challenges such as the environment, the fight against corruption, the fight for institutionality, to change the planet. This future of hope is still within our grasp, and to consolidate peace and international security, it is doable. And today we continue to work as a member of this organization to defend multilateralism and calling out the fact that unilateralism is still present in this organization. We need to work for a more human, collective world where we work together, a world that helps to combat poverty across the world. The right of peoples to development is important, and it is something that we must respect. We must continue to turn this organization into a strong organization, despite the great challenges and threats that we still face in our planet. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Honduras. I now give the floor to His Excellency Alva Romanes Baptiste, Minister for External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation and Diaspora Affairs of St. Lucia.
Mr. President, distinguished members of this august assembly, Victor Hugo said, and I quote, "There is nothing else in the world more powerful as an idea whose time has come," unquote. The idea that underpins the overarching purpose of this summit, multilateral solutions for a better tomorrow, is one born not only out of the urgent demands of a cascading crisis of our time, but it is the core principle of this global assembly of nations. The idea that we must forge a new international consensus to deliver a better present and safeguard the future is a categorical imperative. Mr. President, the time has come. St. Lucia continues to diligently chart its sustainable development path at a time when the world faces many global risks and challenges as well as remarkable opportunities. We remain firm believers in the power of multilateralism and the hope it offers to deliver actions that address the critical priorities of our times. These solutions require both a unified and resolute international community and an efficient multilateral system. Mr. President, the time has come. The power of the covenant of the future lies not in the text we have adopted, but in its application, in the implementation of its commitments, when we turn those words into action. We have the power to fundamentally address the systematic challenges that have plagued the multilateral system for decades. We have the power to transform global governance to respond to a rapidly changing global environment. Mr. President, the time has come. St. Lucia's aspirations for the future are focused on ensuring meaningful, sustainable development with a deliberate emphasis on people at the center of development and creating opportunities for the youth. A Ministry of the Youth Economy has been created to drive resilient prosperity in keeping with our development strategy aimed at delivering economic growth, diversification, and decent work. We are committed to doing our part and look to the multilateral system for the necessary support. Mr. President, the time has come. Our most valiant national efforts and ambitions continue to be tempered by economic, social, environmental, as well as geopolitical threats that are so immense. They can only be ameliorated by a re-energized, enabling environment that gives meaningful effect to our sustainable development. Mr. President, the time has come. Despite our vulnerability to external shocks and our fragile land and marine ecosystems that continue to be ravaged by the impacts of the climate crisis, St. Lucia continues to be solutions focused. Small island developing states have provided the international community with a new 10-year action plan in the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Seeds, which provides an action-oriented blueprint to meet the global ambition of building more resilient economies and fostering prosperous and sustainable seeds societies. Mr. President, the time has come. In our interdependent world, no country can solve global issues alone. The time has come for all partners to consider ways in which the benefits and burdens of a globalized world can be more fairly shared across countries and populations. The time has come for us to truly reinvent not only the structures, but also restore the trust needed for effective global governance. The time has come for us to deepen partnerships and place solidarity at the center of international cooperation. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation, and Diaspora Affairs of St. Lucia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Djibouti.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, allow me to express our profound gratitude to the co-facilitators, Germany and our own Namibia, for masterfully steering the work that led to the adoption of a bold and ambitious Pact of the Future. While recognizing the many challenges and the constraints that our organization faces, we indeed agree that we are at a moment of hope and opportunity. We're all by now acutely aware of the risks that erosion of multilateralism entails and the cost of inaction. We are grateful for the Secretary General's contribution and the elaboration of the landmark report, Our Common Agenda, as well as the various thematic policy briefs in response to the request by world leaders. The ideas and insights contained in this report offered a useful basis for discussions among member states. We can't thank him enough for sharing his vision for a better, more integrated and more impactful and more networked multilateralism. Mr. President, it is imperative, urgent and crucial that we achieve consensus on a set of measures which can advance global governance that is fit for the future. Djibouti, and indeed African countries, shared with UN member states our vision for our continent renaissance and roadmap for realizing it. We have worked off that same map while engaging in negotiations on the Summit of the Future with member states. The ambition we have is that of a United Nations that plays a leading and strengthened role. We envision the reform of global governance to be bold, and transformative. The international financial architecture must address existing inequities and be better aligned with today's world. Le fardeau de la dette des pays africains.
The burden of debt of African countries is increasing unsustainably so. It is exacerbated by unfair trade regimes as well as political strings attached. This has significantly circumscribed the political and budgetary room for maneuver of African states. The response has been inadequate given the scale of the problem and the urgency of the problem. According to the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, a global safety net has not been created for developing states. We need adequate funding in order to be able to achieve the SDGs, to fairly protect states against systemic shocks, and to make financial systems more stable. President, in order to restore trust, we have to rethink and redefine global governance that can serve as a framework for the establishment of a fairer, more equitable and effective multilateral system. Africa remains severely underrepresented in various international financial institutions. The highest number of programs at the IMF are African. However, only 6.5% of the vote share is African.
Created inequality between nations. We must collectively recommit to the Charter of the United Nations, in particular its purposes and principles, and reaffirm the primacy of conflict prevention and peaceful settlement of disputes. We must reject power politics and promote adherence to the Charter, specifically respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, unity and political independence of UN member states in our efforts to maintain international peace and security. The concerns that have motivated the Charter remain salient today, over 7 decades later. The eruption of new crises in many places in the world, the challenges the world faces in the global arms control and non-proliferation, emerging threats, including the use of nuclear weapons, is today a reality. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the reform of the UN Security Council must be accelerated. As part of the new order, we are aiming to make that body more representative and rectify the injustice done to Africa and other regional groups. I thank you for your attention.
Minister of Foreign Affairs and Planning. Excuse me. I thank His Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Djibouti. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Minister of Planning and International Cooperation of Jordan.
And the Global Digital Compact, the opportunity for us to galvanize international commitments and adopt a solid and clear roadmap that will help us work together effectively to accelerate SDGs, tackle critical challenges, while preparing for a more resilient future for generations to come. Allow me here to commend the efforts of the co-facilitators for leading the process that got us here today and in bringing the pact successfully to a conclusion. The clock is ticking with only 6 more years on the 2030 agenda and trillions of dollars worth of financing and investment still needed. Multiple crises have had a substantial impact on developing countries' socioeconomic performance and on their ability to meet SDGs. The scarring effects of the pandemic, protracted crises, geopolitical tensions, and the growing climate chaos are hitting the global development agenda really hard. And whilst performance on the SDGs varies by country and region, just like the 17 SDGs themselves, performance across the globe is also integrated, and delayed action within a single country affects the global outcomes. Global development must therefore be balanced for it to become more effective and impactful. In this respect, allow me to reiterate a few points. The importance of taking concrete and tangible steps for countries and people to regain trust in the multilateral system and international cooperation. We have now an opportunity to achieve a more efficient and inclusive multilateral system that reflects the realities of today and delivers for the future. Enhancing financing for development to deliver scale and impact. Concessional, innovative, adequate, and predictable financing modalities are still urgently needed to fuel the development engines and create growth momentums. The international financing architecture must be a tool to remedy disproportionate burdens, not exacerbate their disparity. Reforming the multilateral financial system to become more responsive and equitable is still needed to enhance the voice of developing countries in global governance, build resilience, respond to economic and climate shocks, and invest in sustainable development while producing timely results. Only by overcoming disparities can we not only harness the benefits of digital technologies and AI, but also manage risk in a way that leaves no one behind. Today's adoption of the Global Digital Compact represents a new milestone of the global digital ecosystem and has the potential to create a more inclusive and effective governance system within this sphere. Youth deserve a better future, a future of justice, peace, and opportunities. With the adoption of the Declaration on Future Generations, efforts should continue to be geared towards creating necessary platforms to expand and strengthen youth participation in the decision-making processes, both at country and global levels, to better utilize them in shaping the future that they aspire to. As we collectively work to catch up on the lost time and accelerate progress, we cannot forget the most vulnerable, especially in conflict-ridden countries and regions. The humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, as a result of Israel's barbaric war on the Palestinian people, has become unimaginable. The killing of more than 41,000 civilians, the vast majority of whom are women and children, the mass destruction and forced displacement is a testament to the brutality of this war that is creating a lost generation deprived of peace, hope, and opportunities. A just and lasting peace is the only path to ending this conflict, once and for all. A peace that will ensure a viable and independent Palestinian state based on the 1967 lines with East Jerusalem as its capital. It is therefore important to renew the commitments to the UN Charter to ensure no double standards in adhering to international law as well as to international humanitarian law. We must strive to revitalize and strengthen the work of the General Assembly and focus on reforming the Security Council in a way that reflects the realities of today's work and its role in promoting international peace and security in a way that ensure effectiveness and the ability of these bodies to fulfill their mandate. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the summit is our chance to get back on track. To deliver on it, we need to stay united. Jordan looks forward to being part of these collective efforts to achieve the desired goals. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency, Minister of Planning and International Cooperation of Jordan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Marin Sangyampongsa, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, humanity today stands at the inflection point, which is mainly of our own making. Advances in technologies and innovations have brought the world closer together. Yet misinformations and disinformations have pushed us further apart. The world economies and global wealth are expanding, yet inequalities and injustice persist. Threats to peace and to the environment are present everywhere, but so too are ideas to address them. This Summit of the Future, Mr. President, offers us the hope to steer our course towards a better future. With this summit, we are presented with the opportunities to forge not just the future we want, but the future that humanity needs. What kind of future am I talking about? First is a future where all can be protected. And that protection starts with heeding the call in the Pact of the Future for a fundamental shift in the way we approach growth. Thailand's sufficiency economy philosophy, our locally driven people-centered and planet-centric development approach, prioritize the sustainable use of our planet's resources and teaches us to live harmoniously and in balance with nature, because without sustainability, there is no future. However, sustainable development can never be realized in the midst of discriminations and division, or through the ravages of conflict. Towards this end, Thailand is fully committed to the reform of the United Nations, including Security Council, so that the UN can truly represent the interests of all countries, and the Council will be more effective in maintaining international peace and security. We also need to overcome the challenges of illicit drugs and transnational crimes, including cybercrime. We will work with all partners to enhance the United Nations' role and as an actor of peace and sustainability that takes into account the interests of the developing countries. Second is the future where all can prosper. At the heart of prosperity is equitable access to resources, quality education, health care, and employment opportunities must be readily available to all. This also includes bridging the gender gap and the digital divide to ensure that technologies contribute to inclusive prosperity. Therefore, Thailand supports the Global Digital Compact's call to bridge the science, technologies, and innovation gap between and within the countries. Further, Thailand recognizes that human rights is the foundation to build a prosperous future for all. It is for these reasons that we have presented our candidature for the United Nations Human Rights Council for the terms 2025 to 2027. We are committed to ensuring that everyone has equal access to fundamental they need to prosper and enhance their livelihood. As we look towards the future, we must ensure that no one and no country is left behind. Third is the future that is promising for all. This begins with the recognizing the role of youth, the true bearers of change. We must prioritize their engagement, empower their voices, and invest in their potential. With this in mind, Thailand is proud to have youth delegates joining our national delegations to UNGA so that they can actively participate in shaping the future they envision.
I thank Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sergei Khomenko, Deputy Chairman of the Council of the Republic of the National Assembly of the Republic of Belarus.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Belarus welcomes the SG's initiative, the initiative being to convene a summit of the future. We believe this event is an opportunity to revive multilateral cooperation at a time of mounting contradictions in global politics. Indeed, the world is being held hostage by the egotistical approaches adopted by Western countries. They are underpinned by their desire to secure their own interests at the expense of the interests of other countries. It's necessary to stop this trend in its tracks and pull the world back from the brink. This is only possible if there's political will. We call on all states to exhibit such political will and to kickstart a global dialogue on security following the spirit of San Francisco. This is an idea that the President of the Republic of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, put forward 7 years ago already. The objective of such a dialogue would be to craft common constructive bases for the building of a new, fair, multipolar world order. As the head of my country said in his message to the Secretary General of the United Nations, and here I quote, "We believe that the value of the Summit of the Future lies in the fact that it's an opportunity, yet another opportunity, to agree on action in all areas where this is possible," end of quote. We're convinced that even in these testing times, United Nations member states can and should work to effectively address challenges and threats we all face. We hope that the Summit of the Future will give additional impetus in this direction, especially in those areas which it directly relates to. Furthermore, such impetus is all the more necessary given the paltry global sustainable development goal implementation results so far. On this note, I'd like to say about the work underway in my country on this front. On the whole, Belarus has achieved notable successes. Our achievements hinge on two factors. First, Belarus is genuinely committed to sustainable development. As a consequence, we're working in a concerted fashion to uphold our international obligations. Second, we've built a strong, people-centered state, which is implementing effective policies that are human-centric. We have a state that works for the people in the name of humanity. Our successes have been confirmed by international ratings. The Republic of Belarus has been making steady progress on SDG implementation at the level of 80%. And in fact, we're ranked 30th in the world on SDG achievement. According to UNDP reports, the Republic of Belarus remains firmly in the High Human Development Index category. In June, we held the second National Forum on Sustainable Development, where we took stock of what's been done so far and agreed on additional steps to accelerate SDG achievement. The outcome of the forum is an official document of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly, and I invite all those interested to read that document. Distinguished summit participants, Belarus is unswervingly moving forward, and this despite serious obstacles that are being erected by Western countries via the imposition of unprecedented sanctions. There can be no doubt about it. Sanctions are one of the most serious barriers to sustainable development on our planet. Sanctions violate the UN Charter. Sanctions thwart food security and environmental security, especially in the least developed countries. Sanctions restrict access to financial markets and goods markets, as well as transport infrastructures. Sanctions are a dead-end street. Last but not least, sanctions simply are at odds with common sense. Given our planet's growing interdependence, sanctions have global negative effects. They impact all of us, including those countries which impose sanctions. One of the most important outcomes of the summit should be the following conclusion. A civilized future is wholly incompatible with illegal sanctions. Another key aspect I wanted to touch upon is that some states are spending billions buying and supplying weapons in order to ignite conflicts. Wouldn't these funds be better spent to eradicating poverty and hunger, on achieving the SDGs, especially in those countries which acutely need assistance? After all, the interpreter apologizes. The speaker's microphone has been cut off.
I give the floor. I thank the Deputy Chairman of the Council of the Republic of National Assembly of Republic Belarus. I now give the floor to His Excellency Osman Saleh Mohammed, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Eritrea.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, at the onset, allow me to express our appreciation to the co-facilitators of the Pact of the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations at this summit. I also extend my gratitude to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for convening this crucial summit of the future. In an increasingly interconnected world, no nation can stand alone in the face of the shared challenges. This gathering is a testament of our collective commitment to addressing the profound challenges facing our world today, and to shaping a future that is just, sustainable, and inclusive for all. We must work together, guided by the principles of mutual respect, equity, and international cooperation. The United Nations remains the primary forum for such collaboration, where every nation, regardless of size or power, has an equal voice. The respect for national sovereignty and the right to self-determination are fundamental principles that must underpin our international order. It is the prerogative of all nations to pursue their own development paths, free from external interference and unilateral coercive economic measures. True partnership should be rooted in equality and respect, not in dominance and imposition. Eritrea reaffirms its unwavering support for genuine multilateralism and intergovernmental processes as the cornerstone of our global governance system. Mr. President, it cannot be emphasized enough that the importance of peace and security as prerequisites for sustainable development. At the global, regional, and sub-regional levels, we are witnessing firsthand the devastating impacts of conflicts and instabilities. The international community should resort to peaceful resolution, prioritizing diplomacy over force. To collectively address the global challenges, the international governance institutions must be referred to be more inclusive, representative, and accountable. This includes reforming the Security Council, democratizing international financial institutions, and ensuring that the voices of developing countries are heard and respected. We are utterly dismayed that the efforts of the member states, especially countries from the global world south, were not able to have a strong language on the much-needed reform of the current international financial architecture. In the age of digital transformation, the potential of technology to drive progress and innovation is immense. However, we must also be vigilant against its misuse and abuse for malicious purposes. An international legal framework must be put in place to ensure technology serves humanity and is shared equitably and to protect against threats of cybercrime. Mr. President, Eritrea is strongly committed to the principles of sustainable development and to combating the existential threats posed by climate change. As a country on the front line of climate impacts, we understand the urgent need for action and we call for enhanced global solidarity, particularly in supporting vulnerable nations through
Thank the Speaker. As soon as the microphone is cut off, I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Eritrea. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Penny Wong, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Australia.
"79 years ago, we established the United Nations, agreeing on a vision to protect all of the world's peoples and the sovereignty of all nations. A vision for a world where no country dominates and no country is dominated. Yet these ideals endure more in promise than in practice. Our shared challenges are only getting bigger, but trust that this UN system can deliver for everyone continues to decline. As our challenges evolve, the UN has not evolved with them. The Pact for the Future is a sign of what we can still achieve together, but our inability to agree on so many issues prevents us from addressing today's challenges. We need to reform the UN system, but reform cannot become a means for disruptors to undermine elements of the United Nations that protect us all. It must be about meeting the needs of all countries, including small and medium countries, rather than increasing the power of a few. We need a reformed UN Security Council that includes representation from Africa, Latin America, and the Asia Pacific, and where small states see their interests reflected and voices heard. We need stronger peace building and conflict prevention architecture, and we need to strengthen resolve to achieve peace in Ukraine, Gaza, and Sudan. Friends, last month we marked the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions, a reminder of a time when the international community agreed rules to limit human suffering in conflict. We are falling short of that commitment, with 2024 shaping up to be the deadliest year on record for humanitarian personnel. Australia has listened to humanitarian leaders' calls for greater protection of aid workers, and we are taking action. This week we are convening ministers and humanitarian leaders to begin work on a new declaration for the protection of humanitarian personnel. Just as we are listening to our friends in the developing world, and we are taking action. With just over 5 years to 2030, we are falling behind collectively on the SDGs, over a third of them stalled or regressing, climate change upending development gains and finance targets not being met. Australia has listened to calls from Pacific Island nations for breakthroughs on climate change, and together we have taken action. Australia and Tuvalu's Whakapili Union is the first time two nations have recognised in a legally binding treaty continuing statehood and sovereignty, notwithstanding the impacts of climate change-related sea level rise. Australia has listened to calls to advance the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index and the Bridgetown Initiative, and we have taken action. We will offer climate-resilient debt clauses in our sovereign loans by the end of 2025 to help developing countries build economic resilience in the face of climate change and other shocks, resist coercion and focus on delivering for their citizens. Australia has listened to calls for smarter and greater financing, and we have taken action. This year, we have committed $492 million to the Asian Development Fund replenishment round, working with Japan to unlock a record $5 billion in new assistance over the next decade to the region's most vulnerable countries. Australia has listened to calls to lessen the digital divide, and we have taken action. We are building sustainable south-south connectivity via submarine cables across the Pacific and Timor-Leste. So in this and in many other ways, Australia is working to deliver on the pact for the future. And we will continue to act because the United Nations cannot reform itself. This is a job for all of us, collectively as member states. It is up to us, our summit, our United Nations, our future. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Australia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ahmed Attaf, Minister for Foreign Affairs and the National Community Abroad of Algeria.
Shukran.
Thank you. Algeria would like to extend its gratitude for the holding of the summit. We'd like to applaud the very positive momentum that's been built up around this valuable initiative put forward by the United Nations Secretary General. This momentum is synonymous with hope. Hope that the United Nations organization will take charge and shoulder its responsibility as an inclusive forum for achieving consensus, bringing together member states to confront various challenges. Indeed, the international community today, more than ever, needs to wake up in order to take stock of the challenges we face. The international community, our community, needs to rise up more than ever and right now to confront the various dangers lurking all over the world. I'm referring to, for instance, crises and wars which are getting worse and growing in number day by day. I'm also referring to development gaps which are only getting deeper. Moreover, there's climate change and environmental dangers which have reached unprecedented levels. On this note, Algeria would like to welcome the qualitative outcomes of this summit. We are committed to contributing to the implementation of the conclusions we've reached. Furthermore, my country believes that a serious process must be begun so as to strike the necessary balance in international relations across all of its dimensions: political, economic, and social. The current imbalance is a source of very serious tension, upheaval, all of which are thwarting international relations, especially as regards the marginalization of developing countries, notably African countries, and in the Security Council in particular, but also in various international financial and monetary institutions and international institutions generally speaking. We stand convinced that the United Nations organization is absolutely vital. It cannot be replaced. Nonetheless, at the same time, we believe that the organization requires reform. Reform that would ensure continuity, but also that the organization adapts to rise up to the challenges and requirements of this era. Such a reform would restore the organization to its vital role as the beating heart of international diplomacy and multilateral action. We need a reform that would allow the UN to respond to the aspirations of current and future generations, and to do so equitably and wholly. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the national community abroad of Algeria. I now give the floor to His Excellency Bakhtiyor Saidov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Uzbekistan.
Dear Madam President, honorable heads of delegations, colleagues. First of all, allow me to extend our deepest gratitude to the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for organizing this pivotal summit. This forum is both timely and extremely important. Our world stands at a critical juncture marked by global instability and uncertainty. In such a defining moment, we must reflect on the legacy that we will leave for future generations. To effectively address the challenges before us, we must reform global governance system and enhance multilateral institutions. We firmly believe that the United Nations, which has no alternative in the world, must remain the central organization in addressing the global challenges. Uzbekistan fully supports the Pact for the Future. We committed to implementing its principles in collaboration with our partners. Under the leadership of the President of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, we are consistently implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. Uzbekistan has made substantial progress in reducing poverty, promoting gender equality, and advancing climate resilience. We are determined to double our GDP by 2030 and achieve upper middle income status. Stability and openness are the hallmarks of modern Central Asia. Today, our region faces significant challenges affecting our stability and development. Digital technologies are shaping our future. We must not allow the digital transition to become a new source of global inequality. Uzbekistan fully supports the UN Secretary General's initiative for an annual digital cooperation forum and the establishment of high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence. Climate change demands urgent and collective action. Central Asia has long faced the impacts of global warming caused by water scarcity, environmental degradation, and loss of biodiversity. The RLC disaster continues to have a significant impact on the ecosystems of all states in the region. Uzbekistan is undertaking substantial measures to enhance environmental sustainability. In 2025, we plan to organize a climate forum in Samarkand and invite everyone to actively participate in this event. We have made tangible progress in advancing gender equality, protecting the rights and interests of women. Uzbekistan is among the top 5 countries that have achieved the greatest success in implementing reforms in this field. Youth is the foundation of our shared future. Human development is a key focus of our strategy for building a new Uzbekistan. Our country, among the top 10 states in implementing the UN Youth Strategy 2030. We will continue to prioritize youth development in alignment with the UN strategy. The development of transport corridors is a crucial step toward accessing the global markets. Central Asia is once again becoming a key transportation hub between East and West. Together with our partners, we are creating modern transportation routes and implementing projects to access global markets. One of the key projects is the construction of the Trans-Afghan Railway, which will provide access to international ports and is significant in the region's economic development. Lastly, Afghanistan remains a critical concern. This country is as an integral part of Central Asia. Uzbekistan is engaged in pragmatic efforts to support Afghanistan's recovery and development. We emphasize the UN's crucial role in coordinating international approach to this issue. Dear summit participants, the summit of the future is taking place at a time of profound changes. Uzbekistan is committed to active multilateral engagement and supporting the central role of the UN in achieving our common goals. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Uzbekistan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Peter Szijjártó, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary.
Madam Ambassador, dear colleagues, Your Excellencies, I regret to start with the fact that since the conclusion of the Second World War, the security situation of the world is now the most deteriorating. Threat of terror has been increasing. Illegal migratory flows are putting a huge challenge to many countries. And there are wars or armed conflicts going on in more than 30 places of the world. In order to be able to tackle these extremely serious challenges, we need to change international politics fundamentally. What would be the fundamental change? International politics should come back to the basis of mutual respect, and dialogue should be the major tool. Nowadays, unfortunately, if you represent a position out of the mainstream, you are immediately stigmatized. If you stand up for your national interest, if you express a sovereign opportunity, you are immediately accused and attacked, either politically, legally, or sometimes even physically, as it has been experienced in this very country or in our neighbor, Slovakia. The saddest thing is that international liberal mainstream made the word peace as a cuss word, at least in Europe. European politicians usually argue in favor of diplomacy and peaceful solutions of certain wars if they are far away of Europe. But nowadays, unfortunately, a war is going on in Europe, and those who argue in favor of peace are immediately stigmatized, attacked, and criticized. If it continues as it has been going on, future will be really sad, as there are two sad scenarios ahead of us. The risk of the outbreak of the Third World War is becoming more and more serious, or the world is heading towards an age where the world's gonna be divided into blocks again. And myself, coming from Hungary, from Central Europe, a region which has suffered a lot under the age when the world was divided into blocks. We lost 4 decades of our lives at that time. And I do believe it's not a wonder after this that we don't want this age, the age of the world being divided into blocks, to come back. We want that the next decades would be characterized by connectivity and fair international cooperation. Because unlike the world divided into blocks, when the age was about connectivity, we had really great experience. When it was even realistic to speak about the chance of a Eurasian cooperation from Lisbon to Vladivostok, if these times could come back, I think the whole world would take a lot of profit out of it. And I do believe Madam Ambassador, dear colleagues, that the United Nations should play a huge role to this direction. Because I'd like to remind all of you, United Nations was not established to be a group of like-minded countries. United Nations was established as a platform where everyone can talk to everyone about everything. And I do believe that United Nations should gain back this function of it. Because my question is, where should we speak about peace if not here? Where should countries talk to each other who are in a hostile situation with each other if not here? What would be the other platform? What would be the other venue? Therefore, we don't accept any kind of restrictions with whom to meet, with whom not to meet, and which topic to be discussed or which topic to not to be discussed. Madam Ambassador, we Hungarians are a Central European peace-loving nation. And what I can promise to you is the following, that we Hungarians will do our best to make the next period, to make the future as a period, as an age of peace, where international cooperation is fair and peaceful, where the word peace is not a cuss word, and where no one should be stigmatized who stands up for peace. Thank you so much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Trade and Hungary. I now give the floor to His Excellency Rafaela Vitafika Rassata, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Madagascar.
Excellences, Mesdames,
Excellencies, heads of state and government, heads of delegation, Madam Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen. For me, it's a great honour to take the floor before you on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, and to extend to you his most heartfelt regards. It's also a real point of pride for the whole of the Malagasy nation, and in particular for all of the young people of Madagascar, to contribute to building our common future. While we are blazing the trail of our future actions, I wish to welcome the effective and able leadership of the co-facilitators, Namibia and Germany, in the negotiations that led to the adoption of the Pact for the Future and its two annexes, the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations. Madagascar aligns its voice with the statement made by the representative of the G77 and by the representative of the African Group. Madam Ambassador, Madagascar is a young country. 2/3 of our population, that is 70.6% of our population, is under the age of 30. In Madagascar, our youth is aware of the responsibilities that weigh upon them and of the challenges that they face. We also firmly believe in our ability to bring solutions. This year, to mark the participation of youth in this historic summit, we have launched a vast campaign called Let Us Give the Voice to the Future in all regions of our country to make sure that we hear from the young people of Madagascar. Our young people have shared their vision to define their priorities, and through the Youth Declaration they are calling for the inclusion of youth in public policy so that their aspirations for the future are taken into account, the valuing of their skills by promoting entrepreneurship and job creation, and participation in decision-making processes and involvement in high-level bodies. Excellencies, Madam Ambassador, we are all here for a reason, that is to find solutions for today and for tomorrow. Climate change, inequalities, armed conflicts, pandemics, all of these crises require collective action, courageous action for all of us leaving nobody behind. It's distressing to see that 6 years from 2030, only 10% of these goals, these Sustainable Development Goals, have been reached. If we do have an ambition to leave a better world to our descendants, let us dare to take the right measures. Let us respect our commitments and let us act to accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. President, Madagascar knows what vulnerability is. Every day we experience the impact of climate change. Nevertheless, we are not losing hope. We believe and we have faith in the strength of international cooperation. This Summit of the Future is the opportunity to reinvent our collective approach. We have the responsibility and the duty to rethink multilateralism. It needs to be more inclusive, more equitable, and more dynamic, so that the needs of vulnerable countries, developing island countries, are borne in mind. Today, more than ever, we must respect the commitments that we've made, in particular the Paris Agreement for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, or the Declaration on Climate, Children and Youth to invest in peace, in sustainable development and in justice. Excellencies, Madagascar is advocating for international cooperation focused on inclusive actions, a multilateral system that is more fair and more representatives that takes account of the interests of future generations. His Excellency, the President of the Republic, André Radje, likes to say that Africa is not a problem. Africa is the solution, and the solutions that we want to bring in to deal with current challenges must be engaged in with Africa and with Africa's youth. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Madagascar. I now give the floor to His Excellency Justin Tkachenko, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Papua New Guinea.
Madam President, Excellencies, all protocols observed. Madam President, we welcome and strongly support the landmark Pact for the Future and its accompanying Global Digital Pact and Declaration on Future Generations adopted yesterday in the General Assembly. This pact is complementary to Papua New Guinea's own Vision 2050, where we want to see a middle-income country that is peaceful, prosperous and caring. It also underscores the multilateralism under the United Nations and is crucially important for all humanity. This deserves our strongest support going forward. As leaders of our peoples in countries, we now need real and genuine action to translate the Pact for the Future and its accompanying outcome documents to benefit in an inclusive, fair and just way for all of us. We do not need rhetoric statements that undermine privileges and lackluster progress for the Sustainable Development Goals at just 17% seen globally, including in my own country, which demands that we all must do better. Despite notable strides in recent years in areas such as health, education, infrastructure, agriculture, governance, justice, peace and security, Papua New Guinea recognises that we can do better in delivery on these SDGs, and we are working hard on it. Improving national leadership, broad-based and inclusive people-centred development approach with better national coordination and coherence, strong governance, supported by effective implementation of our national development priorities and roadmaps known as the Middle-Term Development Plan, is a step in the right direction in improving our people's livelihoods going forward. We need a global financial architecture that puts people's lives and livelihoods first over profit or self-interest. We remain serious and we're concerned that the climate finance we need is not happening at the speed and scale in some cases. Like in our own country, there is hardly a trickle. We need better support on this front from multilateral systems established for it. My government is now embarking on industrialisation through downstream processing of our natural resources to value add, benefit fairly from our national assets. We therefore welcome bona fide development partnership that is not detrimental but rather aligned with our national development priorities. This includes efforts to bridge the digital divide between and within countries where sharing of technology and knowledge and technical capacity in building and supporting and fostering nation development whilst preventing its misuse and abuse is also desired. This is why we are investing heavily in our ITC sector, therefore supporting of our global digital compact. Madam President, the Pact for the Future emphasises on the importance of peace and security at all levels to do better, safeguard humanity in the right decision, especially in a world that is under serious threat from other conflicts and tensions that abound. We must rally together for peace and security to enable us to deliver on the promise of our SDGs and the Pact for the Future. On our part, Papua New Guinea has as the highest priority peace and security for our development agenda. We recognise that without peace and security, there is no sustainable development. That is why we are committed to the Pact for the Future, and I thank you, Madam President, Bamahuta, ML, and thank you, True.
Papua New Guinea. I now give the floor to His Excellency Frederic Makamure Shava, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Trade of Zimbabwe.
Madam President, Excellencies, and all protocols observed, I commend the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his visionary leadership in initiating the Summit of the Future. I also commend the Presidents of the General Assembly, the Republic of Namibia, and the Federal Republic of Germany for providing leadership in the drafting of the Pact of the Future. The theme of the summit is both relevant and timely. The Summit of the Future is an opportunity for us to discuss the old, the new, and emerging challenges facing the world and to renew our commitment to multilateralism. As we navigate these challenging times, effective global cooperation is imperative if we are to attain sustainable peace and inclusive socio-economic development. Madam President, the 2030 Agenda, the Paris Agreement, including the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, clearly focus on the what in terms of the goal setting, our commitments. Now it is time for us to focus on the how. We can all effectively work together to meet those commitments and tackle the most pressing issues while preparing for a more resilient future that leaves no one and no place behind. Rallying behind the reform of the global governance systems, including global financial institutions and the United Nations Security Council, is a fundamental starting point. It is reformed institutions that are fit for contemporary challenging times that that will assist as developing countries to meet our common goals. It is equally imperative that developed countries provide a comprehensive package of support for developing countries to enable them to transition to greater economies. This must include financial resources, technology transfer, capacity building initiatives. Excellencies, given the current geopolitical contestations and increasing conflicts, it is imperative that the role and capacity of the United Nations in preventive diplomacy and conflict resolution be strengthened. The need to include women and youths in the peace and security agenda cannot be overemphasized. Zimbabwe therefore supports the new agenda for peace as proposed by the United Nations Secretary General and stands ready to play its part in this regard. Madam President, the need for political will is paramount if the implementation of the outcomes of this summit are to be actualized. It will be critically important to focus on vulnerable countries, least developed countries, landlocked developing countries like Zimbabwe, and small island developing states, in line with the cardinal principle of leaving no one and no country behind. Success should be measured in terms of the extent to which any interventions reach those in hard-to-reach areas and who are furthest behind. Madam President, Zimbabwe is relatively youthful as a nation, with more than 65% of our population below the age of 35. This presents opportunities for economic growth through harnessing the innovations and innovativeness and zeal of our youths. Our policies and programs have been designed and redesigned and strengthened to ensure that young people are key drivers of our social and economic transformation agenda. This includes the establishment of innovation centers at all institutions of higher education, underpinned by a number of new heritage-based approach to education 5.0. This approach is enjoying growing success, inculcating a sense of self.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Trade of Zimbabwe. I now give the floor to His Excellency Tuhit Hossain, Advisor for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Interim Government of Bangladesh.
Madam President, Excellencies, I applaud Secretary General Guterres for convening this historic summit. Gathering a most diverse actors and stakeholders to reflect on collective actions is indeed a triumph of multilateralism. Excellencies, envisioning future is exciting yet challenging. In an intensely connected and instantaneous world we live in, future is fraught with too many unknowns, unknowables, and uncertainties. As we speak of securing our common future, we have to be ready to make inconvenient choices, difficult trade-offs, and critically question the decisions we take. The world acknowledged all such in adopting the Agenda 2030, as we pledged to create a secure and sustainable future for our descendants based on shared responsibility. Nearly a decade since the Agenda 2030 being in place, we note social and economic inequalities across communities are rising. Poverty and hunger persists, yet we focus more on output than outcome. Humanity is endowed with so much of resources, knowledge, and technology, yet vast majority of population still lack capacity to cope and progress. While wealth abounds to finance almost all the global needs, even though developing countries are ready to pay for the solutions, we see very little money moves to critical developmental issues such as climate adaptation, securing future of water for farmers, etc. Excellencies, 2 months back, a remarkable people's movement in Bangladesh starkly reminded how 170 million people value their aspiration for freedom, dignity, justice, and equality over sheer growth numbers. Drawing on the past 5 decades' global discourse and development, we may need to truly value the values to secure our future. Understanding empathy for people and nature alike, placing harmony and stability beyond peace and conflict only, balancing ecology and economy, weighing well-being over profits, rediscovering responsibility. What is key to me is to rediscover learning beyond skewed remit of education only. We need to blend content with values that spark creativity. We also need to democratize digital technology tools, applications, and innovations beyond profit. Else, many risk to be left out in a vast, evolving world of work. I see how people in deserts, islands, or coasts without literacy or numeracy can turn their circumstances around. They ask for modest support. Let us indicate how we can shape and reach solutions to those billions on the fringe. At the same time, the wealth of traditional practices and heritage across communities merit to be blended with contemporary knowledge. In all, let us liberate the potential latent in entrepreneurship of individuals and enterprises across the developing world, where so much still revolves in informal economy. Excellencies, diversity of nations presented different perspectives that enriched the Declaration on Future Generations and the Digital Compact. The guiding principles, elements, and suggestive actions surely sow the seed for a shared global undertaking beyond 2030. Bangladesh stands ready to contribute her bit beyond this summit. I thank you all.
Thank the advisor for the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the interim government of Bangladesh. I now give the floor to His Excellency Frederick Mitchell, Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Public Service of Bahamas.
And as we look around today, there are wars and rumors of war. Some countries have marched into other countries and claimed the space as their own, simply because their troops are standing all over the land. We all ascribe to the UN Charter on territorial integrity, but the goal, though laudable, has fallen short. Ask the people from Ukraine to Gaza to Cyprus to Sudan if they believe the international system as it is values the Charter and the beliefs described therein. Ask Haiti. At one time, and to some extent today, people invaded or discovered other peoples and nations and claimed them in the name of the Lord. They then decimated the people that they met on the land and divided up the spoils. That was the founding principle that allowed the millions of African slaves to be transported across the seas as cargo and chattel to the small islands, displacing local populations. And that's how my fellow Bahamians and I got to be in the place called the Bahamas. We've made it thus far by faith. So Carl Sagan, the American astronomer, has a widespread video that shows the Earth in far relief from outer space. It is a blue dot, and he describes that we are, as far as we know, all alone on that blue dot in the loneliness of space. And from that standpoint, where there are no boundaries that can be seen, he argues compellingly that that is why we have to work together to resolve the issues of our survival. It is still all we have. Neil deGrasse Tyson argues that the one thing about science is that whether you believe it or not, it's true. I refer again to the immutable truth: Earth is all we have, and we are all in this together, for good or ill. The age of discovery that wrought the systems that we have today is still at work. Countries are now reaching out into the void of space and seeking to carve up in national names the resources of that void. This is what appears as we land on Mars and on the Moon. We argue and we give lip service to the creed that it belongs to all mankind, but the doctrine of "I got there first, so it's mine" still applies as far as we, the smaller countries who have not gotten there, can see. If we scale back then to the immutable logic of what that means, it means that we who do not have the resources are expendable, and power is the only fact. I said yesterday to one of the world's leaders that every time the Caribbean region tries to use the provisions of the market to save ourselves, the response from the powerful is to use their laws and other forms of coercion to ensure that our innovations in the market do not succeed. They often use the moral principle that they are preventing money laundering or tax evasion or some other invented evil. But morality works both ways. When actions result in penury, poverty, and displacement, and you're unable, after all the blandishments and niceties and fora such as these, to get any world leader on the phone, and you realize we're in trouble. Shakespeare wrote the words, "Help me, Cassius, ere I sink." The nations of the Pacific are facing the existential threat of climate change. Those who are responsible have not stepped up to the plate as they should have, with money and material. And the same can be said for the Caribbean. The commitments have been observed more in the breach than in fulfillment. 51 years ago, on the 18th of September 1973, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas raised its flag here at this body. Our then Prime Minister, Lyndon Pindling, committed our country to the Charter and its provisions. We accepted and believe today, under the present Prime Minister, Philip Davis, that we have no choice but to believe and subscribe and support the Charter and to commit ourselves today to global governance. We believe and recommit ourselves to the shared nature of the resources of the earth. We superintend 100,000 square miles of water. We superintend 4,000 square miles of land. We're about 400,000 people. This is not even the size of a small village in India. We fight, though, for the right to exist in the land that we now occupy and govern. We're tenacious about it. We pay tribute to the people who were there before us, and we fight to establish a viable economy that can survive on the moral principles that have founded that many nations talk and talk but don't walk the walk. So, I end here with a recommitment to this body to the pact for the future, so we have no choice. I ask delegates to forgive the circumlocution, but it is what it is. We are confident that humans have a soul, a right to exist, a God-given right to all the resources of the earth, sea, and sky, all humanity, not some. There must be a guiding moral and ethical principle to underline all that we do and say going forward to 2030 and beyond. That is why we say today, now more than ever, we need the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Public Service of Bahamas. I now give the floor to His Excellency Hakan Fidan, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Turkey.
Distinguished heads of state and government, esteemed representatives, Madam President. Both the international community and the United Nations are going through a historical test. Our ability to produce solutions to crises and conflicts is declining, while the injustices in the income distribution are deepening. Global inequality and injustice prepare the ground for extremism and failing states. Hatred against Islam and xenophobia, in their turn, gain strength on this fertile ground. The imbalances are constantly growing, be it in nature, economy, income distribution, as well as social and political spheres. Unfortunately, the United Nations cannot display the leadership that it should in the face of ever-growing threats against humanity. Today, we need an effective structure that will produce common solutions to our global problems, that will uphold hope against despair, prosperity against poverty, justice against injustice, and peace against violence. We need a more just, inclusive, and effective multilateral model. A comprehensive reform is needed in the United Nations, especially in the Security Council. In fact, the world is bigger than 5. We need to democratize the decision-making procedure at the UN. The resolutions that are adopted with an overwhelming majority at the General Assembly cannot be implemented because of the Security Council. International peace and security cannot be left to the will of a privileged clique consisting of a limited number of countries. We also need efficient tools and mechanisms to promote dialogue in the face of increasing polarization. In addition, the reform of the international financial architecture is also a must. This is the only way to achieve the sustainable development goals. To pursue these objectives, we will continue to work and voice our views on every platform. Dear colleagues, at the same time, we are looking for ways to adapt new technologies, especially digitalization and artificial intelligence. In this context, we welcome the adoption of the Global Digital Compact, which is one of the fundamental components of the Pact for the Future. We expect the international community to increase its support to the United Nations Technology Bank, hosted by Turkey, in its critical task of closing the digital gap between developed countries and the least developed countries. The success of today's summit is a test that will reaffirm our determination to rebuild trust in the multilateral system. The Pact for the Future will shape our joint commitments towards a common world vision. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the stakeholders who have contributed to the process. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Turkey. I now give the floor to His Excellency Nicolas Albertoni, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uruguay.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. This summit is taking place in the midst of very uncertain times that often prevent us from seeing the magnitude and the urgency of the global problems that we need to address. We must often put urgent things above important things, and that's why my country highly values the agreement that we've struck. It's a symbol of the collective desire to be the masters of the changes that our society needs today. Therefore, in this pact, we are seeing a north, but also a south, putting once again on the horizon what's truly important. This type of joint progress enables us to imagine a bolstered multilateralism, renewed international cooperation that, despite facing huge challenges, gives us the possibility of telling the world we have been able to strike a pact for the future together. Uruguay comes to this summit having been committed to the agenda that we've agreed on today for many years, and in 2021. Since 2021, we've had a bicameral Commission for the Future, and the UN system in Uruguay, alongside the Uruguayan government, between 2022 and 2024, organised dialogues for the future, seeking to empower this agenda with a futurist perspective. This pact has also been motivated by focusing on climate change, because we need to improve the perspectives of future generations. It's essential to ramp up cooperation and commitments on climate change. And in this regard, I must refer to the fact that although our greenhouse gas emissions are minimal on a global level, we have completed an energy transition with 90% of our energy from renewable sources. Now we are focusing on a second transition, enabling us to achieve electric mobility. However, like so many developing countries, my country needs us to comply with the commitments made in terms of climate financing, with the framework of common but differentiated responsibilities. Furthermore, we are calling for innovation in finance mechanisms that incentivise compliance with social indicators, environmental and governance ones. We are only 6 years from 2030. This is the deadline that we established for the SDGs, and something that they constantly remind us of is that sustainable development is essentially multidimensional. That's why we applaud the fact that this pact establishes a process to measure development beyond GDP. That's something that we've been calling for a long time, in order to avoid us punishing those that are making a lot of effort to do things well. President, just like the Secretary General has said, we cannot build a future for our grandchildren with a system that was designed by our grandparents. That's why in Uruguay we are working to guarantee access to better education, health and employment opportunities for future generations. In this regard, I wish to underscore that Uruguay recently delivered an education transformation that will empower our education for the future. We also enacted a law for social security based on intergenerational solidarity that will not only enable the system to be sustainable on the long term, but it will also provide employment and entrepreneurship, formal entrepreneurship opportunities, and will ensure a future for today's and future generations. And talking about future generations, please allow me to applaud the creation of a UN Youth Office. And at the head of the mission, we have our compatriot Felipe Paulier, searching for better participation of youth in decision-making. We must be clear that the current situation is alarming. We have so many people displaced by humanitarian emergencies, conflict, armed violence. There should be no doubt that on this pact we have made a great step forward in terms of multilateralism. However, now our energies should be focused on ensuring that the commitments made do not just become good intentions. Be aware that Uruguay has always been an ally when it comes to looking to the future, because our country doesn't understand the future as something that we should wait for, but rather something that we should actively build together. Thank you very much.
I thank the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uruguay. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sergei Vershinin, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Distinguished colleagues, today's world is confronted with unprecedented challenges which require collective decisions. That's why, when the UN Secretary General proposed convening a summit of the future, his proposal was elicited with a strong response from the organization and garnered Russia's support as well. We shouldn't forget that states' unity in combating fascism and the desire to cooperate in good faith to address global problems resulted in the establishment of the UN. Without political will, it's impossible to achieve consensus, and it's certainly not possible to restore peace, ensure indivisible security, and achieve the development goals. In a word, the foundation of the effectiveness and credibility of the UN is genuine multilateralism. As a founding member of the UN and a responsible member of the international community, the Russian Federation attaches particular importance to strengthening the system of international cooperation. We believe that the UN should play a central coordinating role in our multipolar world, aligning member states' positions in the search of collective answers to global challenges. Guided by this stance, Russia has taken a most active part since the very beginning in crafting the Pact for the Future. We were not governed solely by our national interests. We also pursued the priorities of the global majority. Our delegation was unswervingly constructive in its approach and opened a dialogue in the interest of compromise. Despite this, the final version of the Pact and the annexes thereto still contains non-consensus and unacceptable elements. This does not foster the achievement of the stated goals of the summit and spells negative consequences for the very foundations of the UN. For this reason, Russia did not block the adoption of the Pact and joined the statement of the Group of Friends in Defense of the UN Charter voiced earlier. However, we'd like to dissociate ourselves from the consensus on the Pact and the Global Digital Compact, especially regarding the above. Specifically, we cannot support wording that aims to undermine the intergovernmental nature of the UN. What's also unacceptable is selective quoting of several principles of international law, such that in the document there's no mention made of the principle of non-interference in the domestic affairs of sovereign states, nor is there any mention of the principle of cooperation. We and a host of other countries, which also pursue a sovereign foreign policy, cannot support the strengthening of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, who is known for his bias and for condoning Western interests. We believe that expediting nuclear disarmament, given that the principle of equal and indivisible security is being ignored, is not realistic, if not destructive, in fact. The Global Digital Compact contains serious shortcomings. It covers attempts to put non-government entities and governments on an equal footing when taking decisions on the international technological agenda, as well as for the establishment of additional review bodies with unclear mandates. It goes without a doubt that the documents adopted at this summit contain some ideas reflecting the expectations of the global majority. These include the reform of the international financial architecture, expanding access to technologies and bridging the digital divide in the interests of the SDGs achievement. We welcome the Declaration on Future Generations, which is a shining example of the fact that it is possible to achieve consensus within the UN if the political will is there. Given this position, we'd like to underscore that the summit's outcome documents do not impose any obligations on the Russian Federation, obligations under provisions which did not achieve consensus. They cannot be reproduced in other UN documents automatically, since they require additional painstaking consideration as well as agreement thereon on the part of all UN member states with rigorous respect for these states' approaches and concerns. Thank you for your kind attention.
Of the Russian Federation, I now give the floor to Her Excellency Bahia El Hariri, Member of Parliament of Lebanon.
السيدة الرئيسة أصحاب
Madam President, Excellencies, I have the honour of making this statement on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Najib Mikati, head of the Lebanese government, during this plenary meeting of the Summit of the Future. He tasked me with giving you his excuses, his apologies for not attending here in person, given the urgent circumstances and the destruction facing the Lebanese people, including in their homes. Mr. Mikati is working with the government and government teams to deal with the aggression that we are victim to at all levels: diplomatic, humanitarian, health, security, and also in terms of people's livelihoods. We're seeing a wave of exodus and seeing residential areas being targeted following the massacre that killed more than 3,000 people in the port of Beirut, and we are seeing the destruction of large areas of agricultural land and residential buildings in the majority of the regions of Lebanon. This has damaged the economy of our country and threatened our social order, especially since several countries have asked their nationals to leave our country. The Summit of the Future is taking place at a time that is ever so sensitive. The whole of humanity urgently needs dialogue to call ourselves into question and to become aware of the dangers that are threatening international peace and security after the erosion of the international system, violence, lack of respect of values and conventions. In response to this, we require efforts to reinstate trust in this system. We, on behalf of the Lebanese government, welcome the efforts of the Secretary General and the United Nations to prepare this summit through the dialogues being addressed and the strategy and the approach to it in place since 2015. The 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, and the Addis Ababa Action Plan for Sustainable Development, the declaration made on the 75th anniversary of the United Nations in 2020, our common agenda in 2021, the statement by the Secretary General in 2022, the summit on the transformation of education, the fight against the spread of pandemics in 2023, the SDG summit. All of these measures should reinstate trust. The establishment of modern Lebanon in 2020. Since then, we have been participating in the League of Arab States since 1945, and we participated in the drafting of the United Nations Charter in 1945, and we participated in the founding conference for UNESCO in 1945 and the drafting of the International Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. In 1948, Lebanon hosted the third conference of UNESCO in Beirut. The preamble of the founding document of UNESCO states that since wars begin in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that the defences of peace must be constructed. This was a forum for freedom, for peace, for cultural diversity, for dialogue in the diversity of global culture, against violence, destruction, exile, exodus, hunger and disease. All of these things have a huge effect on the minds of future generations, and the causes of future wars are brewing currently in the spirits of the minds of different generations and with artificial intelligence, and future generations face all of these disasters, and in their minds all of these things are so clear. So re-examining these documents with each new generation directly requires re-evaluating the maturity of these delegations. Indeed, the current generation is evolving so quickly due to technological progress, while in the past we talked about a new generation every 10 years. The Lebanese Prime Minister, Mr. Mikati, is looking at levels of trust in Lebanese civil society and in scientific institutions and the youth, and we wish to underscore the importance of the Secretary General's position on debating the results of this exceptional summit with civil society and with youth organisations. We hope that the young people of the city of Beirut will be the first to discuss the results of this Summit of the Future and its pact and compact. They are so bitter from violence, war and conflict. The speaker's microphone has been cut off, say the interpreters.
I thank the Member of Parliament of Lebanon I now give the floor to His Excellency Karamoko Jean-Marie Traoré, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Regional Cooperation, and Burkina Faso abroad of Burkina Faso.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, Burkina Faso would like to applaud the considerable efforts undertaken by the co-facilitators in crafting the Pact for the Future, which we adopted unanimously. We will work towards its effective implementation as it opens a new era of hope. The pressing crisis of multilateralism resulting from the failures of the international system in confronting current challenges calls for us to take action. It also affords legitimacy to this summit. Unfortunately, the United Nations, which sits at the heart of multilateralism, is itself seeing dissent among its ranks and serious disagreements within the Security Council. The future is bright, and to build that bright future, we need rigorous, consistent international cooperation, with us shouldering our responsibilities and our obligations with the future generations front of mind. The following proposals are contributions which my delegation would like to make to this summit. First, for us, it's of utmost importance to monitor that there is strict compliance with the UN Charter to ensure that the use of force or the threat of the use of force becomes a thing of the past, as well as economic and political pressures, as well as the interference in the domestic affairs of states. We must promote transparency, justice, equity, and we can do this by moving forward with the reform of the Security Council. Second, security. It's vital for us to bolster the effectiveness and efficiency of peacekeeping operations, as well as the credibility of the United Nations organization when it comes to managing crises and conflicts. Third, it is important for development and health issues to remain front and center of our efforts, especially when it comes to implementation, bolstering capacity, technology transfer, as well as sufficient, predictable, and additional, as well as sustained funding for development. To this end, we need to strengthen multilateral efforts geared towards helping states manage debt distress. We need orderly, predictable, coordinated, transparent, and timely efforts on this front. The same interest should be placed in international financial architecture reform. This brings me to my fourth point. We must continue promoting our commitment to the empowerment of all girls and women across all areas. We must break down barriers to their access and their full, equal, and effective participation in the sciences, technology, and innovation. We shouldn't forget people who've fallen victim to war, including IDPs and refugees. In a similar vein, the youth of our planet should participate in decision-making at the global level. A standing assembly within the United Nations system would be an excellent idea. Next, given progress, digital progress, what we need is cooperation on digital matters which would pinpoint the principles, decisions that would uphold human rights. And to that end, we need an annual global dialogue on the governance of artificial intelligence under the auspices of the United Nations. This needs to be inclusive and green, as does international data governance. Next, our collective conscience is stirred by the threat of terrorism, which threatens to undermine the very foundations of our societies. We must stand in solidarity to combat this scourge. as well as take measures against states which support and fund terrorists, as is the case in the Sahel. It's incumbent upon us to translate into actions the Pact for the Future, so as to bolster multilateralism and meet the expectations of our people, and also to revive at last the hopes that they've pinned on our common organization. Thank you for your attention.
I thank Minister for Foreign Affairs, Regional Cooperation in Burkina Abroad of Burkina Faso. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sri Lanka.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Today, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are in peril. We know where we need to be and how we need to progress, but the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which is our blueprint, is in peril. It, however, appears that we are plagued with a lack of political will and the commitment to multilateralism. Madam President, we are gathered here today to commit to 56 multilateral solutions that address the needs of our people, both now and in generations to come. The Pact of the Future is our opportunity to demonstrate our shared resolve to chart this new course. During our deliberations, we have visited several key aspects that require urgent attention, including reforms to the international financial architecture, the debt restructuring, financing for development, international peace and security, science, technology and innovation, global governance, youth, and future generations. Madam President, Sri Lanka thanks Namibia and Germany, Zambia and Sweden, and the Netherlands and Jamaica for navigating the deliberations over the last 18 months towards the adoption of this pact. We are sensitive to the fact that all our aspirations may not be accommodated in this pact. Negotiations on the Pact for the Future highlighted the challenges of our multilateral system, which must fit for the present and the future, prioritizing people at the center of our actions over political and economic divisions. Madam President, as a developing country, Sri Lanka sees the considerable opportunities that we can seize through the Pact of the Future and its accompanying declarations, the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration for Future Generations. We will structure our national digital development strategies upon the commitment under the 5 objectives of the Global Digital Compact to augment the delivery of the SDGs. With this positive hope, let us highlight the issue that could have made this pact more inclusive and meaningful. Madam President, if we are to seek multilateral solutions for a better tomorrow, we recognize that all 3 pillars of the United Nations should be equally strengthened. Sri Lanka is concerned about the growing SDGs financing gap. We welcome the Secretary General's proposal for an SDG stimulus to mobilize resources and encourage developing nations to meet their official development assistance commitments. And having experienced a financial crisis ourselves, Sri Lanka calls for accelerated reform of the international financial architecture to be more efficient and more equitable to better respond to the challenges faced by developing countries. Madam President, we call for the United Nations, the Secretary General, the IATF on financing for development and member states to review the sovereign debt architecture and present reforms as we head to the 4th International Conference on FFTs next year. The evolving global security landscape, Madam President, calls for a sincere commitment, we believe, to the principles of the UN Charter and to the foundational objectives of this organization. The various threats to peace and security, whether on land, at sea, in the air, outer space, or cyberspace, should be addressed through efforts to restore trust, strengthen solidarity, and enhance cooperation in alignment with the recommendations of the new Agenda for Peace. As we aspire, therefore, to the implementation of the Pact of Enhancing Human Rights, we should honor the fact that all human rights are universal, indivisible, and independent. We cannot turn a blind eye to serious and gross violations of human rights in one part of the world, while we call for human rights accountability in another. Multilateralism cannot be sustained on double standards. Madam President, the fiscal impacts of various crises are triggered debt distress in many developing countries, including ourselves, limiting the ability to invest in recovery, the SDGs, and in climate.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sri Lanka. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Madam President, it is aspiration of the humankind to achieve independent and stable development in peaceful world free from aggression and war. 9 years ago, we embarked on implementation of SDG. However, climate change, food crisis, and armed conflict are still grave threatening existence and development and humanity. I'm convinced that current meeting hold under the themes of the multilateral solution for better tomorrow will serve as an important occasion to accelerate implementation of the SDG. With a view to actively contribute to this meeting, I'll briefly mention about what TPRK has been doing to promote its socio-economic development. TPRK is faced with an unfavorable situation due to external factors. Even so, it is confidently advancing toward the goal it has set, continuously strengthening its capacity and potential for independent development. Conspicuous trend of growth is seen in all fields of the economy and culture, and strong springboard is in place for radical improvement of the living environment and material cultural life of the people. The experience of TPRK proves in reality that the future of the mankind lies in the people-first policy that hold the people in most sacred esteem. Madam President, the peaceful environment for development is indispensable requirement for sustainable development of the international community. Comrade Kim Jong-un, President of State Affairs of DPRK said, I quote, "We should not tolerate imperialist moves for aggression and war against sovereign nation. Instead, we should struggle to prevent the danger of war and safeguard world peace and security," unquote. Today, aggressive joint military drills of the United States, its allies, and their expand the military bloc are main factors that seriously threaten the regional peace and undermine global security landscape. In particular, unilateral sanctions and economic coercive measures imposed by few countries cause tremendous damages to the economic development and people's life in developing countries. International community should never allow anti-peace and confrontational acts that incite conflict and instability and instigate distrust and hostility among UN member states. The right to development of developing countries should be fully ensured in the international economic system, which serves as a firm guarantee for successful implementation of agenda for sustainable development. To overcome shortcomings in current global governance system and realize genuine international justice is becoming more important than ever before in restoring trust in the United Nations and establishing fair international order. Today, we witness wrong practice in international arena, where fundamental principles governing international relations are openly disregarded due to high-handedness and double standards of few countries. UN Security Council did not take an action to stop war crimes against humanity in Gaza Strip almost for 1 year. Indeed, abnormal situation persists in Security Council, denouncing as a threat legitimate exercise of the right to self-defense of sovereign states, which does not cause even slightest damage to security of neighboring countries. Prevailing reality shows the Security Council must be reformed immediately to correct current composition of the unfair Western-led membership and expand strength representation of developing countries. In conclusion, the DPRK government is committed to fulfill its responsibility and role as a member of the international community in the work to build a new just world that guarantees a better future of the humankind. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of New Zealand.
President, as a member of the UN 75 Leaders Network in 2020 and the co-facilitator of the Summit Modalities Resolution along with Oman, New Zealand is pleased to see the Summit of the Future come to fruition. These 2 days have been long in the making. The Summit of the Future has its genesis in our common agenda, the UN Secretary-General's call for solidarity between people, countries and generations, as well as a renewal of the multilateral system to accelerate the implementation of existing commitments and the filling of gaps in global governance. We thank the Secretary-General for laying down the challenge. In preparing for the summit, member states were beneficiaries of a significant investment by the UN system and beyond. This includes the exemplary policy briefs and the report of the High-Level Advisory Board on Effective Multilateralism and a myriad of initiatives to build trust and facilitate compromise. New Zealand embraced the possibility of the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact and Declaration on Future Generations as an opportunity to drive action on pressing and emerging global challenges. As a small state, New Zealand has long been a benefactor and beneficiary of the international rules-based system. We remain committed to engaging constructively in all efforts which seek to contemporise global governance for today and the future. Size does not define influence at the United Nations. Small states have long been at the forefront of defending and strengthening the international rules-based system. Our multilateral system is imperfect, and while we have made significant strides through the convening of the summit, we must not assume our job is done. We must use the tools at our disposal to create a more representative and better networked United Nations, which is properly equipped to respond to the challenges of our times and those which lie ahead. Member states must do better to overcome division and competition. Against a backdrop of geopolitical tensions, the triple planetary crisis, and unprecedented levels of conflict and suffering, this is no small task. Never has it been more important to work across the kaleidoscope of fractures that punctuate progress in improving the well-being of people and the planet. Consensus does not happen on its own. It needs to be forged. Consensus demands leadership. It rests upon foresight. It requires hard work. We thank Germany and Namibia, Sweden and Zambia, and the Netherlands and Jamaica for their respective leadership in guiding the negotiations on the Pact Compact and the Declaration. With regard to the Pact, we are pleased to see the relative balance between the three pillars of the United Nations: peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights. We are satisfied that issues of importance to New Zealand, including gender, human rights, and sea level rise, are reflected in the Pact. We all have our disappointments. For New Zealand, language on nuclear disarmament falls well short of our collective goal of a nuclear weapon-free world, and how we take concrete steps to achieve this. We had also wished for stronger language on reform of the United Nations Security Council, although we do see some glimmers of hope. New Zealand welcomes the Compact as an opportunity to foster an inclusive, open, safe, and secure digital future for everyone. This future rests on three essential pillars: human rights, multi-stakeholder governance, and inclusion. And on the Declaration, New Zealand welcomes the concept that present generations act with responsibility towards safeguarding the needs and the interests of future generations. President, colleagues, as the geopolitical landscape continues to evolve, Member States must act with agency in protecting the UN Charter and international law, and in the implementation of the Pact. And we must engage all stakeholders to ensure that what we do here in the United Nations has real-world benefit for the communities that we serve. We must work together, listen to each other, and rebuild trust to ensure the future we want for people and the planet. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of New Zealand. I invite His Excellency Pedro Sanchez Perez Castejon, Head of Government of the Kingdom of Spain.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In times of change such as those that we are experiencing now, fear is our worst enemy. A future of peace, justice, and prosperity that we want can only be built with hope. And to guarantee this future, we must firstly promote the governance of the multilateral system and make sure that it's more effective, inclusive, and fair. This Summit of the Future is a key step forward to achieving this aim. Spain is working towards the necessary reform of the United Nations and its institutions to make them more representative, effective, and transparent, to make it more democratic in its operations, and to ensure that citizens feel its impact all the more. Further, we need to reaffirm the relevance of the extraordinary acquis of this organization: respect for international law, international humanitarian law, and the UN Charter itself. Spain defends and promotes these principles decisively and consistently in all contexts, be that in Palestine, Ukraine, or in any other part of the world. Secondly, we want a future of more and better international cooperation, which will allow us to forge ahead in achieving the 2030 Agenda. We support this aspiration with our acts. Spain has committed to stepping up its ODA to 0.7% of our GNI in 2030. Furthermore, we are the main contributor to the Joint Sustainable Development Goal Fund, and I'm very honoured to be a part of the leaders group for the Secretary General's SDG stimulus plan. As the host to the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, which will be held in June next year in the Spanish city of Seville, Spain would like to agree on specific measures which will allow us to mobilize all of the necessary resources and policies to promote sustainable development. To do that, we need to strengthen multilateral development banks, completing the review of the capital adequacy frameworks and furthering their reform processes. Secondly, we have to boost and optimize the use of special drawing rights and their potential reallocation mechanisms. Here we are meeting our promise of allocating 50% of the rights that we've received in 2021. Spain actually reached a pioneering agreement here between the IMF and the World Bank so that both institutions can use the Resilience and Sustainability Fund in fighting climate change. Furthermore, we must include contingency clauses in debt contracts to go beyond just simply covering natural disasters, to cover other crises, as Spain has recently done. This would allow us to better respond to food crises and health emergencies and in middle and low-income countries. All of this has to go hand in hand with fairer taxation and more effective and transparent tax policies that promote the mobilization of domestic resources. These include measures such as global minimum wealth tax and the full implementation of the 2 pillars of the OECD and the G20 on tax on multinationals. This would be a basis for the future Tax Cooperation Framework Convention. Thirdly, we have to work towards a responsible development of artificial intelligence and all other new technologies. Technology, when it's guided by shared values and principles, catalyzes social transformation and generates wealth and jobs, but it also needs international rules that promote its ethical use, transparency in how it's developed, and a guarantee for its fair access to that technology. For this reason, Spain has established the first AI monitoring agency in the world. And through this, we believe that the United Nations should play a key role in defining the global governance system around artificial intelligence. We welcome the first report of the Secretary General's Advisory Board, co-chaired by the Spanish expert Carmen Antigas, and we share in its 7 recommendations. President, this summit and the Pact of the Future are an antidote to fear and an invitation to hope. They don't set out the end of the road, but rather a starting point, changing a path towards reforms that all UN member states need to move towards to update our institutions in global governance and to meet the challenges that we have and the opportunities as we look ahead to the future. The challenge is to keep up the pace that we're setting here today in New York and to speed up, and you can count on Spain for that. And I look forward to seeing you in Seville in Spain next June. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative. I thank the head of government of the Kingdom of Spain. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kiribati.
Madam President, Excellencies, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I bring you all warm greetings from the government and the people of Kiribati. Kiribati strongly supports the summit's aim to reinvigorate multilateralism. In an increasingly interconnected world, the challenges we face, climate change, pandemics, volatile global commodity prices, inequalities, and conflicts cannot be addressed by any single nation alone. We need a robust, inclusive, and effective multilateral system that is fit for the future. A system where every nation, no matter its size or wealth, has a voice, and where decisions are made with the welfare of the global community in mind. This requires reforming our international institutions to ensure they are more responsive, accountable, and transparent. It also requires a renewed commitment to the principles of solidarity, cooperation, and equity that lie at the heart of the United Nations, with the integration of cultural values into development strategies, recognizing their importance in shaping sustainable and inclusive growth. Madam Chair, Kiribati stands as a testament to both the vulnerability and resilience of our planet. As a natural nation, we are on the front line of the climate crisis, facing threats from rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and ocean acidification. For us, the future is not an abstract concept. It is about navigating and adapting to climate extremes and variability. It certainly requires a collective responsibility to ensure that all nations can thrive in the face of these challenges. Madam President, as we look towards the future, we must also embrace innovation and adaptability. The rapid pace of technological change offers both challenges and opportunities. It is imperative we harness these technologies for the common good, ensuring they contribute to human dignity, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. It is essential that all nations, including small island states like Kiribati, have the tools and resources to participate fully in the global digital economy and to harness technology for the betterment of their people and planet. Madam President, Kiribati is committed to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals through its localized version called Kiribati 20-Year Roadmap, or KV20, vowing to transform Kiribati into a healthy, wealthy, and peaceful nation by 2036, with a focus on sustainable economic growth based on fisheries and tourism, quality education, healthcare, and environmental preservation. For Kiribati, the pursuit of sustainable development is not just a policy choice, it is a necessity. Sustainable practices in key sectors such as fisheries, agriculture, and renewable energy are critical for our nation's future. We call on our UN family to collaborate with us in promoting these practices, ensuring that economic development today does not compromise the well-being of future generations. Madam President, as we adopt the Pact of the Future, the integration of the principles of respect and responsibility into our global actions and commitments could not be underestimated. We believe that the principles of respect and responsibility forms the backbone of social order, peace, harmony, which are crucial for fostering a just and sustainable future. Respect for all peoples, cultures, and the environment underpin the ethical foundation of global cooperation, ensuring that no community or ecosystem is left behind.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kiribati. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic.
Thank you, President. Mr. President, this summit is an important opportunity to take stock of our common work and of what has been achieved towards the future we seek, which meets the aspirations of our peoples, which allow us to fulfill the pledges of the UN Charter in maintaining international peace and security, in saving succeeding generations from the scourge of war, in strengthening ties of cooperation and friendly relations among states, and upholding basic human rights. The ongoing Israeli occupation of Arab territories in Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon, and the persistence of the occupation powers to commit crimes of genocide, ethnic cleansing, and the ongoing acts of aggression against Palestine and Lebanon and against my country, Syria, represent an unacceptable grave violation of international law, of the principles and purposes of the UN Charter, and of all the human and civilizational norms and values. They also represent a major obstacle hindering our access to the common future we seek. Hence the need to unite our efforts as the United Nations and to intensify them to confront the aggression, end it immediately, and end the Israeli occupation of Arab territories. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the future for the sake of which we convene this summit should witness a radical change, a change that serves our member states and all our peoples. This future requires some Western countries to abandon the mentality of the past and their ambitions of hegemony and colonialization. They should cease attempting to impose their will on other peoples and respect their independent national choices and their civilizational and cultural specificities. For years now, some Western countries have implemented policies aiming at depriving the Syrians from their future, at undermining their national choices, at depriving them from their national wealth and development achievements, besieging them through unilateral coercive measures, which are illegal measures. However, the Syrian people, with their rich human and civilizational heritage, is determined to move forward and build their future with their free will without allowing any external parties to dictate their agendas and their visions for the future of Syria. Mr. President, my country, Syria, looks forward to a future based on dialogue and diplomacy, on promoting multilateral action, on upholding the principles of the Charter and the rule of law on the international level, a future free from occupation, hegemony ambitions, terrorism, and UCMs, and free from the collective punishment of peoples. Hence the need to take immediate, serious measures to develop multilateral mechanisms and structures, and to reinforce them to strengthen real participation away from the policies of exclusion and from the narrow interests of some Western states. My country, Syria, joins the other states calling for the reform of global financial institutions to guarantee the participation of developing countries in the international economic decision-making process, to address the global debt crisis, and to provide the financial support and resources as well as the ODAs necessary to implement the 2030 Agenda. The current status of the SDG indicators at the international level calls for strengthening our joint efforts and for promoting international development cooperation away from politicization to guarantee that developing countries can access modern technologies to achieve tangible results, to improve these indicators within the remaining timeline, and to fulfill the slogan of leaving no one behind. Thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the World Bank.
Excellencies, we have gathered today at a pivotal moment. The challenges of climate change, conflict, and economic instability are intensifying, yet we also stand on the cusp of unprecedented opportunities. Advances in finance, technology, and governance empower us to shape a sustainable and equitable future. The pressing question is, how do we harness these tools effectively to address and rise above the challenges? At the World Bank Group, sustainable development means addressing today's immediate needs while fulfilling the aspirations of future generations. It's about building resilient systems and forging enduring partnerships. The International Development Association, or IDA, is central to this vision. It multiplies donor contributions nearly fourfold, channeling resources towards health systems, infrastructure, and job creation. In fiscal year 2024, IDA delivered $31 billion to countries that needed it most, directly contributing to poverty reduction and tackling global challenges like climate change. Consider our Mission 300 initiative, which aims to provide electricity to 300 million people in Africa by 2030. Electricity is foundational. Without it, progress in healthcare, education, and employment remains unattainable. This initiative isn't just about powering homes and businesses, it's about illuminating the future. But we cannot achieve these ambitious goals alone. Multilateral cooperation is essential to tackle global challenges which know no borders. Together, we can pool resources, share knowledge, and amplify our impact to create lasting solutions. We can think creatively, act boldly, and support one another. Our focus must be on the next generation. Over the next decade, an estimated 1.2 billion young people will reach working age in developing countries, yet only 420 million new jobs are projected to be created. We must change this trajectory by improving infrastructure, healthcare, and access to clean electricity. We can create future jobs and opportunities for our youth. Let's ensure our children have the tools they need for a healthy, successful future. The jobs of tomorrow will require innovation, adaptability, and a commitment to sustainability. The World Bank Group is committed to partnering with you to tackle today's challenges.
I thank the distinguished representative of the World Bank. We have heard the last speaker for this meeting. The next meeting of the Summit of the Future will continue immediately following the adjournment of this meeting to hear the speakers listed for that meeting. The closing segment of the summit will begin at 8:30 p.m. The meeting is adjourned. The sixth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The General Assembly will continue the Summit of the Future under Agenda Item 123 entitled Strengthening of the United Nations System. I invite His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile, to address the Assembly.
Muy buenas tardes. Very good afternoon to all of you who are with us today. The Secretary General has invited us to talk about the future when, without any doubt, I imagine that for the vast majority of us, it's very difficult to even do and think about the present. Every day over the last few years, it's become increasingly difficult to govern. There's an undeniable democratization of information, which is obliging us as those in government to be much more transparent to our citizens about how we take the decisions that we take. And there's a feeling of unease that's running around the world in various forms, in which it seems that we can't look ahead to the future optimistically. So we need to ask, as members of the government, what we need to do. What can we do to change this? Today, I think that there's an emerging consensus around the world that there are no longer, or there shouldn't be, privileged classes, and that the wealth that is created in the world should be distributed much more equally than it is today, both in the world between member states and nation states, and also within nation states. And we need to be careful in how we use the finite resources that we have on our planet, in which the climate crisis, which is particularly striking many of our countries, has to be a priority. This is in part addressed in the Sustainable Development Goals that we are seeking to achieve as member states of this organization. But President Lula recalled yesterday that if we continue at the same rhythm, only 17% of these goals will be met. So it's very worrisome that we all come here to repeat the same words over and over again and go to a bilateral meeting without really understanding the urgency of the commitments that we're making and that we're not keeping to. Distinguished member countries of the United Nations. From Chile, I'd like to say to you, with frustration but also with hope, that if we haven't yet done what we need to do to build a better world, we still have time to do so. This means that we need to change our institutions. We need to ensure that there's a conversation that's always on the table but never concludes. We need to ensure that we have enough space, that ensure that the United Nations was made in a world that no longer exists. In 2024 is no longer 1945. We've seen this in various cases in which one or other country, depending on a different conflict, puts forward a resolution or vetoes a resolution. We have that in resolutions on Palestine and also on Ukraine. But yesterday's world is no longer today's. In the Security Council, for instance, today's world is no longer represented. Chile has always aimed to become a member of the Security Council, and we would like to demand that we change the rules of the Security Council to adapt to the world that we live in today. If we're not able to adapt all of this institution in which we have serious, reasonable people here on behalf of their countries, how can we then ask our own peoples to change? Distinguished guests, we have great challenges ahead. Without any doubt, the United Nations has been an important element in addressing challenges, but it needs more vitality. We need to give it that ourselves by changing the rules of play, the rules of the game here. The generation that I belong to and the future generations are looking ahead to that.
I thank the President of the Republic of Chile. I invite His Excellency Mohamed Ilfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we adopted the Pact for the Future. The task for us now is to move from ambition to action. Actions that create an ecosystem of harmony between the environment, people, planet, and technology. But most of all, one that promotes human dignity. Poverty has been a constant for hundreds of millions for this and past generations. This we must change now. Ensuring climate security, food security, and energy security is paramount. Let us not rehash the climate story. We know it. We must act now. Meeting the climate finance commitments can no longer be postponed. Forests are an integral part of the climate solution, and it is time that a global market-based mechanism for carbon credit be put in place. Our global food security continues to deteriorate, and the projections are alarming. It is estimated that $90 billion in annual global financing will be needed between now and 2030 to provide a basic social safety net. If we are not able to meet the basic need of feeding our people, the entire Agenda 2030 is in peril. It is our collective responsibility to provide the $300 to $500 billion needed to transform our global food system. Technology transfer, insurance for farmers, access to finance, and fair trade rules are all part of the solution. On energy security, this must be built on a platform of equity and access to technology. We must not be divided on addressing the digital divide. Too many still lack the basic of connectivity. AI can be a positive game changer for humanity, but also has the potential to widen the gap between countries and people if we do not bridge the digital divide. Our global community has a responsibility to ensure that AI is a force for good that benefits everyone. Excellencies, to do all of this, our public policies and global strategies must be aligned, and our global institutions responsive. Outdated and broken global systems must be fixed. We must reform the international financial architecture and make it more inclusive and conducive to sustainable development for all. But sustainable development cannot flourish without peace and security. We must end and prevent wars. The Security Council must also be reformed to be more representative, responsive, and democratic. If not, it will lose both its credibility and relevance. Excellencies, as we seek to create a fair and just world, we must focus on including all our people. No region, no country, or no group must be left behind. We must do more so that our women and youth are integral in all our decisions and actions. The future we envision must target directly the more than 340 million women and girls projected to live in poverty by 2030. It must also address the 110 million young women and girls projected to remain out of school by 2030. The 24% of women and girls projected to be food insecure, and the 245 million women and girls that will experience sexual or gender-based violence by 2030. The sustainable future we build must meet the needs and aspirations of the 1.3 million additional youths the world will have by 2030, ensuring sustainable development in which access to education, health, housing, and energy must be provided. Excellencies, we must now define an implementation plan for the Pact for the future to address the challenges in building a life of dignity for every global citizen. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I invite His Excellency Masoud Pezeshkian, President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Mr. President, addressing today's and tomorrow's challenges demands collaboration rooted in justice and integrity. Let us build a just and thriving future for our children. The central focus of this joint effort is to highlight the role and status of the United Nations as a symbol of multilateralism and to promote respect for the goals and principles of its charter. The Islamic Republic of Iran has in the past expressed its views on the Pact for the Future. Our collaborative efforts for the future should focus on reinforcing the multilateral system to effectively tackle fundamental challenges like war, discrimination, poverty, and hunger. The role of culture and family values, the necessity of intergenerational dialogue to preserve cultural values, and the attention to the role of women, girls, and youth, as well as their empowerment, are undeniable. The priorities of my administration at the national level include a focus on health, public education, public welfare, social security, creating equal opportunities, and reducing various forms of inequality, fair income distribution, strengthening and consolidating the family institution, reducing poverty and discrimination, expanding social justice, empowering women and youth, and fostering the enjoyment of a sustainable environment. Mr. President, achieving peace and development require respect for the right to development of nations, attention to their development priorities and cultural nuances, adherence to principles of fairness and solidarity, and the fulfillment of commitments by developed countries towards developing nations. Unilateral sanctions have hindered progress towards sustainable development goals and must be addressed in any document prepared for the future. I propose to the UN Secretary-General, in collaboration with countries affected by unilateral sanctions, present a comprehensive report on this matter to the General Assembly. We call for the urgent reforms in the governance structure of international financial institutions to ensure the participation of developing countries in decision-making and norm-setting, creating a fair and accountable framework to address the financial needs of developing nations. The Pact for the Future of the Global Digital Compact should contribute to reducing the digital divide between the global North and South, particularly through the transfer of new technologies, capacity building, and removing barriers. Equal and effective participation of the Global South countries in the governance of the Internet and artificial intelligence, respect for national laws, and addressing monopolistic practices are essential imperatives. Dear colleagues, we call for a world free of nuclear weapons and a Middle East free of weapons of mass destruction without any preconditions. As a victim of terrorism, we have always been at the forefront of the fight against this vile phenomenon and are ready to cooperate with countries genuinely seeking to combat terrorism. Iran seeks a strong, secure, and stable region where the resources of the countries can be used for mutual benefit in advancing economic and social progress and addressing common challenges. In a world where civilians in Gaza are ruthlessly killed, state-sponsored terrorism brutally targets children and women, and genocide and assassination are supported, no document will guarantee peace and development. The end of occupation, the cessation of apartheid in Palestine, and an immediate ceasefire in Gaza are prerequisites for global development and peace. The Islamic Republic of Iran is prepared to work with other countries to achieve common global goals. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I invite His Excellency Santiago Pena Palacios, President of the Republic of Paraguay, to address the Assembly.
Excellencias.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address you today at this Summit of the Future. I believe that this is a singular space where, as a military hero and a statistician of my country said, the future is the son of the present. So what we have adopted at this summit will have a direct impact on the lives of our children and grandchildren. The consensus that we've reached doesn't mean necessarily that we have agreed on all matters. However, it's a step forward to ensure that the system carries on working. Paraguay, as a small but active country, supports international principles that are positions that are principles-based, not based on pragmatism or convenience. We're convinced, therefore, that the basic principle of international relations in the future should be as follows. We should ensure that the most fair is powerful and the powerful are fair. The principle of equity should be the fundamental pillar of our multinational system. Therefore, we shouldn't only be listening to the most developed or powerful countries, but rather all countries, including those such as Paraguay, which with a rich history has much to contribute. Paraguay loves peace and renounces war. We're convinced that the future must be one of peace, removing further away from war and conquests. We can encapsulate this with the sentence, "Might does not make right." Therefore, we defend countries such as Ukraine, Israel, or Taiwan, which have the full right to be respected and treated in a dignified manner. We also defend the rights of countries such as Paraguay, due to geography, are landlocked. We need to ensure that we have true equality between nations. For Paraguay, the future should also be built on the basis of democracy and respect for human rights. Our history, which has been peppered with dictatorship and authoritarianism, gives us a special right to say here that this future has to be democratic. We believe in multilateralism as the most effective tool to address the challenges that cross the borders of our countries. However, we need to recognize that the current multilateralism has shown that it has serious shortcomings. We need to take action, not merely speak words, and we need to favor collective work. I therefore propose that in the crisis of multilateralism, we should respond with better multilateralism. We are aware that food insecurity that is afflicting many regions of the world should mean that we focus on this issue. The measures to address climate change shouldn't punish the smallest, but rather strengthen them to work towards a more sustainable future. Paraguay has 100% clean, green, renewable energy. That's 100% is showing the path ahead. Within the United Nations, we have the responsibility to ensure that the digital revolution and emerging technologies are within reach of all and are used ethically and in a balanced manner, making sure that developing countries can have access to the same opportunities. We need to consolidate an international financial system that guarantees equitable access to necessary resources to promote the well-being of all countries, particularly developing and most vulnerable countries. We are concerned that the ability of emerging economies to address global challenges is hamstrung by effects on their growth. We need a solid system which is able to overcome the crises afflicting the most neglected. We are well aware that this Pact for the Future is a result of intensive negotiations in which states have had to balance their own interests and their own pretensions. We need to underscore our lack of agreement with some of the substantive aspects of the document that's agreed, I therefore need to think that we should say that this declaration is based on a non-binding document, will be aligned with our national legislation. It's therefore fundamental for Paraguay to preserve our values and our culture and ensure that they will always be respected in our country. The productive capacity, the microphone has been cut off.
I thank the President of the Republic of Paraguay. I invite His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine, to address the Assembly.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It's important that the world is working to develop a shared vision for the best future for humanity. As soon as such collective efforts begin, true interests are always revealed. Ukraine supports efforts to keep all nations united, safe, and strictly adhere to the UN Charter. And you all can see who always not only stands against it, but also actively works to undermine global unity. This time during the work on the Pact for the Future, the same small group of 7 accomplices led by Russia has once again acted destructively, always opposing any global initiatives that strengthen the effectiveness of the UN Charter. This group has always behaved this way whenever the UN tried to do something that works for everyone's good. And you all see it. I thank Germany and Namibia for their co-facilitation of the Pact for the Future. And I'll also thank Zambia and Sweden for facilitating the negotiations on the Global Digital Compact. My thanks go to Jamaica and the Netherlands, who co-chaired the intergovernmental process on the Declaration for Future Generations. It's very, very important that we hear a united voice from Africa now. This common stance of African nations strengthens global efforts. And my sincere thanks to all the countries that have offered their helpful ideas for the future. The world needs a peaceful future and sustainable development. And I say this as the President of Ukraine, a country resisting Russia's brutal colonial aggression. And we know exactly how much global unity can achieve, both here at the UN and through the peace summits for Ukraine, where we aim to overcome the destructiveness of Russia and its accomplices. We are now preparing for the second peace summit, moving forward with our partners step by step according to the peace formula. And we are working on food security, energy security, and holding Russia accountable for its terror. Next, we will address all other points of the peace formula, including the release of prisoners, the restoration of territorial integrity, and more. And we are preparing a document to present at the second peace summit. I invite all leaders, nations to continue supporting our joint efforts for a just and peaceful future. Putin has stolen much already, but he will never steal the world's future, I'm sure. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
I thank the President of Ukraine. I invite His Excellency Luis Rodolfo Abinader Corona, President of the Dominican Republic, to address the Assembly.
Excelentísimo señor.
Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the people and government of the Dominican Republic, I congratulate the Summit of the Future, for which we come together to create a tomorrow based on the pillars of knowledge, peace, inclusion, and sustainability. As Peter Drucker was saying, the best way of predicting the future is by creating it. The first appeal for this summit should be to leave aside what is dividing us and seek what unites us. This is the best approach to come up with joint solutions which will have a direct impact on present and future generations. It also means taking seriously the decarbonisation of our economies to address the climate crisis. And even though all countries need to contribute, nations such as the Dominican Republic will have a limited impact unless the main producers of greenhouse gases contribute in a proportionate manner, proportionate to their resources and impact. Both green funds and the commitments made in climate change must be prioritized. To fully harness the potential of artificial intelligence, we need to make it accessible and inclusive for all within the context of ethical digital sovereignty, enabling us to transform manufacturing, education, health, and environmental care, and also ensuring that it isn't turned into a tool of exclusion or exploitation. We are seeing in real time the suffering of hundreds of thousands of people who are suffering disproportionate, unjustified violence for which they are not responsible. We need to seek incentives to avoid the nations violating the basic principles of coexistence and the peaceful settlement of disputes. At the same time, we must redesign the norms underpinning international institutions so that they can fully comply with their fundamental aims, safeguarding peace and international peace and stability. We reaffirm once again the unwavering commitment of the Dominican Republic to multilateralism, renewed effective multilateralism. We appeal for respect for and abidance by international law so that all states can have effective means to be able to ensure their security. President, none of this can be done without resources. We need to speed up the building of a new international financial architecture, guaranteeing available resources for investment in development, well-being, environmental protection, and climate resilience. The future is here. It's our present. It's the very cement on which we build today through all of the daily decisions that we take. The Pact for the Future is our opportunity to redefine a fairer, a more equitable and sustainable future in which everyone, anywhere around the world, can prosper in peace with dignity and in harmony with the environment. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Dominican Republic. I invite His Excellency Maugwitsi Eric Kaebetswe Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. From the outset, Botswana aligns herself with the statement made by Uganda on behalf of G77 and China, and by Singapore on behalf of the Forum of Small States, and has the honor to deliver this statement in its national capacity. Allow me to join other delegations in congratulating and commending Namibia and Germany for the exceptional job of overseeing the intergovernmental negotiations of the Summit of the Future. It could not have been an easy feat to comprehensively balance the divergent views and negotiate the Pact of the Future, an action-oriented and concise document. We are proud to join others during this historical moment as a demonstration of our shared political will and unity. Today is therefore a clear testament to the power of collective action and unity of purpose. We are pleased that the summit offers an opportunity to redirect focus and chart a path towards the realization of our shared goals and aspirations as contained in SDGs. As the summit reignites hope, we owe it to succeeding generations to demonstrate that no matter how bleak any situation may present itself, with renewed focus and vigor, no challenge is insurmountable. This historical moment will be remembered as a demonstration of our shared commitment to multilateralism and equally of our shared commitment to inclusivity. Mr. President, Botswana concurs and fully endorses the timely theme of the Summit of the Future, multilateral solutions for a better world, tomorrow, which reaffirms the need for addressing global challenges collectively. Botswana further welcomes the adoption of the Pact of the Future and its annexes, Global Digital Compact and declarations for future generations. Mr. President, my delegation wishes to highlight some of the issues of great importance to us as contained in the Pact for the Future and its annexes. We welcome the emphasis that the three pillars of the United Nations Charter, being sustainable development, international peace and security, and human rights, are mutually reinforcing as well as critical under international law. Botswana further wishes to underline the sustainable development and financing main the primacy of developing nations. I cannot state in any stronger terms that poverty eradication in all its forms and dimensions should be prioritized. We need to pay attention to the most pressing of our needs, and as such, we should fully commit to reform of the international financial architecture under the auspices of the United Nations, close the digital gap between the developed and developing countries, address issues of youth and future generations by ensuring that what we do will not deny any of them the benefits and opportunities, and ensure generational equity, reform the Security Council, revitalize the General Assembly, ensure unimpeded access to humanitarian aid, and lastly, promote cooperation. Mr. President, I recall that in my statement during the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I highlighted the need for the United Nations to consider appointing a female candidate for the Secretary General position. I note that the Pact acknowledges that the Pact acknowledges we have not done enough on this front, and I concur unashamedly. It is imperative that we do our utmost to advance gender parity. That my administration has placed this goal at the forefront of its key national appointments, and I will continue to ensure that appointments for the empowerment of women and girls remains a central pillar of my administration. Mr. President, I'm also delighted and welcome the different review mechanisms contained in the Pact for the Future, including its annexes, which aim to ensure that concrete deliverables are outlined whilst ensuring a commitment to tenets of multilateralism. It is, however, key that we acknowledge that slow progress towards achieving these goals. Mr. President, allow me to conclude my remarks by assuring you and reaffirming Botswana's commitment to making every effort to contribute to meeting the goals that we have set ourselves for the benefit of succeeding generations. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Botswana. I invite His Excellency Mohammed Ould Sheikh El Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the most gracious, most merciful, May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon Prophet Muhammad. Mr. President, this summit for the future is a window of opportunity for all peoples and countries to provide a future for all nations. The crises faced by our world recently and the challenges present a challenge to our common future. If we continue to achieve the SDGs following the same track, using the same mechanisms, following the same pace, within the foreseeable future, we will not be able either to eradicate poverty or to achieve peace and security or to restore the environmental balance or create the sustainable development we want. The slow pace of our progress in achieving SDGs have a negative impact on our present and future. Therefore, the African continent, as a union and the individual states, have made tremendous efforts to achieve the 2063 agenda, which is consistent with the 2030 agenda of the UN. In this connection, Mauritania has endeavored, like all other African countries, to fight violence, terrorism, vulnerability, and poverty. It contributed to ensure the economic integration of Africa, yet the results achieved regionally and internationally are not up to the standard. Even worse, the development and security gains have been regressed because of the wars, conflicts, climate change, the debt burden, imbalances in international governance systems. To address all these challenges, it has been incumbent on the international community to find solutions, effective and efficient solutions that will establish a common agenda to accelerate the implementation of SDGs, to restore trust and regain solidarity among nations and countries, and to present a new dynamic to ensure multilateral cooperation and to reform the international financial structures. Mauritania, that is currently chairing the AU, welcomes the Pact for the Future that has been just adopted. We reiterate our call to reform the United Nations, in particular the Security Council, to allow our continent to have a voice so its priorities will be given the due consideration in the international agenda. We also call to address the debt issue and address the environmental needs and enhance international cooperation and ensure international peace and security, so together we can take our planet away from the collapse that is experiencing. Thank you.
I thank President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. I invite His Excellency Mohammed Yunus Amenfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya, to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, the President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace be upon you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Fleming Yang for his election to preside over this very important summit. I express also our greatest and deepest appreciation for the efforts and the endeavors in order to achieve the very important outcomes of the summits. Ladies and gentlemen, the summit represents an exceptional opportunity in order to take a deep look at the current challenges and to find innovative and comprehensive solutions. We need to work together in order to ensure a better future for the upcoming generations, and with putting due focus on the very important principles of this summit. The summit puts us before a great responsibility. We need to change our approaches while dealing with the upcoming challenges. The technological advancement, especially the digital ones, offers us new tools in order to come up with sustainable and innovative solutions. These solutions are not merely just technologies. They should be the result of a very strategic way of thinking with a forward-looking touch in upholding social responsibility. We need to be cognizant of the fact that these tools are not merely artificial intelligence. They are strategical developments in order to be able to bring about a positive change in the society. In addition, we reiterate the importance of the comprehensiveness and the fairness. The disparities economically and digitally between countries are still represent obstacles towards development. We need to bridge these gaps and guarantee equal chances and opportunities for all. Ladies and gentlemen, Libya works in order to uphold its regional and international role. It supports the principles, the same ones that this summit strives to achieve. We work in order to reinforce dialogue and cooperation in order to face our common challenges, such as climate change, immigration, and terrorism. We are committed to work with our international partners in order to find innovative and sustainable solutions using the strategic experiences and expertise, and using also new technologies to face these challenges. The geographic location of Libya as a transit country makes us cognizant of the challenges of the unregulated migration. We try to come up with sustainable solutions in order to face this phenomena. We reiterate in this context the importance of international cooperation to deal with the root causes of the migration and to provide development in the countries and in alignment with the principles of the Summit of the Future. Ladies and gentlemen, this summit has a main objective, is to build a future where everyone has equal opportunities. We need to work together and overcome the regional disagreements and to unite our efforts in order to achieve this very noble objective. The cooperation between countries is not an option. It is a necessity in order to achieve sustainable development and social justice. We need also to focus on the intergenerational responsibility. This is a historical opportunity, and we need to guarantee that our decisions, the ones that we are making today, it takes in account the upcoming generations and guarantees a sustainable future for them. We can no longer go on exploiting the natural resources in a very irresponsible way. In conclusion, we reiterate the importance of adhering to the principles of the Summit of the Future, the one that is calling for adopting sustainability, justice, and innovations in all walks of life. Through our joint efforts, we can overcome the upcoming challenges and to build a world where opportunities are for all and we can all be prosperous and live in dignity and peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. I invite His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia, to address the Assembly.
Señores,
heads of state and delegations. Stephen Hawking, the famous physician, was once asked what he thought were the causes of potential extinction of humanity in the contemporary world, and he mentioned two. Firstly, artificial intelligence. Two, the climate crisis. I think if we're going to talk a little bit about the future, I think that we should be understanding the interlinkages between these two concepts, which were so dangerous in the view of Stephen Hawking. AI undoubtedly can be dangerous, or it could be dangerous when there is a confusion for human beings between reality and lack of reality, the dividing line between reality and no reality. It seems that we are currently moving towards that, and there's a danger, an immense danger for humanity, that this would mean that we lose our reference with reality. Secondly, artificial intelligence, I think, is here because it does substantially increase economic productivity, manufacturing on a per hour basis, and it can also take away hundreds of millions of jobs, leading to even greater inequality than we have at the moment. Thirdly, artificial intelligence increases productivity. It's therefore highly energy consuming. Energy around the world is used to increase productivity, to produce more, to sell more, to earn more. And the only winner is capitalism. These three elements that we could see as negative, these three elements of artificial intelligence, use enormous amounts of energy, much more than we use today, will therefore contribute to the climate crisis. If artificial intelligence uses fossil fuel as a source of its energy, we would then, as Stephen Hawking said, be facing an Armageddon, the end. A world in this way would only politically lead us to the destruction of democracy and general barbarity, which we're already starting to see in Gaza, for example. Control of humanity through artificial intelligence confuses mankind. They can no longer see what's real and what's unreal. And this would be run fully counter to the democratic project that we have as a republic in Colombia. And if on top of this we have an explosion of demand for fossil fuels, we will have the extinction of life on Earth. Stephen Hawking, I think, was right. An alternative view, if we manage to move towards clean energy in an immediate future, to give clean energy to artificial intelligence, and if we transform our productivity, the free time of societies and of people might therefore mean that we see other keys to development in the future. Clean energy, high productivity, societies with free time. This would be true wealth for a nation. And then a nation would need to be built on the basis of global democracy, in which anyone around the world, wherever they are, in any nation around the world, could be equal to everyone else. A global world that we still have to build. But my vision of the future, therefore, would lead us to what the opposite of what Stephen Hawking saw as the threats. A global democracy which would plan the building of clean energy around the world, which would enable their growth, and they would allow for AI that elevates productivity, not on the basis of private earnings, which leads to much more unequal societies, but rather it would allow for emancipated workers with free time, and we would therefore live with greater wealth and happiness. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Colombia. I invite His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal, to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the Secretary-General for the initiative of organizing this summit, and I commend his efforts for a world of peace, a stable world where inclusive development reigns. The future we want requires us to leave no one behind. Faced with the challenges to peace and security, reducing inequalities, eradicating poverty, justice and equity. We can only bring this future about if we pursue joint solutions that are rooted in a multilateral framework, a framework that inspires confidence and buy-in and which serves everyone's interests. Otherwise, it would continue to give rise to mistrust from some and scorn from others, and would thus lose the credibility and legitimacy that are attached to its authority. In this regard, I would like to share 4 observations with you. Firstly, it is clear that our future cannot be built upon the current model, which is dominated by injustices, extreme poverty that affects 10% of the world's population, high-intensity geopolitical tensions, and unprecedented global warming, which is seriously affecting our countries. All of this is alarming, and as underscored in reports by the UN Secretary-General, if the current trends continue, 575 million people will still be living in extreme poverty in 2030. This will further hinder any hope of sustainable development. And in the face of this situation, it is essential that we attack the vicious cycle of debt, the abnormally high interest rates of which are suffocating many countries of the South. This system of iniquity that is underscored in the recent UNCTAD report constitutes a growing barrier to global prosperity, in particular in developing countries, whose borrowing interest rates are between 2 and 12 times higher than those accorded to developed countries. To achieve better debt sustainability, we must reform conditions of access to credit, above all export credit, by easing the rules relating to loan interest rates and the length of grace periods and the terms of those loans. Secondly, the need to reform global political, economic and financial governance so that it reflects the realities of the present. Although progress has been made recently, including the G20's decision to give a permanent seat to Africa and the decision by the member states of the IMF to give Africa a 3rd seat on the executive board, a lot still needs to be done to guarantee the full inclusion of developing countries in those bodies. Thirdly, it is essential that we strengthen activities to promote education and vocational and technical training, to combat ignorance and indoctrination, and to provide young people with vocations and ways that they can flourish. Investing in this way would help to combat inequalities and would help achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. It is therefore more than urgent that we accelerate the implementation of the SDG relaunch plan that was initiated by the Secretary-General. Fourthly, it is essential that we invest more in connectivity and digitalization by strengthening digital infrastructure, innovation, and support for the creative industry of young people upon whom the future will rely. We must provide young people with the means to learn, to succeed, and to flourish. They must be at the heart of our activities and be involved in management and decision-making as drivers of peace and of development. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the President of the Republic of Senegal. I invite His Excellency Privirajing Rupin, President of the Republic of Mauritius.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we convene today at this Summit for the Future, not merely as representatives of individual nations, but as custodians of humanity's collective destiny. We find ourselves in an era of unprecedented potential when human ingenuity offers lots of promises. Yet, countries are grappling with challenges that threaten to unravel the very fabric of our society. Climate-induced calamities, conflicts, the scourge of poverty and hunger, epidemics are not isolated occurrences. They form threads in the complex weave of our global agenda. It is this interconnectedness that brings us together under the theme Multilateral Solutions for a Better Tomorrow, which should also serve as a clarion call for action. The Pact for the Future is a covenant with posterity, a solemn promise to generations yet unborn that we, the stewards of today, will not falter in our duty to safeguard their inheritance. This pact must serve as a cornerstone upon which we build a more equitable, sustainable, and resilient world. It must breathe life into our collective aspirations. Mauritius joins the international community in reaffirming our shared commitment to the principles enshrined in our pact. Mauritius has always prioritized inclusiveness and built a strong social protection system to create equal opportunities for each and every citizen. This commitment extends to our collective pursuit of equitable development, where we acknowledge the paramount importance of ensuring equal access to economic opportunities and resources for all. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, SIDS stands as sentinels of climate change. Our challenges are a microcosm of the global struggle against climate emergency and economic fragility. As the tides rise along our shores, so too must our collective resolve to address these existential threats. Similarly, while the international community strives towards these goals, we must commit to supporting initiatives that foster scientific and technological progress, wherein the inherent vulnerabilities and specific needs of developing countries are taken into account. While we embrace the dawn of the digital age with open arms, we should do so tempered by wisdom. This is why our Pact for the Future, along with the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration for Future Generations, are all crucial parts of our forward-looking strategy. They all provide a roadmap for revitalizing our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals and shall stand as a testament to what can be achieved when we unite in purpose and action. Mauritius reaffirms its utmost conviction to the principle of multilateralism and for the realization of this pact. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, together we can and must craft a future that honors the dignity of every individual, harnesses the true potential of every nation and preserve what remains from our planet's natural ecosystem. To the generations that will inherit the world we shape today, let our legacy be one of courage, foresight, and unwavering commitment. Let it be said that when faced with unprecedented tribulation, we responded with unprecedented solidarity. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the President of the Republic of Mauritius. I invite His Excellency Ratu William Maivelili Katonevere, President of the Republic of Fiji, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Heads of State and Your Excellencies, the world is in peril. Conflicts are raging, the climate crisis is escalating, development is faltering, our ecosystems are failing, whilst inequalities and injustice are everywhere. It is the most vulnerable who are suffering the consequences. Tomorrow, it will be our children, their children, and succeeding generations who will pay the price for our inaction. In the face of pressing global challenges, the values of multilateralism has never been more relevant and more urgent. Fiji acknowledges the Summit of the Future as an opportunity to strengthen our resolve and consensus on safeguarding the future of humanity. The Pact of the Future, which has been adopted at this summit, represents a collective commitment to do better together and leave no one behind. Mr. President, we have a common vision for sustainable future. How we achieve this vision will depend on the efforts we undertake. We have only 6 years until 2030 to progress a sustainable development agenda. We must urgently recalibrate international cooperation and reform the multilateral system. We must be intentionally inclusive. We must work together as member states, supported by a multilateral system that is fit for purpose and in consideration of non-state actors, private sectors, and all members of society. We must choose peace over conflict and respect human rights of all as enshrined in the UN Charter. We must respect and protect our environment and its resources on land, in the sea, and in the air. We must trust each other, as trust is the foundation of strong partnership. We must be true to our word. Our legacy for the generations of tomorrow depends on the action we undertake today. We must do better for them. Mr. President, I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Fiji. I invite His Excellency Xavier S. Port Samora, Head of Government of the Principality of Andorra, to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the Summit of the Future, one of the most decisive moments in the history of humanity, not just to consider the current challenges, but also to together forge a path that will lead us to a more just, more sustainable, and more inclusive future. And it's high time that we do so. It is our responsibility as leaders to determinedly overcome the global challenges that are jeopardizing the well-being of future generations, our children and young people. The time has come for us to govern with greater modernity, humanity, empathy, and integrity. Andorra stands ready to participate in a new stage in the history of the United Nations, where the spirit in which this organization was founded resurfaces. We commit to adhering to the Pact for the Future, a pact between peoples and for peoples. Following many attempts, it is urgent that we send a message to the citizens of the entire world and show them that multilateralism is the best tool, indeed the only tool that we have to address universal challenges. Time has taught us that some challenges cannot be overcome unilaterally or by some groups of states alone. Climate change remains the most urgent crisis of our age. We cannot ignore this threat. We cannot leave the responsibility of resolving this problem to our children. The consequences have been felt for years and they are devastating. They require immediate action, unconditional cooperation, and firm commitments. The transition towards a green economy is not a choice, but rather a necessity. There is no other choice. We are also living in an increasingly interconnected world in which digital progress is transforming every area of human life. Artificial intelligence, gene manipulation, the increasing collection of biometric data, personalized medicine, and robotic manufacturing are undoubtedly advances that are generating confidence in human progress, but they could also have pernicious or harmful consequences depending on how they are used or the goals that are pursued with them. That is why, if we want technology to be a positive force, we must regulate it according to inclusive ethical criteria, making sure that nobody is left behind in this digital revolution. Data protection and the protection of private life also must become a global priority, and Andorra's premise is this indeed, that it has adopted thanks to an ambitious digital transformation agenda. This is an agenda that includes an ethical and legal framework for the storage of citizens' digital, protection of citizens' digital rights, protection of the private life, and the security of data and free access to digital information. Andorra has also set up an action plan aiming to improve the digital well-being of children and young people, and it was one of the first states to sign the Council of Europe Convention on Artificial Intelligence, thus affirming its firm determination to strengthen human rights protection systems in the age of technological progress. Ladies and gentlemen, the triumphalist stance some experts have adopted, certainly sometimes justified, depending on the world that we live in that has changed from 100 or 200 years ago, cannot be an excuse. We cannot allow ourselves to reject empathy and remain indifferent to the suffering that surrounds us, to the conflicts, wars, and to terrorism which is undermining global security. As the world changes, the security mechanisms that have protected us for decades need to be adapted. We must strengthen multilateralism, make its decision-making mechanisms more representative and more effective, and consolidate and build the capacities of conflict prevention and mediation. Only open dialogue and diplomacy can lead to peace. Lastly, let us not forget the fight against inequalities. We must together work to redistribute opportunities and resources. The line that we need to follow continues to be the one that was laid out in the 2030 Agenda. Healthcare, education, decent work, gender equality, these must be our priorities. Allow me also to particularly focus on education, which is one of the most powerful tools that we have to transform our world. Andorra is convinced
I thank the head of government of the Principality of Andorra. I invite His Excellency Siaosos Ofiakafolo Savoleni, Prime Minister and Minister of Education and Training, Minister for Police, Fire Services and Emergency Services, and Minister for His Majesty's Armed Forces of the Kingdom of Tonga, to address the Assembly.
Ladies and gentlemen, Malolele, warm greetings from the Blue Pacific continent. I address you in my role as chair of the Pacific Islands Forum at this critical summit of the future. The challenges we face are many. They are urgent and they are interconnected. The Pact for the Future offers a path forward. This is a beacon of hope we all need at a time of escalating uncertainties. The Pact is introduced at a moment when there is a global demand for a more equitable, secure, and sustainable world for our future generation. The Pact is a blueprint for how to get there. The Pact recognizes the importance of conducting science, technology, and innovation ethically by ensuring we safeguard human rights. The Pact commits to safeguarding our shared planet's resources and fostering an international order respecting human dignity and justice. The decision we make today will shape the future of our shared humanity. The 18 members of the Pacific Island Forum are determined to be proactive and will not leave our futures to chance. In 2022, the Pacific Island Forum launched the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. The strategy is the result of our vision of peace, security, social inclusion, and prosperity. Vision alone does not suffice. This is our solemn commitment to our people and future generations to build our common resilience and prosperity. The Blue Pacific continent, our home, is under threat. Climate change, geopolitical tension, and ever-growing financial and economic disparities are testing our resilience. We are determined to do everything necessary to move this vision to reality for our people, but this depends largely on a stable, open, and prosperous international order based on the UN Charter. Peace is the foundation for security. We in our Blue Pacific never have and never will take peace for granted. The reform of the Security Council must encompass the security challenges of the 21st century and beyond, including issues like climate change in its agenda. Further representation in the Security Council must include the voices of small island developing states. As far back as the last decade of the last century, we have sounded the alarm that climate change is a threat to the people of the Pacific. The situation has worsened over time, and what was once a threat has now become a crisis. A crisis which demands immediate and decisive action, and words are no longer sufficient. The Pacific Islands as frontline states are bearing the brunt of climate change. Yes, we are victims, but importantly, we also are leaders in the fight against this global challenge. We call for urgent, transformative global action to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The Pact for the Future rightfully insists on the link between climate change and peace and urges the fulfillment of commitments to help vulnerable countries adapt and build resilience. We call for the reform of the international financial institution to reflect the realities of today and to be fit for purpose. For such MVI is essential for precisely assessing the challenges that we face. Let me turn for a moment to the Pacific Islands Forum. We have taken steps to build resilience. This includes pioneering the Pacific Resilient Facility, our first Pacific-led climate and disaster initiative. We have established key declarations, such as the Declaration on the Continuity of Statehood and Protection of Persons amid sea level rise, and the 2021 Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zone against Climate Impacts. We have also developed and endorsed the Pacific Regional Framework on Climate Mobility and introduced a framework for resilient development in the Pacific. Incidentally, the latter is the world's first regional framework linking climate change and disaster risk. I firmly believe that the Pact for the Future is a vital catalyst for the 2030 agenda. The Pact for the Future must be our commitment to a fairer and safer future for all. The Global Digital Compact is crucial for fostering a safe, inclusive, and sustainable digital.
I thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Education and Training, Minister for Police, Fire Services and Emergency Services, and Minister for His Majesty's Armed Forces of the Kingdom of Tonga. I invite His Excellency Amadou Uri Ba, Prime Minister, Head of Government of the Republic of Guinea, to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished guests. Our deep-rooted conviction is as follows. The future is not simply something that we achieve, it is something that we build together. On behalf of His Excellency General Mamadi Doumbouya, President of the Republic, the people of Guinea and their government, I express to you our fraternal greetings and our congratulations to the co-facilitators of our summit, the Republic of Namibia and the Federal Republic of Germany. This summit represents a unique opportunity to transform our collective commitments into concrete and decisive action. The Pact for the Future is an ambitious framework for responding to the challenges that our planet faces, be it inequalities, climate threats, or the need to reinvent our approaches to sustainable development. We applaud the role of international cooperation in providing adapted responses. Investing in young people and in future generations must be at the heart of our action. We need to provide them with what they need so that they can fully realize their potential in a context where illegal migration is in the process of emptying our countries of their resources. Technological and digital innovations must be used in the service of all of humanity because technology and innovation can only be beneficial when they benefit everyone. That is why we advocate for equitable access to technology while stressing the ethical issues in their use. Peace and security are essential elements of global stability, and they are a vital prerequisite for any sustainable development. We therefore call for strengthened cooperation among states, aiming to prevent conflicts and promote international diplomacy. Sustainable development and the financing of development are essential pillars in this global transformation. It is essential that ambitious and inclusive measures be adopted to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. As a country that is involved in this, my country hopes that the international financing mechanisms will be strengthened to allow all nations, particularly the most vulnerable, to make progress towards sustainable, resilient, and inclusive growth. In this vein, we cannot ignore the importance of preserving our environment, in particular sensitive ecosystems such as the Fouta-Djallon Massif. This site, which is a genuine watershed for all of West Africa, is vital for the ecological balance in our region that affects 15 states. Protecting it is not just a national issue, but it is a collective responsibility. We firmly reiterate our commitment to getting it listed on the UNESCO Global Heritage List to ensure that it is conserved for current and future generations and to strengthen global efforts for sustainable development and to anticipate and prevent water-related conflicts. Today we have a rare and precious opportunity to redefine our collective destiny. This summit must be much more than a simple meeting. It needs to mark a turning point where together we choose to build a tangible, inclusive and prosperous future for all. The Republic of Guinea is determined to contribute actively to the implementation of the Pact for the Future. We believe in the power of multilateralism and international cooperation to build a world where everyone can belong, a more just, more inclusive, more sustainable world. Long live international cooperation and long live multilateralism. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister, Head of Government of the Republic of Guinea. I invite His Excellency Leslie Voltaire, Advisor to the President of the Transitional Presidential Council of the Republic of Haiti, to address the Assembly.
Excellences,
Excellencies, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a great sense of responsibility that I address you today at this Summit of the Future. This event does not just represent a meeting of world leaders, it is also a critical moment in building a shared future based on the principles of solidarity, equity and justice. As the President of Haiti, a country facing many complex challenges, I wish to underscore the importance of the Pact for the Future, which we envisage adopting today at this summit. This pact represents not just a historic commitment to renewed multilateralism, but also a unique opportunity to strengthen international structures so as to respond to the different economic, social, and environmental realities that we face. The world is currently faced with unprecedented challenges that require stronger, more inclusive international cooperation. With this in mind, this summit offers an opportunity to revitalize multilateralism and to modernize the United Nations system so that it is more inclusive and representative of the present realities. Global governance mechanisms need to be adapted to new economic and political dynamics and make sure that every nation, big or small, has a voice in settling global crises. This major event is also an opportunity to rethink global governance by addressing subjects such as financing of sustainable development, gender equality, and the protection of biodiversity. In particular, reform of the international financial architecture is crucial in order to support the transition of some countries, in particular the least developed countries, the LDCs, towards sustainable development. It is essential that we make sure that the benefits of growth be equitably shared around the world. One of the cornerstones of the Pact for the Future is the inclusion of young people and the protection of future generations. Today, more than 1.9 billion young people live on our planet, and their participation in decision-making processes is essential in order to ensure lasting peace and equitable development. All too often, young people are left behind or left out of economic and political discussions, even though they have vast potential to resolve global crises, be it climate change or social inequalities. In Haiti, the Transition Presidential Council and the government is working to integrate young people in all aspects of national reconstruction. In collaboration with the international community, we will make sure that future generations do not bear the burden of the mistakes of the past, but rather that they benefit from progress towards lasting peace and social justice. This summit is an opportunity to reiterate this by making young people central actors in change rather than simple observers. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Haiti faces a multifaceted crisis that is jeopardizing the very foundations of the state. The security crisis, fed by organ trafficking, drug trafficking, arms and munitions trafficking, on top of a humanitarian crisis, requires an urgent solution from the Haitian authorities with the assistance of the international community. Climate change, which is intensifying natural disasters such as hurricanes and droughts, is seriously affecting our country. These challenges go beyond our borders and require a collective global response. The stability of Haiti is essential not just for the region, but also for the global balance. In order to overcome these challenges, Haiti needs the support of everyone. Direct foreign investment, the fight against inequalities, and the bolstered support in security, climate justice. These are all essential in order to ensure a prosperous future for our country. This Summit of the Future is a crucial stage in reiterating our collective commitment to multilateralism. International institutions must be reformed in order to become more inclusive and be better adapted to current challenges. The voice of developing countries such as Haiti needs to be heard in major international bodies where major decisions are taken. Security Council reform is needed in order to better reflect current geopolitical dynamics. Haiti advocates for genuinely equitable multilateralism where every continent and every state, regardless of its size or influence.
I thank the advisor to the President of the Transitional Presidential Council of the Republic of Haiti. I invite His Excellency Mohamed Mustafa, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Palestine, to address the Assembly.
Good evening, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In 2015, we gathered for the historic adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the most ambitious, transformative plan of action for building a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable world. More importantly, this agenda is centered on human dignity and shared prosperity in a just world where no one is left behind. Unfortunately, recent years have seen a surge in economic, political, climate, and humanitarian crises, deepening marginalization of vulnerable communities. If not addressed, these crises will undermine our multilateral systems and put us further away from realizing the goals of the 2030 Agenda. With the Pact of the Future, we have an opportunity to reverse this dangerous trajectory by rebuilding trust in international institutions and paving the way for a future of peace, justice, and sustainable future for all. Mr. President, in the state of Palestine, while striving to play a positive role in response to global challenges, we are regrettably further burdened by Israel's illegal occupation and aggressions in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. For over 76 years, our people have been forced to endure multiple man-made catastrophes that have directly undermined our efforts to achieve justice, peace, and prosperity. As I speak to you, before you, our people in Gaza are enduring one of the darkest chapters in modern history. For nearly a year now, Israel's genocidal war has caused unprecedented loss and suffering and humanitarian catastrophe. At the same time, our people in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, continue to face systemic threats driven by the escalating settlers' violence, military raids, movement restrictions, and financial siege, withholding of Palestinian tax revenues. Excellencies, despite long years of oppression and occupation, our people remain steadfast. We firmly believe that human capital is our greatest asset and are thus committed to enhancing the performance of our institutions, ensuring effective governance and service delivery to our people, and to creating an enabling environment where every Palestinian has the means to survive and thrive in peace and stability. The remarkable resilience of our people, even in the face of ongoing atrocities, renews our confidence that they will heal and rise from this tragedy. Palestine has demonstrated social resilience at the national level, with our commitment standing strong in unity and perseverance. It's now our collective duty to stop the aggression and to extend this resilience beyond the social sphere in our economy, in our infrastructure, and all areas of development. We must ensure that Palestine is equipped to cope, adapt, and transform in the face of diverse challenges, preparing ourselves not only to withstand future challenges, but also to build stronger, more resilient nation. Central to this goal must be a just transition, an essential framework in the 2030 agenda. As proven in the past, Palestine can achieve economic growth and sustainable development. But this time, we must ensure their pursuit is just, fair, and inclusive, ensuring every citizen benefits equitably, guaranteeing a prosperous, sustainable future for all. Let us act together with the global solidarity and cooperation inherent in the 2030 Agenda and Pact for the Future to overcome the challenges threatening humanity. Let us remain faithful to the principles we have affirmed in this summit by restoring hope to future generations, including the Palestinian people who must.
I thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the State of Palestine. I now give the floor to His Excellency Filip Ivanovich, Deputy Prime Minister of Montenegro.
Honorable President of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today to embrace the adoption of a new and ambitious agenda, the Pact for the Future, with the aim to make the UN more effective, credible, and relevant for the 21st century and multiple global challenges we are faced with. To achieve this goal, one of the main steps ahead of us is to reform decades-old institutions, bearing in mind that the world has been changed significantly from the moment of the creation of the United Nations. Such includes the Security Council reform, revitalization of the work of the General Assembly, and enhancement of the cooperation with regional organizations, private sector, CSOs, and other stakeholders. In this context, Montenegro welcomes the consensus reached on the outcome documents of the summit and firmly believes that the pact, along with its two annexes, will make a meaningful impact, paving the way to a brighter future for both present and future generations. Another important step towards prosperous future for all citizens is to work together on accelerating the implementation of the Agenda 2030 and Sustainable Development Goals. Along this journey, we must ensure that no one is left behind. It is of utmost importance that we continue to mobilize resources for the least developing countries which will enable them to make substantial impact. Dear colleagues, Montenegro was among the first countries to adopt the National Strategy for Sustainable Development until 2030. In this context, I would like to emphasize that Montenegro has already presented two voluntary national reviews in 2016 and 2022 on the implementation of the Agenda 2030. Furthermore, Montenegro is one of the 32 UN member states that has adopted the National Statement of Commitment to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, which outlines specific pledges and benchmarks to focus on and enhance SDG actions in the coming years. As an EU candidate country, Montenegro places great importance on complementarity and synergy between our EU agenda and SDGs and remains fully committed to making progress and achieving success in both processes. A revitalized role of the United Nations in the field of disarmament, an updated approach to collective security that could better prevent conflicts, the responsible use of artificial intelligence in military domain, and the adaptation of UN peacekeeping operations to new realities and threats, including enhanced protection of civilians in armed conflicts, are all crucial for ensuring more just, secure, and peaceful future for all. In this regard, we welcome the UN Secretary-General's new agenda for peace and his recommendations. Excellencies, distinguished partners, we welcome the adoption of the Global Digital Compact, included as an annex to the Action-Oriented Pact, which aims to ensure that technology serves in the best interest of humanity, along with the efforts to bridge the global digital divide. Additionally, we support increased use of science in policy making in order to ensure that more people could benefit from advancements in science, technology, and innovation. We also welcome the adoption of the second annex to the Pact, Declaration on Future Generation, which reinforces our commitment to the meaningful participation of youth in the United Nations processes. Dear colleagues, we firmly believe that global challenges could only be effectively addressed through the joint cooperation of all international actors, ensuring a more inclusive, accountable, and effective global governance framework. In this context, allow me to reiterate that Montenegro remains a constructive partner in addressing these global challenges through revitalized and a more effective multilateralism, strengthened by closer cooperation, unity, and solidarity among countries, and reinforced by stronger international institutions. I look forward to working with all of you for the benefit of both present and future generations, and I am sincerely grateful for your attention. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister of Montenegro. I invite His Excellency Aziz Akanovic, Head of Government of the Kingdom of Morocco, to address the Assembly.
علي أصحاب المعالي.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I'd like to convey to you the greetings of His Majesty King Mohammed VI to those participating in this important summit. This is a summit that is being held in an international context that is full of complex challenges. It is a summit that provides us with a unique opportunity to renew our commitment to the United Nations Charter and to renew our collective commitment to establishing a new dynamism in multilateralism so that we can achieve a better and more sustainable future for generations present and future. Ladies and gentlemen, Morocco is committed firmly towards the Charter of the Pact for the Future, and we believe that implementing it will rely on 5 main conditions. First, we must establish peace and stability and development as the foundation of our work, because we cannot establish sustainable development without peace, and peace cannot be achieved without economic progress and social progress. Therefore, we stress the need to develop a global approach that is inclusive and that is based on mutual respect and trust and dialogue. Second, we must renew multilateralism based on true and genuine political will to work collectively. We are required to enhance our work that is based on legitimacy and solidarity. And here, His Majesty King Mohammed VI, in his letter to those participating in the annual meetings of the IMF that were held in Marrakesh, in that His Majesty stated that economic and social and political developments that have taken place over the past years require us to reform the institutions and the policies of multilateralism. Third, we must place Africa in the heart of the United Nations works and all measures that are taken here. And here we ask, is Africa not a good indicator to evaluate our collective efforts to establish the highest aspirations of peace and stability throughout the world? We are thus required, more than any time before, to help Africa transform its current challenges into opportunities to achieve development. Fourth, we must translate these commitments into tangible actions that are measurable, especially since combating climate change and combating terrorism and extremism and human trafficking and combating poverty and social inequality and food insecurity. All of these require renewed and active political will. As for the climate, it is worth noting that Morocco has raised the level of its expectations in setting a new goal to lower greenhouse gases by 45.5% by 2030. And Morocco aims to enhance the level of investment in renewable energy, including green ecology, to achieve the objective of 52% of clean energy in its energy basket by 2030. These are the same efforts that are being exerted in terms of social protection, as well as enhancing nutritional and health sovereignty, as has been confirmed by the latest comments by His Majesty the King in the speech from the throne, in which he said, "What we have achieved makes us believe in ourselves and have hope for the future." I thank you.
I thank the head of government of the Kingdom of Morocco. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ian Borg, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of Malta.
Excellencies, I will begin with 4 overarching ideas. First, global challenges require global solutions. We gather at this summit for a common purpose, to make the world a better place for present and future generations. Together, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Second, to create a better future, we must accelerate action right here, right now. Achieving the SDGs by 2030 or net zero by 2050 requires immediate action. Number 3, this summit is not a final destination, but a stepping stone, a journey. We celebrate the positive elements in the Pact for the Future, and we encourage member states to be even bolder in their vision and use this occasion as a springboard towards even more ambitious action. And fourth, we must recognize the interconnectedness and harness the synergies across the 3 pillars of the United Nations: sustainable development, peace and security, and human rights. The UN stands tall when these 3 pillars are strong. On international peace and security, a comprehensive approach encompassing these 3 pillars is essential in a world where conflict and crisis are becoming increasingly complex and interconnected. We support the Secretary General's call, now reflected in the Pact, for a greater focus on conflict prevention. The participation of women and youth in peace processes is crucial to prevent and resolve conflict, build and sustain peace. And we must address the adverse impacts of climate change on international peace and security. On sustainable development, holistic action across its economic, social, and environmental dimensions yields the best results. It's unacceptable that extreme poverty and hunger continue to persist in today's world. In this pact, we recommit to eradicating them. We must turn climate and environmental challenges into opportunities for a cleaner, greener world by scaling up renewable energy, transitioning away from fossil fuels, and achieving net zero. We must also work to ensure our oceans' health, resilience, and sustainability, and take action to address sea level rise, which disproportionately impacts small island developing states. Let us harness the benefits of science, technology, innovation, and digital cooperation to improve every aspect of our lives, while keeping a watchful eye on potential threats. In an era of globalization and rapid change, governments should act as catalysts and facilitators, creating enabling environments for collaboration and dynamism, while also embracing the power of multi-stakeholder action. We highlight the importance of investing in young persons, providing them with the ample opportunities of quality education to reach their full potential, empowering them and ensuring their engagement and participation. They are the innovators, entrepreneurs, dreamers, and creators who shape this world. Through this pact, we also acknowledge that children are very much our present. We are committed to their protection from armed conflict and violence, to work towards the eradication of poverty and hunger, and to put more children in schools and invest in their education. We must respect, protect, and fulfill the human rights and fundamental freedoms of every person on this planet, regardless of their nationality, race, skin color, ethnicity, religion, gender, or sexual orientation. We reiterate the need to reduce inequality and leave no one, anywhere in the world, behind. Gender equality, the empowerment of all women and girls, and their full, equal, and meaningful participation in the decision-making processes are essential prerequisites to sustainable development. Together we are stronger. We join hands at this Summit of the Future to support efforts towards transforming global governance and a strengthened multilateral system, with the UN at its heart, embracing structural and systematic reform towards a system that is more effective.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of Malta. I now give the floor to His Excellency Vivian Balakrishnanan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore.
Excellencies, a stronger multilateral system where rules are applied universally is vital. Peace and security depend on adherence to international law and the UN Charter. We strongly support the Pact for the Future and the accompanying Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations. These are critical building blocks for a stronger, future-ready multilateral system. First, we reaffirmed our commitment to international law and the UN Charter. This is vital amidst the intensifying conflicts and geopolitical tensions today. We must all recommit ourselves to peaceful resolution of disputes through diplomacy. A world in which respect for sovereignty, for territorial integrity and international law that is being eroded will become a very dangerous world for current and future generations, and especially for small states. Second, we adopted the groundbreaking Global Digital Compact. As digital technologies continue to shape our lives in all-encompassing ways, we need to establish common rules to unlock its transformative potential whilst mitigating the risk. More than 2/3 of the UN's targets for sustainable development can benefit directly from digital innovations. Singapore has worked with Rwanda to launch an AI playbook for small states. Together with our capacity building efforts under the Digital Forum of Small States, this AI playbook will empower all of us to leverage AI for public good. Third, we are glad that the Declaration on Future Generations emphasizes youth engagement. Young people have an even bigger stake in the future that they will inherit. The emphasis on incorporating anticipatory planning and foresight in our work is most timely. We must ensure that the policies we make today are future-ready to build a better world for successive generations. Excellencies, the adoption of the Pact represents the start of a long and essential journey to reinforce and renew our multilateral system. We need to summon collective commitment to stay the course. We need to embrace the spirit of compromise to find common solutions. We must also have the courage to take the bold action essential for the long-term well-being of future generations. We must forge a future that is fair, just, equitable, and inclusive. Thank you, Excellencies.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore. I now give the floor to His Excellency Arnoldo Ricardo Andre Tinoco, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica.
Mr. President, Excellencies, the Pact of the Future is not only a vision, but actually an urgent call to collective action. The call is to put dialogue over arms, negotiation over coercion, and cooperation over competition. The pact that we adopted yesterday puts prevention at the heart and urges us to invest politically and financially in it. Because prevention not only saves lives, but it also protects the progress made in development. The pact reiterates our profound disappointment at the lack of progress in nuclear disarmament. However, it falls short in establishing specific deadlines for nuclear weapon states to destroy their enormous arsenals. It doesn't even mention the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which is our compass here. Nuclear weapons threaten our present and our future. The pact recognizes climate change as the greatest threat for future generations and underscores that collective action is essential to address this, in particular for the greatest emitters. Costa Rica welcomes the stress put on climate action and the conservation of biodiversity, and we appeal to all states to speed up efforts to comply with obligations under the Paris Agreement and the Global Biodiversity Kunming-Montreal Framework, and thus curb the loss of biodiversity by 2030. The pact calls on us to lift up our ambition levels for the ocean. To have a vital planet, we need a healthy ocean. From it, we get 50% of the oxygen that we breathe. It is the greatest source of protein around the world, the greatest source, carbon sink and climate regulator, and its biodiversity sustains 3 billion people around the world. Hence, it's urgent that as soon as possible the Treaty of the High Seas, the BBNJ, enters into force, and that we conclude the Treaty on Plastics and do not begin mining of the deep ocean until we can prove that it will not have harmful effects on the marine environment. I invite you to participate in the 3rd UN Conference for the Oceans with Costa Rica and France as co-hosts. This will be held in Nice in June 2025. We hope there to be able to seek common solutions there for the challenges that we face. We welcome the fact that the Pact focuses on science, technology and innovation as facilitators of sustainable development, establishing governance frameworks for artificial intelligence is one of its most important agreements. Costa Rica supports the establishment of a scientific international independent panel on artificial intelligence, and the United Nations can and must develop international consensuses to address the challenges that the planet and artificial intelligence are raising and thus protect future generations. The Pact also sends out a political sign at the highest level that it is time to start having urgent conversations, particularly for those who need an international financial architecture that is fairer, more equitable and more representative, that meets the needs of the most vulnerable countries and those that are most affected by economic and environmental crises. This would be a system that guarantees access to finance for all, including concessional financing. Excellencies, we hope that by the end of this, it is thought that by the end of this century, the planet will be home to more than 10 billion people, majority of whom will be in developing countries. Ensuring equity and the involvement of women and young people in decisions that will guide their future is fundamental to build fair and sustainable societies in which their voices are heard and their rights are respected. The Pact calls on us to overcome our differences and to take decisive steps to protect our planet.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mary Brown, Minister for Foreign and CARICOM Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago.
Mr. President, the convening of this summit is crucial to renew global solidarity, to meet our existing commitments, to take advantage of new opportunities, and to effectively identify a clear path to address contemporary challenges. In our quest to achieve sustainable development, we must ensure that all member states are on a level playing field. Those who are particularly in unique circumstances must be afforded the necessary support through international cooperation in order to truly ensure that none are left behind. Accordingly, we must not renege on our commitments to LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS. Therefore, Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago underscores the importance of the reform of the international financial architecture and emphasizes that official development assistance should be guided by the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. Mr. President, it is truly regrettable that at this time, the international community is failing at the maintenance of peace and security globally. The unprecedented escalation in the number and scale of conflicts contradicts the very purpose for which the United Nations was built. We must act boldly and decisively to effectively bring an end to these conflicts and to achieve sustainable peace for all. The ease of access to illegal firearms in the Caribbean countries continues to harm our societies with unacceptable consequences. In this context, it is imperative that there is better cooperation within and amongst national, regional, and global stakeholders to combat, prevent, and eradicate the illicit trade in small arms and light weapons. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago recognizes the role of science, technology, and innovation for us to achieve sustainable development. However, as we progress into an era of high dependence on technology and rapid advancements in artificial intelligence, we must also acknowledge the magnitude of the associated risks. Therefore, as a small developing state, we are not only advocating for cooperation aimed at bridging the digital divide, but also for strengthening our capacity in cybersecurity to address those risks. Mr. President, our young people are key stakeholders in our pursuit of sustainable development. Consequently, we must ensure that they are equipped with the necessary tools and provided with opportunities to reach their full potential. Additionally, our policies and programs must include provisions to ensure the well-being of future generations. In this context, Trinidad and Tobago remains unswerving in our commitment to enhance the quality of life of our youth population and that of future generations. Mr. President, the father of our nation and first Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Eric Williams, in a statement in 1968, affirmed that the central responsibility of the UN is the maintenance of world peace, not only through conciliation and discussion, but also through the promotion of human development. His words remain relevant even today in reminding us of the importance of fulfilling our obligations as responsible members of our United Nations. Mr. President, I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ceyhun Aziz Oglu Bayramov, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the world stands at a crucial crossroads, facing unprecedented challenges, including climate change, ravaging conflicts, geopolitical tensions, and rising inequality. At this critical juncture, the Summit of the Future is an opportunity to address pressing challenges, bridge the gaps, and show that a multilateral system can deliver with a unified voice. Azerbaijan as itself lives through the most tragic consequences of violations of international law, including humanitarian law, and had been subject to injustice of non-implementation of the Charter and series of resolutions of main organs of the United Nations. It is against this background that Azerbaijan fully recognized the call of this summit for strict compliance with international law and reversal of the erosion of international norms. The Charter, as well as all the instruments and mechanisms set out therein, must be applied unreservedly, without any double standards, political, geographical, or whatsoever preferences. Excellencies, we meet the halfway mark for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, with only 17% of the SDG targets on track. There is an urgent need for turning our political commitments into decisive action to achieve progress. In this regard, Azerbaijan fully supports Secretary General's efforts to galvanize progress on the SDGs and remains committed to the pledges made in the 75th anniversary declaration. At the national level, we are making progress prioritizing 17 goals, 88 targets, and 119 indicators, and setting an example for others to follow. This has been achieved through collaborative and inclusive process involving civil society, the business community, women, youth, and other key stakeholders. Liberation of our territories from occupation opened a new page also in terms of attainment of SDGs. The government has embarked on a large-scale reconstruction and rehabilitation efforts worth of tens of billions US dollars, covering all aspects of implementation of SDGs. Moreover, Azerbaijan has introduced a national goal, SDG 18, focusing on mine action. We call for greater international support and solidarity, as demining is crucial for addressing immediate humanitarian needs, restoring livelihoods, and revitalizing communities. We are also among the few countries worldwide and the first in our region to submit 4 voluntary national reports on the 23rd agenda. In the 2024 Sustainable Development Report, Azerbaijan ranks ahead of the 2/3 of the countries. Excellencies, Azerbaijan has entered into a new era, having restored its rights to sovereignty and territorial integrity safeguarded under the Charter. By putting an end to the illegality of the use of force, Azerbaijan has initiated post-conflict normalization agenda with Armenia, fully based on mutual recognition of and respect for each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Building upon the progress that was made through bilateral negotiations, we call for expeditious actions to address the remaining impediments and underline the importance of exercising necessary political will and responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, it is imperative to address climate change as the greatest transnational challenge of the century. It is not a future risk, but a present danger to billions of people worldwide. In November 2024, Azerbaijan will host the 29th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Guided by the call in solidarity for a green world, Azerbaijan will spare no effort to strengthen collaboration for a more climate-resilient and sustainable world. We aim to bridge both developed and developing countries and foster collaborative spirit to tackle climate challenges as a common commitment and moral duty. As the COP29 incoming presidency, we have been working inclusively with all parties and non-party stakeholders. COP29 Azerbaijani presidency's overarching and inclusive strategy is anchored in 2 mutually reinforcing pillars: enhance ambition and enable action, with establishing a new climate finance goal as a key priority this year. COP29 will also be an opportunity to contribute to both global peace and climate agenda. Given the intersection of conflicts and climate crisis, Azerbaijan has introduced a flagship COP29 Truth Initiative embedded in joint solemn appeal announced a few days ago. We call for unity and respect for the truth during the months of COP.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Selinda Sosa Lunda, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the plurinational state of Bolivia.
Muchísimas. Thank you very much, President. I'd like to begin by conveying the brotherly greetings on behalf of the Bolivian people and our President, Luis Arce Catacora. President, distinguished colleagues, humanity and our planet are facing the effects of the multi-dimensional crisis of the capitalist system. This is reflected in a rise in poverty, in inequality, in food insecurity, the climate crisis, war, among other scourges. If we're not able to address global problems with collective solutions, we will be facing the possibility of the collapse of the whole of mankind. For this reason, cooperation, solidarity, complementarity, peace, a balance with nature, respect for sovereignty, and the self-determination of peoples must be the common values that guide the decisions that we take and the new paths that through which we will build. In this context, the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations are important instruments that allow us to look ahead to a better future for present and future generations. This pact has the great aim of correcting profound inequalities created by centuries of economic, political, and social domination. Regrettably, we must also recognize that the Sustainable Development Goals will not be attained as was planned by 2030. However, we believe that the Pact for the Future must serve as impetus to speed up the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. President, colleagues, allow me to share 3 principles that we deem important for the implementation of the Pact for the Future. Firstly, equity in global governance. In the modern world, from the global south, which is home to the highest number of countries and people around the world, multilateral decisions must be collective. They must be taken on an equal footing with respect for sovereignty and the sovereignty enjoyed by all states. This involves undertaking real and deep-rooted reform of the UN Security Council, of international financial organizations, and other multilateral fora. Secondly, climate justice and sustainable development. Our nations are the ones that have been most affected by the climate crisis, despite the fact that they are the least responsible for it. The commitments that have been made under the Pact for the Future must guarantee common but differentiated responsibilities among developed and developing countries, ensuring the funding that has been pledged for adaptation and mitigation. It is not acceptable for those countries that are most responsible for climate change to now attempt to renegotiate the content of the Paris Agreement. Once and for all, we must build a development model based on respect for Mother Earth and the rights of all our peoples. Thirdly, capacity building. In a world in which technology is advancing quickly with artificial intelligence and already forming a part of our daily lives, it's important for developing countries to be able to achieve the same technological development for health, education, among other areas, so that our societies can have the necessary ability to address the challenges of the future. Women and young people of the global south are the greatest drivers in our society. For this reason, it's fundamental that we invest in their development so that they can lead the change that we need. Furthermore, we recognize the inclusion of and the reference to the most vulnerable sectors in our societies. These include indigenous peoples and women. However, their inclusion continues to be insufficient. Bolivia believes it's important to progress to undertake further deep-rooted reform. We propose promoting decolonization and dismantling the patriarchy.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the plurinational state of Bolivia. I now give the floor to His Excellency David Lammy, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom.
Mr. President, I stand here as a man of multiple identities, a Londoner, a patriotic Brit, a lawyer, proud of my African, Guyanese, Caribbean, and Indian heritage, a committed multilateralist who believes in the importance of the United Nations. I agree with my great predecessor, Ernie Bevin, when he said in 1945, our eyes should be fixed upon the United Nations. All nations of the world should be united to look that way. The purposes and principles of the UN remain as indispensable today as in Bevin's time. Our task is to recapture that founding spirit so that when we reach the UN centenary, their legacy endures. But we cannot ignore the challenges we face. More conflicts than at any time since 1945, costing the global economy over $900 billion and creating the most refugees and displaced people on record. Geopolitical tensions are rising, progress against the Sustainable Development Goals stalling, trust in multilateralism faltering. The Pact for the Future and this summit offer a chance for member states to show responsible global leadership, to engage with the rapid changes of our age and go further in meeting the needs of everyone, especially the most vulnerable. As I know all too well, countries of the global south suffered great injustices in the past. And I've heard repeatedly how frustrated partners are by the unfairness of the global system. We cannot ignore these frustrations. We must act. First, as the Secretary-General has said, we need greater collective efforts to prevent and end conflict. For Britain, that means upholding Ukraine's sovereignty, urging an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and Lebanon, and supporting an end to the fighting in Sudan. It means robustly challenging member states who violate the Charter, rejecting a world in which might makes right. It means a more representative Security Council. It means supporting the international rule of law and applying it equally and fairly, which is why Britain has proposed the outstanding Professor Dapo Akande for election as a judge at the International Court of Justice. Second, we need urgent action on the climate and nature crisis. With this new government, Britain is renewing our ambitions at home, aiming to deliver clean power by 2030. And I am determined that we also reconnect abroad, building a global clean power alliance, championing creativity and reforms to unlock international climate and nature finance, particularly from the private sector, and bolstering efforts to protect at least 30% of the planet's land and ocean by 2030. Third, countries like Britain must modernize our approach to development. This government believes partnership, not paternalism, is the way to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals, making best use of technology, putting indigenous people and local communities, including women and girls, at the center of decision-making on development programs, driving faster reform of the global financial system to strengthen the voice of the most vulnerable and tackle unsustainable debt. Friends, action on conflict, climate and poverty, delivered by a reformed multilateral system. This is the path to peace and prosperity on a livable planet all over the world, in every war zone, every refugee camp. The UN is there, a beacon of hope and humanity, to which, as Bevin said, the gaze of all nations should turn. This summit must direct the world's eyes towards that beacon once again, and Britain is proud to support it. Thank you very much.
I thank the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to His Excellency Antony Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States.
Good afternoon. At this summit, Secretary General Guterres and many world leaders have argued powerfully that to fulfill the crucial purpose of the United Nations, we urgently need support, reform, and revitalization. The United States fully agrees. That's why we joined fellow member states in shaping and committing to a broad range of priorities in the Pact for the Future. Forging the Digital Global Compact, signing on to the Declaration on Future Generations, enabling the United Nations and international institutions to better respond to shocks like pandemics and natural disasters made more severe by the climate crisis. Addressing growing and diverse threats to international peace and security on land, the sea, the air, in outer space, and in cyberspace. Ensuring that universal human rights are respected equally online and offline. Empowering women and girls across the UN's efforts. Reforming the UN Security Council to better represent the developing world and, more broadly, the world as it is today. The United States believes that this should include 2 permanent seats for Africa, 1 rotating seat for small island developing states, permanent representation for Latin America and the Caribbean, in addition to the permanent seats for countries we've long endorsed, Germany, Japan, India. The United States supports starting negotiations on Council reforms immediately. The Pact for the Future does not include every priority, every reform that we believe the UN needs, but it is a significant step towards strengthening and evolving this institution that every member state should get behind and work to achieve. We're also pursuing reforms in other international institutions, as well as in our own country, that advance the bold goals and the aspirations of many member states, particularly those we've heard directly from developing countries. We strongly supported the African Union joining the G20 so that African voices are better represented in that group. We're leading efforts to strengthen the ability of multilateral development banks to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals. We're making the biggest investments of any country ever to accelerate the transition to clean energy at home while dedicating billions to help people in developing countries adapt to and manage the impacts of the climate crisis. And as the world's leading humanitarian donor, we are forging new partnerships across public and private sectors to meet what are unprecedented needs around the world. These are important steps, but more must be done because simply preserving the status quo is not an option. The United States is committed to adapting the UN system to reflect this world of today and tomorrow, not the one that existed in 1945. But we are, and we will, remain resolutely opposed to revisionism. We will not accept efforts to tear down, dilute, or fundamentally alter the core principles of the UN Charter: sovereignty, territorial integrity, independence. We will continue to affirm that no member state has the right to redraw borders by force or repress their own people. We'll continue to oppose the idea that nations can assert spheres of influence or dictate who other countries ally or partner with. We will push back fiercely against attempts to undermine the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and related international human rights treaties. It's one thing to revitalize, to reform, to adapt the organization to meet the challenges of the future. It's quite another to try to change its core purpose and principles that are essential to avoiding repeating horrors of the past. In this Pact for the Future, reform has pride of place, revisionism should have no place at all. At a time of great testing for the multilateral system, that's an accomplishment we can and we must build on in the years to come. The United States is committed to this collective effort. We know that we're stronger, we're better off, we're more effective when we're all working together in common purpose. This is what the world needs in this moment, and it needs a strong multilateral system if it is going to meet the goals and aspirations of the people that we all represent. Thank you very much.
I thank the Secretary of State of the United States. I invite Her Excellency Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of Denmark, to address the Assembly.
Dear colleagues, to give everyone the opportunity to live good lives in freedom and in dignity, that is our most noble task. a task that can only be achieved if we truly commit ourselves to work together. Right now, we see brutal and tragic wars around the world, in Africa, in Middle East, and in Europe. And as a world community, we are faced with human disasters, poverty, hunger, climate change. If we do nothing, it will only get worse. The decisions we make today will define the future for generations to come. This is why the Pact for the Future is such an important step forward for the United Nations. Thank you, Namibia and Germany, for your lead for the Pact and for the commitment of Secretary General Guterres. It has not always been easy, but it has been a great example of successful cooperation. The negotiations have focused on concrete and action-oriented results with the necessary willingness to find workable compromises. It is truly significant that we have been able to adopt the Pact by consensus. We need a global system that is far more equal, that promotes solidarity and fair representation for its future with more equality, where we ensure fair representation, especially of the African countries. We have discussed this for decades. Now it is time to make it happen. We must also face a truth that can be a bit difficult for all of us, that our current international financial system is outdated. Right now, it cannot respond to the challenges we face. Old patterns and power structures stand in the way of the necessary progress. We have to reform to make it fair, to make it just and more responsive, so that we will be able together to mobilize finance at the scale we need to, when we need to, and invest in sustainable development, education for all kids, health for all human beings, and not least climate solutions. Denmark already gives a good contribution to the International Development Association, and I am proud today to announce that we intend to increase it with 40%. Next year, Denmark will join the UN Security Council. We know that it is a huge responsibility. We will do our very best to ensure implementation of the Pact, and we look forward to work with all other members to promote, hopefully, a constructive cooperation and push for a more accountable, effective, and representative Security Council. Dear colleagues, I think we stand at the crossroads. If it's what we do that really matters now, we need to set a better course for our world, to make it more fair and to make it more just. So all people all over the world have the opportunity to live good lives in freedom and in dignity. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of Denmark. I now give the floor to His Excellency Stéphane Séjourné, Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Deputy Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen ministers, ladies and gentlemen ambassadors, dear colleagues, we are here today to reaffirm our commitment to an ambitious, effective, and representative multilateralism to address the challenges of tomorrow. Many of you want to advance our multilateral system, a system founded on respect for the rules of law and clear principles established following the Second World War, founded also on respect for the United Nations Charter, a system based on cooperation among nations, sustainable development for all, and solidarity between countries. a system which today must be reformed because global governance must be both more representative and collectively more effective. Everyone has to contribute to this, and everyone has to shoulder their share of the responsibility. I thank the Secretary-General for allowing us to make headway on this essential task for future generations, which France firmly and determinedly supports. Mr. Secretary-General, this summit of the future must allow for the achievement of the 2030 agenda and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals on schedule. We need to accelerate our efforts to respond to climate challenges. In line with its historic engagement within the United Nations, France has worked to make sure that the Pact for the Future lives up to Member States' expectations when it comes to reform of the Security Council. We call for an expansion in the 2 categories of members and a heightened presence of Africa, including among the permanent members. In the same vein, we have a joint initiative with Mexico to limit the veto in the case of mass atrocities, which is already supported by 106 states from every region of the world. France is also innovative in terms of its proposals for reform of the international financial architecture in the spirit of the Paris Pact for Peoples and the Planet launched by the President of the Republic at the Paris Summit in June 2023. The new agenda for peace must allow us to modernize the United Nations tools for international peace and security. We need to make sure that peace operations, which have changed a great deal, allow us to respond to new challenges. I commend the work of Blue Helmets. Each day they work for peace and security around the world. I'm thinking of the men and women of UNIFIL in Lebanon and the French contingent there. I'm thinking of the Lebanese people, as Israeli strikes have just killed hundreds of civilians, including dozens of children. These strikes, conducted on both sides of the Blue Line and in the region more broadly, must immediately end. France once again calls upon the parties and those that support them to de-escalate and avoid a regional conflagration that would be devastating for everyone, first and foremost the civilian population. For that reason, I have asked for an emergency meeting of the Security Council on Lebanon this week. In Lebanon, as elsewhere, France will remain fully mobilized to resolve major crises that are disrupting the international agenda. France will take initiatives and will continue to condemn Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and demand peace in respect of the law. We will continue to demand the release of all hostages, respect for international humanitarian law, and a ceasefire in Gaza. France considers that all human lives are equal in dignity. France will never turn its gaze away from any armed conflict and will continue its initiatives to support Sudan together with its partners. Mr. Secretary-General, Deputy Secretary-General, you've asked us to look to the future, and this future will be marked by great progress in the digital sphere, first and foremost in artificial intelligence. The Global Digital Compact records the commitment of all of the international community to coordinate on these new challenges. The digital revolution should not further increase the digital divide and must serve the Sustainable Development Goals. This priority will be at the heart of the Artificial Intelligence Action Summit, which will take place in France on the 10th and 11th of February. The fight against climate change and for the protection of the environment is not a subject of the future, but rather a challenge of the present. The climate threat is running rampant, and inaction and a lack of ambition are at fault here. We owe our populations determined, tangible, immediate, and effective action. It is with this in mind that the President of the French Republic, the President of Kazakhstan, and the President of the World Bank will this year co-organize the One Water Summit. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Jean-Noël Barrot, Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France. I now give the floor to His Excellency Rexon Ramofafia, Minister for National Planning and Development Coordination of the Solomon Islands.
Mr. President, on behalf of the people and the government of Solomon Islands, I am honored to address this high forum. This summit is convened against the background of SDG. Progress is prevailed. The multilateralism and the international financial architecture being out of touch for our global realities. Mr. President, Solomon Islands has relatively small and open economy, which makes us highly susceptible to extreme shocks. Our dispersed economic geography tightens the cost of connecting and bringing service to our people. So as the cost of domestic and international trade, we also challenge with twin disease burden of communicable and non-communicable disease. Mr. President, in July this year, Solomon Islands reported through our second voluntary report that we are off track against the SDG as well as the objectives of our national development strategy. This underscores the importance of our decision yesterday on the path of the future. Mr. President, partnership and collaboration are indispensable to our development. However, we also recognize that we need meaningful partnership. Mr. President, climate change remains a dividing issue for Solomon Islands and the Pacific region. It is an external crisis that is already impacting us. Our ecosystem and ocean economy are risks from climate change. Weather extremes driven by climate change are already causing fatality and impacting our infrastructure, economic development, and indigenous culture. Mr. President, for those of us at the front line of climate change and sea level rise, it is frustrating to experience that climate finance is still being mobilized in modality with conditions that are not matched with climate change emergency we are confronting. We recognize that the future of our world will be increasingly shaped by technology and digital transformation. The Global Digital Pact offers the opportunity to bridge digital gaps and ensure that no one is left behind in the digital age. Mr. President, my country's access to available digital technology is still limited, despite recent efforts including expansion of our telecommunication network and use of digital technology for financial inclusion. Solomon Islands launched its first ever national cyber policy last month, positive step for digital technology governance. We cannot ignore the urgent need for peaceful and secure world. We are deeply committed to global peace, rule-based multilateralism, and principle of the United Nations Charter. However, the UN system must be reformed to reflect and respond effectively to realities we face on the ground. Global cooperation and diplomacy are pathway to peaceful resolution of conflict. Mr. President, as we talked about the future, we must remember that it belongs to our youth and future generation to come. Over 60% of Solomon Island population is under age of 30. Our youth people are full of potential, but they face immense challenges, including impact of climate change. We are engaging efforts to empower youth through human development and economic transformation. In conclusion, Mr. President, let us move forward with sense of shared responsibility, ambition, and commitment to path of the future. Let us choose future of prosperity for all and resilience and peace. I thank you all.
I thank the Minister for National Planning and Development Coordination of the Solomon Islands. I now give the floor to His Excellency Elma Ciala Salcedo, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Peru.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, I bring the respectful greetings of the President of Peru, Dina Boluarte Serrar, who would have liked to be in this great assembly with us today. Mr. President, we stand at a time of profound global transformation, and we are living through times marked by unprecedented challenges which call on us to work together to forge a fairer and more sustainable future for all. What we need is clear to all of us, that is new global governance which is more inclusive and equitable. In light of this, Peru has been working hard to reduce social divides and to include sectors of the population that have historically been left behind. This objective includes higher ambitions in our national and collective action, as well as financial commitments that are sustainable on the part of the international community, that enable appropriate resources for developing countries. An important outcome from this summit is the commitment to begin an intergovernmental process for the adoption of multidimensional indicators, poverty indicators, and progress indicators that go beyond measuring the progress made by countries and their consequent needs in cooperation and finance, beyond the cold figures of their GNI. Therefore, I welcome the establishment of a high-level group which will be working on developing these new indicators. We trust that this work will be essential to best channel, in the most inclusive way, international cooperation, including middle-income countries, in which we continue to see pockets of poverty and exclusion. We also welcome the fact that during this Summit of the Future we are addressing emerging, impactful challenges for future generations such as digitalization and artificial intelligence. Peru believes it's crucial to forge ahead towards building a global governance system that promotes the transfer of knowledge and technology, and that establishes parameters for the correct use of artificial intelligence. President, Peru understands the Pact for the Future as a tool that must respect the sovereignty of states and that further must promote cooperation based on solidarity, mutual respect, and equity. For us, this pact is not and will never be an imposition nor an agenda which erodes our traditions or our domestic legal order. Rather, we see it as a platform that allows us to work together with other nations to address the challenges that we share, such as combating poverty, protecting the environment, and ensuring a fairer and more equitable global economic order for developing countries. In essence, it is an appeal to build a future in which sustainable development, peace, and prosperity are accessible to all, without implying giving up our identity, values, or our autonomy as a nation. Thank you very much, President.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Peru. I now give the floor to distinguished representative of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and State and Foreign Affairs of Portugal, His Excellency Paulo Rangel.
Excellencies, is with hope and responsibility that I assume the word in this Summit of the Future in representation of Portugal, as well of the first Prime Minister of Portugal that cannot be here today due to the terrible fires that have made our country in a tragedy for the last few days. We are here for the future of the world, for the future of our nations. These completely uncontrollable fires are connected to the climate changes, to the sustainable development, to the planning of cities. This city shows well the reason why the Secretary General of the United Nations, when he presented our common agenda and launched an ambitious process to reconstruct and rebuild the trust in a multilateral, efficient system focused and centered on the United Nations. Aligned with this ambitious and broad initiative of a more efficient multilateralism, Portugal participated effectively and actively on the negotiations for the Pact for the Future, the Global Pact for the Future, Digital Global Pact, in a clear expression of our determination in promoting peace, sustainable development, and respect for human rights. Peace and international security start with the guarantee that each person in each corner of the world has the opportunity to have a life with dignity in a sustainable planet and a prosperous planet. The commitment of Portugal with this multilateral agenda is not something new. In peace, security, education, health, dignified employment, we also have been committed to seek collective solutions for all. We will maintain this ambition for the next year's summit, global summit, to increase the partnerships that increase the resilience of the global challenges, investing in preventing and perspective capacity, to supporting the good governance of the world, the digital world, the external space, promoting innovation and the responsible use of science and the digital transformation. Portugal is a country deeply connected to the sea, and we recognize the vital role of the oceans in the global economy and in the fight against the climate change, because we support effervescently a sustainable management that aims at the next ocean conference side by side with our partners, in particular with small island states in development, the SIDS. We are committed to reforming the global governance, including the international financial architecture. We are still committed towards this goal as an invited country by the G20 Brazilian presidency, which call to action we subscribe, and we have the 4th International Conference about Development, which preparatory process is co-presided by Portugal and Burundi. Ladies and gentlemen, in the beginning of the summit, we celebrate the International Day of Peace. And it was precisely to maintain and promote peace and security that we created the United Nations. It is also this one of these goals for the Pact for the Future to which we commit, including towards our candidacy to the Security Council for 2027-2028. We live in a world of geopolitical crisis and that affect the confidence of the citizens in multilateralism, not forgetting the ones who live in Gaza, Sudan, the conflicts of Sahel, inequality, gender violence, and in the terrible impacts of climate change. What's happening in the Pacific Islands and Caribbean islands, the forest fires also in Portugal and so many other parts of the world. The challenges that we face today do not know borders and deserve a pact for the future. It is now up to each country, each leader, each one of us to choose the path for the future. Portugal chooses the collective action path, and collective action, multilateralism, peace dialogue, and unwavering commitment to a future for all. Thank you.
Khawaja Mohammed Asif, Federal Minister for Defense of Pakistan.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mr. President, let me state at the outset that no sustainable development can take place till tragedies like Gaza are perpetuated by the developed world. Mr. President, the adoption of Pact of the Future is an expression of our collective determination to respond to the global challenges of security and development that threaten the present and future generations. For the over 100 developing countries, the Pact offers an opportunity to revitalize development and to reform unequal international financial economic system. The Pact will be transformative only if we translate the commitments undertaken into concrete actions. To bridge the 4 trillion SDG financing gap, we must fulfill the long-standing ODA commitments, implement the Secretary General's SDG stimulus proposal, rechannel 50% of the unused 2021 allocation of SDRs, deliver a bigger, better, and more ambitious IDA by ensuring a robust $100 billion replenishment in December this year, enlarge lending by the multilateral development banks, and lower borrowing costs of developing countries. Improve the representation of developing countries in international financial institutions. Review the sovereign debt architecture to make it more equitable. Adopt an equitable international tax regime and reform the WTO to serve as a vehicle for export expansion and development through preferential treatment for developing countries and avoidance of new environmental protectionism. The UN, by virtue of its universal membership and mandate, remains an indispensable platform to propel and monitor implementation of these commitments. Excellencies, bridging the digital divide is key for an equitable future. Pakistan welcomes the outcome of Global Digital Compact in this regard. We must bridge the North-South divide and prevent an East-West fragmentation of the digital space. We must ensure equitable data governance, and we must capture and control the power of artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
I thank the Federal Minister for Defense of Pakistan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Bakari Bachi, Minister of Youth and Sport of Gambia.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates and participants, the government of the Gambia expresses sincere gratitude to the United Nations Secretary General for convening this significant summit, which aims to foster sustainable multilateral solutions to advance the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and beyond. We also extend deep appreciation to the co-facilitators from Namibia and Germany for their tireless efforts in facilitating the negotiation process, an invaluable contribution to the preparation and execution of this summit. The Summit of the Future demonstrates our collective will to strengthen multilateralism as it presents a significant opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to addressing shared global challenges as we engage in discussion on enhancing multilateralism and transforming global governance in the coming days. Let us accelerate our commitment to reinforcing our sacred multilateral principles of upholding human rights, sustaining peace, and driving sustainable development. Solidarity and respect for human dignity must underpin our collective action and commitments at all levels, be it regional or global. These are and should remain the bedrock of our efforts. The theme, Multilateral Solution for a Better Tomorrow, is both timely and relevant. It is particularly relevant at the critical moment when the world, especially the Global South, is grappling with persistent existential challenges, including escalating regional tension and instability such as the ongoing crisis in Ukraine, Palestine, and the Sahel region, have to increase displacement of people, particularly women and children, thereby further depressing the economies of the developing countries. Mr. President, as a developing country, the Gambia is deeply concerned about the disproportionate impact of global challenges on small countries, especially the negative socio-economic dimension of the COVID-19 and the recovery efforts, increasing climate vulnerabilities, food insecurity, poverty, and emerging health threats, which continue to exacerbate existing inequalities, pushing millions further into poverty. Majority within this poverty bracket are women who continue to face considerable barriers to education, economic resources, and deeply entrenched gender norms, hindering their participation in the workforce and decision-making process. These challenges have stalled progress on the SDGs and the 2030 agenda, with the deadline looming and many targets unmet. We urgently need bold actions, comprehensive solutions, and significant resources to tackle these pressing global issues. Youths continue to face structural shortage of decent employment opportunities, compounded by global economic uncertainty, making it challenging for government to tap into their potential. In our collective response to these complex challenges, the need for multilateral cooperation with a holistic approach built on dialogue, common understanding, solidarity, and shared responsibility are essential for safeguarding global stability and ensuring that the SDGs are achievable within this decade. In this regard, the government of the Gambia, with the support of the United Nations, organized a two-day national youth consultation to prepare a position paper and select young delegates to attend this summit. During these consultations, young people from all over the country demanded and asked for our government to champion for the restructuring of the international financial system to better address their needs. They advocate for increased access to climate funding, the development of technical skills for climate innovation, and robust measures. The young people have also asked that they become participants in the decision-making at the political level as well as at the international level. Mr. President, the Gambia fully welcomes the adoption of the Pact of the Future, recognizing it as a commitment to actionable solution that places further generation at the core of our concern. We reaffirm our commitment to strengthening international cooperation to ensure that the goals of this summit are realized and built upon for a better future. I thank you, Excellency, and thank you all.
I thank the Minister of Youth and Sport of the Gambia. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Adriana Mira, Vice President of Foreign Affairs of El Salvador.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, honorable heads of delegations, friends. El Salvador acknowledges enthusiastically the importance of this summit for the future, which is a milestone in the history of our international community. The instruments that we have negotiated to arrive at this summit represent a great opportunity to promote greater international cooperation and revitalize multilateralism that will lead to future discussions that will allow us to go beyond agreements towards true mechanisms and sectoral actions to support the development of all. We hope that the entire world will welcome the outcome of this summit with hope, especially at a time when developing countries require access to greater financing and resources to confront global challenges to which we face. This meeting also is an opportunity to increase trust and solidarity among countries. The current multilateral system will continue to regress if we allow the objectives and the power of the few to prevail over the rules established for the benefit of all. El Salvador is not alone. Many of the countries of the global south are raising their voices with greater force and are offering their visions of development based on their own reality. During the negotiations of the Pact for the Future, El Salvador reiterated the urgent need to reform the Security Council so that it is transformed into a more representative, democratic, legitimate, effective, and transparent organ. An organ that allows for the participation of more countries which today are underrepresented in this forum, in which important decisions are taken for the maintenance of international peace and security. Present generations are increasingly concerned by the problems that affect their daily lives and make it more difficult to think about the future. This discussion compels us to ask whether the actions that we're taking are necessary to build a future that our people truly need. I am proud to say that the government of El Salvador, under the vision of President Nayib Bukele, has restored hope as it has become the safest country in the Western Hemisphere. For Salvador, security was the premise that was necessary to restore our faith in our future. And while we are not neglecting to sustain that achievement, now we can prioritize actions that address economic growth, investment, and participation in international trade. The international environment forces us to invest and design policies geared towards technology, adaptation to climate change, and the transition towards green energy. Aware of the potential of technological innovation, El Salvador has taken important steps to transform the country in the technological hub of the region by implementing policies of digital governance and enacting legal instruments to better take advantage of technologies and investment flows. My country is laying the groundwork to achieve the goal of a digital future that is inclusive, open, just, and secure. We have a commitment to eliminating the digital divide by increasing levels of connectivity and access to the internet. Our partnership with Google and the inauguration of the first commercial data center rated Tier 3 in El Salvador is a reflection of the commitment of the government to the appropriate use of technological innovation. The seeds that we are sowing today through these instruments promise a better future for all, and especially for young people and future generations. During the event called Imagining the Future, Jobs, Youth, and Opportunities, promoted by the United Nations system and organized in my country, we reached the conclusion that it is fundamental to heed the voice of young people and generate opportunities for dialogue that allow us to connect with their perspectives so that within our respective agendas we can take concrete action for our young people. We trust that through the coordinated efforts of the United Nations country team and other strategic partners for development, we will continue investing in our youth. In conclusion, I would like to express the commitment of El Salvador to advance in implementing the outcomes of this summit with the hope that together we will achieve the goals that together we identified today for a better future. Thank you very much.
I thank the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of El Salvador. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the International Criminal Police Organization.
Mr. President, it is my great honor to address the General Assembly at this esteemed gathering of the United Nations Summit of the Future. The summit represents a moment of reflection and a moment of action as we reaffirm our commitment to building a resilient, equitable, and safer world. In an era marked by profound changes, from rapid technological advancements to environmental crisis, global security and sustainable development are inherently linked. Interpol recognizes the crucial role that law enforcement plays in ensuring the security and the prosperity of communities around the world. By securing the streets, police strengthen the foundations for development. By protecting communities, police empower them to reach further. This is why Interpol launched the Global Policing Goals back in 2017. These offer a blueprint for law enforcement to advance Agenda 2030 in complementarity to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Later this year, the UN General Assembly will also seek to adopt the 4th review of its resolution on the cooperation between Interpol and the UN. Through previous reviews, the international community reinforced this complementarity and affirmed Interpol's position as a key implementing partner. In achieving the objectives of the SDGs, we must also recognize that no country and no organization can act on its own. Criminal networks are being built around the world. Ties are being created, actions coordinated. To counter them, we need to be more innovative and more agile. As Interpol Secretary General, it is my conviction that a safer future hinges on a single, strong global architecture of security, on one that avoids silos and duplication, one that ensures inclusivity of information, of networks, and of access to technology, and one that prevents gaps and loss of critical information. Interpol stands ready to continue building this with member states, regional, and global partners. Excellency, this summit calls on us to build opportunities for tomorrow's generations, founded on multilateralism and a strong, integrated security system. To fulfill this mission, we must restore and maintain trust in the institutions designed to protect peace, security, and prosperity. This means evolving our approaches to address emergent challenges responsibly, ethically, and with integrity in making the world a safer place. I thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the International Criminal Police Organization. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, I stand before you as Secretary General of International IDEA to speak on the future of our planet and the pact we need to make it viable. For me, the future has faces. I have two children, Annalena and Simon, ages 15 and 12. The pact we have forged here is about the world we will bequeath them. I want them to live in a world where women are not second-class citizens anywhere, where they don't have to wait on current trends, 46 years to achieve equal representation in parliaments, and many more to sit as equal partners in boardrooms. If this pact does not advance this human right, which is the best opportunity for our future, we are wasting our time. I want them to live in a world that no longer accepts that 81 people own as much wealth as 50% of humanity combined. If this pact does not open the door to a fundamental reform of capitalism, to make it fairer, so that our political processes and the possibility of a sustainable future are not captured by the obscenely rich, we are wasting our time. I want them to live in a world where nations are truly able to collaborate to solve the great problems of our time. If this pact does not help us to bring international governance structures
closer to the realities of power in the world, starting with the UN Security Council, we are wasting our time. I want them to live in a world that cherishes democracy as one of the pinnacles of the human journey. And I use the word democracy deliberately, not governance, not institutions, not all the euphemisms that many governments use to disguise simple truths. That democracy is the only political system that fully respects the UN covenants on civil and political rights and social and economic rights, which nearly every country present here has signed up to. That democracy is the best defense against the emergence of the killing fields in Ukraine and the Middle East, in Sudan and Myanmar, and hence protects global peace. If this pact does not advance democracy, we are wasting our time. Mr. President, the British writer Aldous Huxley once asked if the world was another planet's hell. I do not know. What I do know is that we have the obligation not to turn it into hell for Annalena and Simon's generation. This pact may be our best chance.
I thank the distinguished representative of the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization.
Excellences,
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Summit of the Future is a call to build more just, prosperous, and peaceful societies. To meet this challenge of sustainable development, UNESCO's mandate is focused on education, science, and culture, and it is essential. This was just recalled by the Pact for the Future that has just been adopted. First, there can be no viable future where more than 250 million people are still deprived of the fundamental right of education. As the Pact for the Future reaffirms, we must carry out in-depth reforms in line with the work already carried out by UNESCO to achieve universal access to education, in particular for girls. Strengthening teacher training and access to digital learning technology is also essential. UNESCO is convinced that sustainably reducing inequalities also requires innovation and knowledge, and yet we are all aware of the gap that remains in the world in this sense. That is why it is essential that the Pact for the Future enshrines the need to promote international scientific cooperation in line with UNESCO's recommendations on open science. Thus, we will promote the transfer of technologies and making sure that all talents can flourish and that risks are managed responsibly. And finally, culture in all of its diverse expressions. It is our global common good that is one of the most powerful. The preservation of World Heritage is a vibrant example of this. These World Heritage sites not only testify to the richness of human history and the beauty of nature, but preserving them is also essential for local populations that are exposed to the risks of climate change, illicit trafficking, and pressure of tourism. Our organization also stands by creators and all culture professionals who, through their talents and imaginations, bring us together and create millions of jobs, which is a powerful driver for inclusion for youth and women in particular. Article 11 of the Pact for the Future recognizes this crucial role played by culture in our societies, a role of bringing people together, of ensuring well-being, which must play its rightful role in public policies. This is a major step forward today, together, but we can go even further by ensuring that culture is finally subject to its own goal of the post-2030 development agenda, which has yet to be built. Only culture can open up peoples to one another while nourishing the best among us all. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization and give the floor to the distinguished representative of the International Atomic Energy Agency.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, somebody said that to predict the future, we should build it. And this is what is happening now with the adoption of the Pact of the Future and the recommitment to the goals that it entails. The IAEA, an institution born from an idea pronounced from this same rostrum 70 years ago, is doing just that together with you. It is doing that by underpinning the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons regime, which prevents thousands of nuclear material which is used all over the world to being diverted for hostile uses. It is doing so by preventing that more states add nuclear weapons to those that already exist. It is doing so by preventing, by deploying in a war zone that a nuclear accident with terrible radiological consequences adds to the misery of our ongoing war. But importantly, it is also doing that through its programs like Rays of Hope, which is bringing oncology and nuclear medicine to places that do not have a single radiotherapy unit. It is doing so in places where food is scarce through the Atoms for Food project. It is doing that by protecting the environment through its nuclear techniques against plastic pollution and protecting the oceans from ocean acidification and other problems like this. It is doing that in all these ways. The world and the pact that you just adopted, importantly, needs instruments, concrete instruments to materialize those goals, including in energy, which through clean nuclear energy is allowing more and more states reach economic development without harming the environment. The IAEA is just that. It's an instrument of all the lofty goals and ideas that have been adopted here. And the IAEA will continue doing just that. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the International Atomic Energy Agency and give the floor to the Joint UN Program on HIV/AIDS.
Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we gather at a time when global crises threaten to overwhelm us, but we need not despair. I come to you with a proven path, a path through which the world can overcome all challenges. Over 25 years ago, governments came together with civil society, with the private sector, with the philanthropists, here at the United Nations, to fight a disease, HIV/AIDS. They set up institutions such as the United Nations Joint Program on HIV/AIDS. That is a program I lead. They set up a fund, the Global Fund. They set targets and they worked together, collaborated to fight a disease. Today, almost 31 million people living with HIV around the world are on treatment and living healthy lives. The AIDS response defines the path to success, a path of multilateralism. Key elements of this success are, first, shared responsibility and global solidarity. No single country or entity can ever solve global problems. Second, ensuring that the benefits of scientific innovation are shared by all countries. Third, putting human rights at the heart of all plans, ensuring that the vulnerable, marginalized people are reached first, and that there is no stigma and discrimination, fighting that. Fourth, sharing financial resources. Today, we face the challenge that the most vulnerable countries to HIV/AIDS with the highest burden are being choked by debt. The issue of restructuring debt is critical today. For resources should be shared. Lastly, the example of the HIV response, the coming together of countries, should inspire us to reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism. We have done it before. In 25 years, we fought this disease.
I thank the distinguished representative of the joint UN program on HIV/AIDS, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the International Committee of the Red Cross.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, yesterday, leaders of the world adopted the Pact for the Future. The ICRC is with you when you say in that pact that fellow human beings are enduring terrible suffering. We are also with you when you warn us of rising catastrophic and existential risks, many caused by the choices we make. However, you are also right when you say that there is a path to a brighter future for all of humanity. That your formula for this brighter future includes international cooperation based on respect for international law resonates loudly with the International Committee of the Red Cross. This year, we mark the 75th anniversary of the 1949 Geneva Conventions, which regulate how wars are to be fought. Every state in this General Assembly has committed to respect and to ensure respect for these rules both in word and in deed. We are with you in Pact Action number 14. We will protect all civilians in armed conflict. International humanitarian law requires that fighting parties only attack military targets, take all precautions to minimize harm to civilians, and then actually do so. We encourage all states here today to use their influence to speak to warring parties directly to make sure that this happens. Last year, hundreds of thousands of civilians were killed or suffered appalling injuries, many as victims of deliberate or indiscriminate attacks. We can and must do better. We're also with you in Action number 15. We will ensure people affected by humanitarian emergencies receive the support they need. The rules for humanitarian assistance are set out in IHL. Parties to armed conflict must allow and facilitate passage of humanitarian relief. However, we are faced with a compelling reality. Millions of people in war zones are left out of basic humanitarian support due to a lack of humanitarian presence. Destruction of basic infrastructure could be avoided if attacks were restrained and based on proportionality and distinction. The reality of today is that the compounding effects of destruction, disinvestment, and abandonment are leading to unbearable costs for generations to come. We can and must do better. The path to a brighter future for humanity is available to us. You have said. In war, that path is lit by the Geneva Conventions. At the ICRC, we offer our hand to you along this path, and we ask, let's walk it together. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the International Committee of the Red Cross and give the floor to the League of Arab States.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are writing the future today. Every decision that we adopt, the path that we're taking, will have an impact on future generations. This summit must deliver a strong message. That is, the future generations deserve to live in a world free of conflict, from hunger, absolute poverty, and extreme threats. These are interdependent challenges. Their intersection means that multilateralism and joint international action is essential. Indeed, urgent action is needed to counter global warming, climate change, the gaps between the rich and the developing world, especially in terms of climate financing, and the sharing of the benefits of climate adaptation in a fair way. The debt crisis and the challenges of new technologies, especially artificial intelligence, all these challenges can only be addressed through multilateralism and by a global organization. In spite of all these challenges, I am convinced that the essential duty of this universal organization is maintaining international peace and security. The other objectives will be difficult to achieve in a world of conflict and fear. We must acknowledge that sources of tension have expanded. Efforts at solutions have stagnated. Competition among major powers does not benefit a universal organization. This competition throws us back to a period of paralysis. Everyone now is convinced that the Security Council in its current configuration no longer reflects the world, does not serve multilateralism in an effective way, and where action can be taken on conflicts. Another example, if you look at the conflict in Gaza, the aggression of Israel against Gaza has continued for many months. There have been massacres, killings, destruction, hunger, and displacement, without the Security Council being able to adopt any resolutions. At last, a resolution was adopted, but unfortunately the Security Council could not implement it. Today it's the turn of Lebanon. The international community and the international organization must work to save the situation, otherwise to restore it. Otherwise the conflict will expand and it will endanger peace and security. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the League of Arab States. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Nations Human Settlements Program.
Excellencies, I'm honored to address you in this plenary of the Summit of the Future on behalf of UN Habitat and the new urban agenda that UN Habitat is mandated to lead. The new urban agenda is a shared vision of the United Nations for a better and more sustainable future. As we commence on planning for the implementation of the Pact for the Future, UN Habitat encourages the member states to recall that it is in our cities and towns where 2/3 of the people in the world are projected to live by 2050. This shift towards urbanization is driven by various factors, including economic opportunities, better access to services, and increasingly by involuntary displacement, disasters, and conflicts. Combined with the overall growth of the world's population, this could add another 500 million people to cities every 5 years. Against this projection, UN Habitat stands ready to support member states in the commitment of the Pact for the Future to ensure access for all to adequate, safe, and affordable housing, and support developing countries to plan and implement just, safe, healthy, accessible, resilient, and sustainable cities, as well as commitments in support of access to sustainable essential services in cities and the integration of disaster risk reduction into policies and programs. Well-planned urban infrastructure, housing, and services can transform the lives of people in cities towards more sustainable and resilient. Sustainable urban development is steered by inclusive, resourced local and regional authorities, and with participation of the young people in cities, will also provide the foundation for long-term stability, security, and peace building of societies by leaving no one and no place behind. In well-planned cities, climate and disaster risks can also be effectively managed, assisted by digital technologies. To achieve this, UN Habitat and the UN members of the Local 2030 Coalition encourage the member states to also seek for means to more closely engage with local and regional governments, as recommended by the Pact for the Future, to increase the opportunity to transition to sustainable development paths by 2030. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of UN Habitat and give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean.
Excelentísimo, señor presidente.
Mr. President, the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Summit for the Future gives us a unique opportunity to show to the world that it is possible to restore trust in the multilateral system and demonstrate that international and regional cooperation can respond to the huge challenges that we confront and also serve to build a more peaceful, just, productive, inclusive, and sustainable future through collective action. The process that led us to the Pact for the Future and the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration for Future Generations has given us important lessons. Beyond the agreements that we reach, the most important added value of these lessons is that it is essential to think about the future. And because topics that will be important for the future are already important. It's important for policies of countries to be fully aware of what kind of future they are building. Unfortunately, as societies, we tend to live in the short term. This is a trend that was aggravated by social gaps, and this replaces analytical thinking. Thinking of the future requires forums to examine this, to analyze it. The Pact for the Future is a major step in the right direction to restore a multilateral system that was designed over 60 years ago and which, as the Secretary General mentioned, requires urgent reforms, such as the international financial architecture, which is not commensurate to the challenges of development of today. Topics of peace, security, science, technology, innovation, and digital cooperation, youth and intergenerational solidarity, and gender equality are fundamental topics for the world and for Latin America and the Caribbean. With this in mind, one of the priorities of our organization is to contribute to strengthening anticipatory, proactive governance in countries of the region. We are creating parliamentary commissions for the future in our region in order to discuss not only what should be the solutions, but how to achieve them. We're discussing prospective policies as well as the possibilities for social dialogue to manage essential transformations. The world in Latin America need and would benefit from a world in peace, from a multilateral system that is strong, a global commercial system regulated by rules, focusing on sustainable development to achieve SDGs and make progress on climate change. In the next session of our organization in Peru in October, we will have an opportunity to discuss the implementation of the commitments of the Summit for the Future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
Distinguished representative of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, and give the floor to the representative of the Interparliamentary Union.
Mr. President, the Pact for the Future, that is the outcome of this summit, does provide a clear path forward to turbocharge the SDGs and to fix a multilateral system that is nearly broken. As President of the Interparliamentary Union, I am here to tell you that you can count on our organization, with a membership of 180 national parliaments, as a trusted partner in the journey ahead. No challenge is too big for those who are determined and willing to work together. IPU welcomes the strong acknowledgement of the role of parliaments at the United Nations provided in Action 55 of the Pact. This action line stresses the need to deepen the relationship between the United Nations and parliaments, and welcomes the contribution of parliaments through the IPU in supporting the implementation of United Nations agreements. We will have an opportunity to get into the fine details of this relationship during this 79th session of the General Assembly under the item Interaction between the United Nations, national parliaments, and the IPU. We look forward to working with member states to find more concrete ways to engage parliaments in the work of the United Nations so that they are more aware of the discussions taking place here, and more capacitated to provide input through their governments as well as the IPU. In the quarter century since the Millennium Declaration, the relationship between the United Nations and parliaments has grown steadily, year after year, never losing sight of its final aim, which is to make the United Nations more open, more accountable, and more able to deliver on its commitment. We are committed to strengthening that relationship. Today, most major United Nations meetings take place with at least some parliamentary components. As it was once said by the founding father of Tanzania, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, it can be done. Play your part. We at the IPU are doing our part to make the United Nations and multilateralism stronger through parliaments. We all need to scale up and be ready to seize the opportunity for improvement whenever it arises. Mr. President, dear colleagues, people everywhere expect change. This is the time, this is the place to make that happen. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Interparliamentary Union and give the floor to the distinguished representative of the International Fund for Agricultural Development.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, IFAD, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, welcomes and supports the outcome of the Summit of the Future. And today I want to reconfirm our commitment to ensure leaving no one behind. In just 7 decades from the creation of the United Nations to 2020, we witnessed a remarkable progress. The prevalence of hunger dropped from 2/3 of the world's population to less than 1 in 10. But for some years now, progress has stalled. Unless we take urgent and drastic action, as many as 600 million people will remain chronically undernourished by 2030. Let us recall the simple commitment at the heart of the 2030 Agenda. We will leave no one behind. This also includes the 3.4 billion people living in rural areas. Most rural people in the world depend on small farms for their livelihood. Half of our food comes from these small farms. Yet, hunger and poverty remains concentrated in the rural areas. Rural communities are the stewards of our land and of our water. In our fight against hunger, poverty, and climate change, they must also be part of our first line of action. Esteemed delegates, we must seize the momentum offered by the Summit of the Future to increase and scale up the investments in these rural areas where poverty is concentrated. And we need more than just the financing. We need investments that are targeted and that are effective. We need especially to reach the people and the countries that are most in need. Today, less than 1/3 of development finance for food systems reaches the least developed countries. Equally concerning, less than 1% of climate finance reaches the small farm holders who are at the forefront of our fight against climate change. Looking ahead to next year's International Conference on Financing for Development, we need targeted investments that respond to individual countries' realities and that drive long-term sustainable impact. This will require an increase in concessional resources, especially for the poorest and most indebted countries, as well as catalyzing private sector investments. IFAD is the only United Nations specialized agency, an international financial institution with the clear mandate to invest in rural people. And we stand ready to play our part. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the International Fund for Agricultural Development. And I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of l'Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Excellencies, I have the honor to speak on behalf of Her Excellency Madame Louise Mushikiwabo, Secretary General of La Francophonie, and to convey her warmest congratulations on the holding of the Summit of the Future and the adoption of the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations. With its 88 member states and governments, the Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie has appreciated the inclusivity of this process. We have had the opportunity to present our organization's vision and contributions through our Secretary General, the group of Francophone ambassadors, and our experts. La Francophonie is constantly working for a reinvigorated multilateralism. To achieve this, it has urged the international community to reestablish the values to which our movement is so deeply attached: solidarity, equity, and full respect for diversity. That is the purpose of the advocacy that we have undertaken to ensure due consideration for cultural and linguistic diversity in the Global Digital Compact, which is the first instrument of global scope to enshrine the principles that will govern the digital space of tomorrow. That is also the thrust of our call for a reform of access to concessional financing for development that would take into account all dimensions of vulnerability, economic, social, and environmental. Driven by our duty of solidarity, we must now pursue our advocacy with international financial institutions. The next steps will be essential to make development opportunities both more equal and more sustainable. That is also the goal of the contribution that we have presented on the issues of peace and security in the context of the new agenda for peace. La Francophonie in the area of peacekeeping advocates for giving due consideration to multilingualism and intercultural skills, which are drivers of effectiveness in the implementation of the complex mandates of peacekeeping operations. Finally, La Francophonie welcomes the consensus that was reached on the need to honor, preserve, and promote cultural and linguistic diversity to benefit future generations. We are also pleased that the Pact for the Future provides for actions aimed at protecting and promoting culture as an integral component of sustainable development. On October 4th and 5th, La Francophonie will hold its 19th Summit of Heads of State and Government in France, at Villers-Cotterêts, and in Paris, on the topic of creation, innovation, and entrepreneurship in French. It will focus on the common efforts that we must undertake in order to achieve a renewed multilateralism. Our vast Francophone community will ensure that the outcomes of this Summit of the Future bear fruit. By drawing from our common language, French, a lever for sincere listening and dialogue which we so need, we will continue to play our full role in the development of a culture of peace.
Merci. I thank the distinguished representative of l'Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Cooperation Council for the Arab States of the Gulf.
سيد الرئيس السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Mr. President, I convey my greetings and would like to begin by highlighting the importance of the Summit of the Future, which brings us here today, as well as the urgent need for such a summit at this time. We are facing an opportunity to reaffirm common principles and strengthen international cooperation to address current challenges through effective multilateral action for peace, especially given that global challenges are having an impact on sustainable development at the global level. With this in mind, I would like to share briefly the GCC's position on the Pact for the Future. International indicators point to a slowdown in the implementation of the SDGs. More than 30% of them have not made progress. The Gulf Cooperation Council has prioritized sustainable development through the national visions of its member states, which reflect a commitment towards the 2030 Agenda Sustainable for Development and the Paris Agreement and the Addis Ababa Action Plan. The GCC member states are convinced of the importance of partnerships in the context of development, and the Council plays an important role in more than 90 countries across the world. I am proud, as a citizen of the Gulf, of the role that Gulf states play in the implementation of SDGs in a number of countries across the world. The Council reaffirms the importance of the principles of strengthening peace as reflected in the Pact for the Future, with a focus on international law, resolving disputes through peaceful means, and seeking a solution to the issue of Palestine that is in line with the Arab Peace Initiative and international law. We must also strengthen the international order to benefit future generations. As Antonio Guterres has said, we cannot build our future based on a system built for our grandparents. We must therefore pool efforts in order to ensure that needs of future generations are met in all areas. The GCC stands ready to make its contribution to this effort. I also reaffirm the vision that we share and which is in line with the Pact for the Future. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Cooperation Council for the Arab States of the Gulf, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Nations Population Fund.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I greet you in peace, so desperately needed in our turbulent world. The United Nations Population Fund stands with you to forge a path to a better, more sustainable future of peace and prosperity for all. Demographic shifts, population growth, aging, migration are reshaping our world and our future. In an ever-changing world of 8 billion, our focus must be on people. This means ensuring that population dynamics are factored into development plans with an emphasis on rights, choices, dignity, and equality. It means investing in human capital, in health, education, and the empowerment of women and young people. We know this yields significant returns with ripple effect across generations. Our commitment to individual dignity, rights, and choices is the foundation for a resilient and sustainable future. Our 1.9 billion
Young people have the power to transform our world. Let's invest in their potential and support their leadership. They have a fundamental right to participate in sustainable development, humanitarian action, and sustaining peace. By leveraging science, data, statistics, combined with strategic foresight, we can ensure that we are thinking about the present and preparing for the future. Let's embrace and shape the technology that is transforming our world and our work. As we work to bridge the digital divide, our task is to ensure technology fosters empowerment and gender equality rather than perpetuating violence. Excellencies, 3 decades on from the groundbreaking International Conference on Population and Development in Cairo, and as the end of our ICPD 30 review process draws near, UNFPA remains laser-focused on sustainable human development. This requires rallying new allies, new partners, harnessing innovation, exploring new forms of financing, and embracing the power of technology to advance rights and choices for her and for everyone in line with the objective of this summit. We congratulate member states for their consensus on the Pact of the Future, the Declaration on Future Generation, and the Global Digital Compact. These important outcomes offer some solution, yet we know much more remains to be done to translate commitment into action. By focusing our effort and strengthening our partnership and investment, we can overcome our common challenges and build a more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future for all. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Nations Population Fund and give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Digital Cooperation Organization.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude to Secretary General His Excellency Antonio Guterres and the co-facilitators for their efforts in bringing us to this pivotal moment. It is a privilege to address this assembly following the historic adoption of the Pact for the Future and also the Global Digital Compact. The GDC lays out a roadmap for an inclusive, sustainable, and a secure digital future for all. However, the real challenge lies in translating these ambitious goals into actions as we strive to achieve the SDGs. The digital divide is multifaceted, impacting the AI divide, computing divide, gender digital divide, and skills divide. The AI and computing divide create barriers as some nations rapidly innovate while others struggle to keep up. The gender digital divide limits women access to technology, and the skills divide leaves many without essential digital competencies. If we do not address these interconnected challenges, we risk leaving entire communities behind. Today, I represent the Digital Cooperation Organization, an organization dedicated to accelerating the inclusive growth of the digital economy. Our 16 member states across Asia, Europe, Africa, and the Middle East represent over 800 million people, 10% of the global population, with 75% under the age of 30. We're committed to empowering our member states to transition from consumers to producers and innovators in the digital age. As a connector and facilitator and advisor, we ensure that everyone is equipped with the tools to succeed in the digital age. It is here at the Summit of the Future that we launched the Digital Economy Navigator, an innovative tool providing insights on digital economy performance across 50 countries. This initiative is just one of the ways where we are turning the GDC in principles into action. But while then is a vital resource, it is only the beginning. We just started. We must foster collective efforts to the GDC's ambitious goals, objectives, and commitments. I call upon every country, every individual, every organization to foster this digital navigator and to join forces in this critical endeavor. Let us create a future where everyone, everywhere can thrive.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Digital Cooperation Organization and give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Organization of Ibero-American States for Education, Science, and Culture.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, the Organization of Ibero-American States for Education, Science, and Culture would like to express its gratitude for the opportunity to participate in the Summit of the Future as a observer organization to the General Assembly. We're very honored to offer our vision on the situation and challenges in education, science, and culture in the Ibero-American region at a crucial moment we have been active and developed our vision over the past 75 years. We are the oldest system, Ibero-American system, with the greatest presence and activity in the region. Ibero-America is not what it used to be after the crisis in 2018 and then the pandemic, which obviously requires a profound digital transformation. Progress in fulfillment of SDGs are only 22% of the targets compared to 15% at the global level. Obviously, various short-term urgent situations have led to delays. Now, it's important for us to be more effective and efficient in education, science, and culture. That is our commitment to make public policies possible, to make sure that public policies reach the citizenship. Ibero-America has reached significant goals. For example, almost universal coverage in primary and secondary education, significant increase in higher education, but the quality of education and other public services are still insufficient. We need to obviously mobilize resources, financial ones, and as an example, we can consider that compared to countries of the OECD, they spend 3 times more in education. And in culture, only represents 1% of GDP. But so we not only have to spend more, but to be more effective and efficient. This is why we need to take advantage of a unique opportunity represented by the benefits of the fourth industrial revolution. There are many challenges, including in basic education, vocational education, higher education, defending human rights and democracy, as well as science and culture. The future requires us to pool our efforts. This is why we will focus particular attention on the digital transformation and artificial intelligence, both in Spanish and in Portuguese. Soon we will offer to the governments of the region a strategic program. Microphone is switched off.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Organization of Ibero-American States for Education, Science, and Culture, and give the floor to the distinguished representative of the International Union for Conservation of Nature.
Excellencias.
Your Excellencies, the world is changing. There is an urgent need to respond to global crises of the loss of biodiversity and climate change that lead us to poverty and insecurity. Science has demonstrated that we're rapidly exceeding the planetary limits that allow for conditions of life that are sufficient for the human species. The increase in the consumption of resources, the persistent inequalities, and the acceleration of climate change are subjecting the planet to an unprecedented pressure. humans have already extinguished the life of many species, and we have led to the verge of extinction 1/4 of the remaining species. If we want to ensure the future of our planet, we must trigger a transformative change for nature and for people. We're talking about the survival of the human species and of our home, planet Earth. A ray of hope comes from the recent successes in multilateral action for nature and climate. The Kunming-Montreal global framework for biodiversity, and the Treaty for the High Seas are significant achievements that demonstrate the international community and the multilateral system function, and then we can achieve radical change that we need. It is essential to implement these and other key agreements. We must situate nature at the heart of global social and economic systems, change the relationship between people and nature in a way that nature offers solutions to people, and so that people enjoy the benefits offered by nature in an equitable and effective way. We have to transition towards a circular global economy that takes into account the true cost of ecosystemic services that are necessary for the production of goods and services. We must implement policies aimed at achieving a future free from fossil fuels, and one that is a positive for nature. This must be based on inclusive decision-making processes that are participatory and that include in a meaningful way young people, indigenous people, and local communities, taking into consideration gender aspects, and that are backed by scientific tools and data. The IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, welcomes a Pact for the Future as a renewed commitment to multilateralism by the member states. Although we regret the fact that the compact has not achieved the transformative change that is necessary for nature and for the climate, the IUCN is committed to supporting the implementation of the compact. And beyond this compact, the microphone is switched off.
I thank the distinguished representative of the International Union for Conservation of Nature and give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees in the Near East.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, we have gathered here to shape our collective future. We do so amid seismic geopolitical shifts that are fiercely testing the international institutions and instruments we have relied on for 3/4 of a century. We have an opportunity to reaffirm the values and principles that have served us well and to pursue meaningful reform where needed. The United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA, confronts daily the challenges this summit seeks to address. For 75 years, UNRWA has provided human development services for generations of Palestinian refugees in the occupied Palestinian territories, Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. Millions of children have been educated in our schools, which equip them with the values, knowledge, and skill they need to thrive. Our education program has reached gender parity and teaches value of human rights and tolerance. UNRWA's education outcomes are among the best in the region and at the lowest cost per student. Our health program provides primary health care to millions, achieving universal vaccination in Palestinian refugees communities. Today, however, our decades-long investment in the future of Palestinian refugees is at risk. Excellencies, the blatant disregard for international humanitarian law in Gaza should alarm us all. The scale of human suffering is immense and our ability to respond is severely constrained. 222 UNRWA staff have been killed. 2/3 of our buildings have been damaged and destroyed, killing hundreds of people seeking United Nations protection. Legislative efforts are underway to evict UNRWA from East Jerusalem, remove its privileges and immunities, and designate it as a terrorist organization. Failing to push back against violation of international law and failing to push back against efforts to intimidate and undermine the United Nations sets a dangerous precedent. It will compromise the future of humanitarian work and erode the rule of law. Excellencies, the international response to the war in Gaza, escalating violence in the West Bank, and the spillover of conflict into Lebanon and across the region is highly concerning. International law is implemented selectively or not at all, reinforcing perception of inequality and injustice. Dehumanization is rampant in public discourse.
I thank the distinguished representative of UNRWA and give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Nations University.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we find ourselves at a critical moment in history. An intensifying climate crisis, growing inequality, endemic violence, and the emergence of new technologies are entrenching old divisions and creating new fault lines that threaten the cohesion of our societies. The Summit of the Future is an opportunity to collectively address these challenges and deliver on the vision we established here almost 10 years ago with the launch of the Sustainable Development Goals. The summit and the Pact for the Future is a defining moment for current and future generations. Decades from now, I hope that our children will look back and acknowledge the summit as a momentous occasion, and that they will agree that we have been good ancestors who laid the foundations of a more just, sustainable, and peaceful world. The Secretary General has argued that we can't build a future for our grandchildren with a system that was built for our grandparents. Our future will be defined by the collective commitments we make today to transition away from fossil fuels, strengthen the governance of new technologies, build peace, and reform the international financial architecture. Science and research will be a critical facilitator of this shift, informing the development of policies and solutions and ensuring they will have real impact. The United Nations University, through its collaborative research and education, is a source of impartial knowledge, evidence, and policy solutions. We have been committed to the development of the Pact for the Future, and we are committed to its successful implementation. We offer you a bridge to the scientific community. We offer you a neutral space to test ideas and build new coalitions around bold policy solutions. We offer you our expertise and our networks in service of a reinvigorated multilateralism. Today, as we seek a new consensus to accelerate the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals and secure a prosperous, resilient, and peaceful planet for current and future generations, it is imperative that we acknowledge and make strategic use of science and scientific institutions. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of United Nations University and give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization.
Chairperson, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the future is a big place. Where will we live in it? the good areas or the bad areas. That's up to us. But one thing for sure is that if there is a return to nuclear weapon testing, our shared future will not be bright. There were 900 nuclear weapon tests between Hiroshima in 1945 and the signing of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty in 1968. But even then, the nuclear tests kept going, an average of one a week for over 25 years. In the future, what if we return back to a renewed nuclear armed race? Or there's a catastrophic miscalculation, or we're just unlucky. A pact for the future is a shared vision for a better present and a safer future. In the safer future, the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty is vital. The CTBT is smart. Our international monitoring system network of sensors is a scientific wonder, so sensitive. The CTBT is transparent. States know that we'll detect any test and fast. We'll know where it has happened. And the CTBT has worked. Under the CTBT, there's been only a handful of nuclear tests this century. Remarkably, all this when the treaty has not yet entered into force. These are worrying times, even dangerous times, with reports of enhanced activities at former nuclear test sites, of threats of the use of nuclear weapons, or we're creating a bright future. We cannot do that if we're heading into nuclear war. A big step towards achieving this is ending nuclear testing once and for all. The future is a big place with big issues to consider. That's what this summit has been all about. Climate, migration, preserving the environment, the future of multilateralism. Major change usually requires major investment, but stopping nuclear tests costs so little. All it takes is our collective will and then the action of a few. There is no exaggeration, the CTBT is a great shared achievement. If this summit moves all the nations of the world towards making bold...
I thank the distinguished representative of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the International Trade Center.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're here today because we're facing some sobering realities, some tough odds. When the Sustainable Development Goals were adopted, it was a moment hailed globally as the dawn of a new era for international cooperation, one that would finally lead to a better, fairer world. But as we've learned in the years since, achieving transformation on this scale is no mean feat. And it becomes even harder when crises seem to darken every horizon. Now, too often, it is easy to fall prey to pessimism, to see the world before us with so much human suffering and loss of life, with an ever-warming climate and mounting conflicts, and fear that things may never get better. But when I think of the small business leaders and the member states that we serve at the International Trade Center, it's clear that we don't have to look very far to see what a new world could and should look like. These small business leaders don't have the luxury of saying that it's too hard, and they already live and breathe the values that the SDGs were designed to uphold. These small business leaders are women who are running firms that tackle challenges ranging from food security to healthcare. They're refugees who are finding new ways to support their families through digital tools while sharing their expertise with the world. They are young people who are teaching us how to safeguard our natural environment while creating new jobs along the way. They've inspired me to come before you today and make this request. that when we leave Turtle Bay and begin putting this pact for the future into motion, that we ensure that the world's small businesses are front and center in every decision that we take. We cannot afford to do anything less. On behalf of the International Trade Center, we welcome the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations. We're already acting on many of the commitments laid out in these documents, from supporting more small businesses to take full part in the digital economy, to championing youth entrepreneurship, to supporting the vision of UN 2.0. It's why we've brought young innovators to New York this week to celebrate their solutions for saving our planet at the Youth Ecopreneur Awards. It's why we're showcasing some of the work underway under ITC's Digital Moonshot, our big strategic push to ensure all small businesses can take full part in the digital economy. And it's why I can promise you this, that we at ITC will never shy away from doing the hard work of making sure this Pact for the Future delivers for those who need it most. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the International Trade Center, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women.
Excellencies, good evening. As you convene here for the Summit of the Future, we join you in applauding the world's commitment to reinvigorated and more networked multilateralism. We see a commitment to advancing gender equality and the rights of women and girls across the Pact for the Future and its annexes. And yet, the summit comes at a time when the crisis of women's rights preoccupies us, when we are all seized of the need to accelerate progress towards the 2030 agenda, and when the evidence has never been more clear or compelling for SDG 5 as the accelerant to the entire 2030 agenda. Our latest data unpacks concerning ways in which we remain off track. Without change, without acceleration, it will take 137 years to eradicate extreme poverty for women and girls, 68 years to eradicate child marriage, 39 years for gender parity in parliaments. Excellencies, next year, we will commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Conference and its platform for action. It remains the most widely endorsed and visionary agenda for women's rights in history. The best way to commemorate this and to deliver promises of the Pact for the Future is to implement real change in the lives of women and girls, and critically to deliver on peace. Time to silence the guns everywhere. That is why UN Women is putting forward a plan for Beijing Plus 30 that is closely aligned to the ambition of the Pact for the Future. First, we will work with member states and other stakeholders to advance high-impact, high-return on investment priority actions at country level that will accelerate Agenda 2030. Second, we will work to ensure more resources for the crucial role of civil society across all gender equality issues. Finally, we are echoing your call for a stronger multilateral system as a force for real change in the lives of all women and girls. We must and can make the choice to collectively leverage this moment and galvanize the will, commitment, and resources needed to get back on track. UN Women looks forward to joining you all in this endeavor. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of UN Women and give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Nations Children Fund.
Excellencies, I have 4 messages to convey. First, at this summit, I know we feel a sense of tremendous accomplishment, but its success will depend on the practical implementation of what we have decided and how these decisions are applied to domestic policies, budgets, and programs to secure a better future. Second, together we have accomplished extraordinary achievements over the last few decades for our youngest citizens, our children. We know that millions of children today are surviving and thriving, having had improved access to health, nutrition, education, protection, and participation. But we also know that millions of children across the globe are facing a confluence of intractable crises, from armed conflicts through climate change to persistent poverty and inequality. Third, we must accept that children will influence and shape the future, and it is imperative that children's rights, including their right to be heard in matters that affect them, is placed at the center of our collective development efforts. 35 years ago, we also made this commitment to our future when we adopted the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the most ratified international human rights treaty in history. We further cemented this promise in MDGs and then the SDGs. But sadly, we are off track to meet the SDGs, particularly those related to child rights. Finally, there is hope that comes with opportunity of accelerating to meet the SDGs and setting the present and future generations on a trajectory for success. This is a choice we have the power to make. Government and public financing are key to accelerating social investments in children. Just this morning at UNICEF House, we shared a comprehensive set of proven solutions to unlock benefits for child well-being across sectors. We can and must take these proven solutions to scale and achieve the much-needed impact for children that we have committed ourselves to across the 19 child-related SDG indicators. Our efforts have very real consequences for children around the world and our future. As you return home to you and your daily lives, please take with you the conviction that we can and we must work together so that every child everywhere today and tomorrow will survive, thrive.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Nations Children Fund, and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Economic Cooperation Organization.
Mr. President, the Global Pact that we forged 80 years ago through the adoption of the UN Charter and its principles gave almost uninterrupted peace and prosperity to our successive generations for decades. That compact is clearly under stress today. Luckily, this summit gave us a unique opportunity to reflect on the past and chart a new course for a better future. The choices are clear. We can either have a breakthrough or a breakdown. By successfully negotiating and adopting the Pact for the Future, we have not only highlighted the significant challenges facing humanity, but also made commitments to effectively deal with these challenges. Through this summit, we are also reaffirming the UN Charter, committing to reinvigorating multilateralism, boosting implementation of our commitments, and restoring trust among member states. We are happy to see that the summit has also prioritized technology through the Digital Compact. In an era where our ability to reach common ground to tackle pressing challenges is getting constrained, cooperative regionalism is the way forward as a building block for an inclusive and more effective multilateralism. UN is and must remain at the center of all our efforts in pursuing stronger cooperation and reinvigorated multilateralism. However, the work should start at the regional level to build a strong foundation for lasting international peace and security. Therefore, strengthening regionalism would serve the purpose of enhanced multilateralism, where our hopes and aspirations for better tomorrow are rekindled. Aligned with the Agenda for Sustainable Development 2030, we at ECO crafted the Vision 2025, which aims to boost trade, enhance connectivity, secure transition towards green energy, and promote sustainable economic growth and the welfare of our people. The ECO is also in the process of finalizing its post-2025 strategy, where we would incorporate the outcomes of this summit. The ECO is committed to enhancing regional collaboration and positioning itself as an active player on the global stage. We firmly believe that better connected and more integrated regions capable of working together to address their peace, security, and development-related challenges only make the reinvigorated multilateralism easier to achieve. It is therefore time to prioritize regionalism. We cannot build a solid foundation for multilateralism without strengthening.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Economic Cooperation Organization, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Universal Postal Union.
Excellencies, on behalf of the United Nations Interagency Group on Aging, I am honored as a representative of the Universal Postal Union, a member of the group, to deliver this statement. The postal sector, represented by the Universal Postal Union as a specialized agency of the United Nations, plays a vital role in the development of universal postal services that meet the needs of all citizens. With its extensive network of 700,000 post offices and a growing digital and social infrastructure, the postal system reaches even the most remote communities, providing essential services to billions of people worldwide. As we convene at this summit, often referred to as a once-in-a-generation opportunity to shape our collective future, it is imperative that we adopt a people-centered, right-based, life-course approach, one that fully includes all generations, including older persons. Demographic changes are not a distant challenge. They are already transforming our world and will define the future. Population aging is a global phenomenon that is accelerating. This demographic shift, where people are living longer and increasingly healthier lives, is a human success story, not a crisis. It is a testament to advances in health, living conditions, and technology. However, whether this transformation unfolds as an opportunity or a challenge depends on the policy choices we make today. The dominant narrative often frames population aging and increased longevity as inevitable burdens on national economies, health, and social care. This perspective is both limiting and inaccurate. The outcomes will depend on how we craft our policies and whether we seize the opportunity to invest in inclusive, age-responsive systems that benefit everyone. In reviewing the Pact of the Future, the group recognizes its bold and ambitious vision for a sustainable and equitable future. Nevertheless, we are disheartened to see only one mention of older persons compared to 30 references to youth. This stark imbalance ignores both the needs and contributions of today's older populations and the fact that today's youth are tomorrow's older generations. Furthermore, we note with concern that the Global Digital Compact, while rightly recognizing groups experiencing vulnerabilities, fails to specially mention older persons. This omission is particularly troubling given that older persons are among the group most affected by the digital divide. They must not be left behind. Members of the United Nations Interagency Group on Aging stand ready to support member states in this endeavor, and we look forward to continuing our work in partnerships with all stakeholders. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Universal Postal Union. Colleagues, that was the last speaker on the list for the Summit of the Future. I understand that you're all very relieved, want to go home, which I have full sympathy for. It's been a long day. But nevertheless, there is still one really important segment coming up, and that is the closing segment for the summit. And we will therefore suspend the meeting now until 8 o'clock. It's just 10 minutes or so. So please bear with us. And then the PGA will return for the closing segment of the Summit of the Future. This meeting is now suspended until the closing summit is held at 8 p.m. The meeting is suspended.
The sixth plenary meeting is resumed. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, at the 75th anniversary of the United Nations in 2020, Member States issued a call to action. Guided by the United Nations Charter, it was a call to better respond to current and future challenges, to reinvigorate multilateralism, and to strengthen international cooperation towards those ends. Today, the Summit of the Future and its outcome document, the Pact of the Future, has answered this call. The Pact for the Future, together with its annexes, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations, adopted yesterday, set us on a stronger course of transformation. Together, they outline commitments to accelerate progress across the Sustainable Development Goals and usher in a future that is more peaceful, just, and resilient. I congratulate Member States for working with focus and solidarity over the last 2 years to meet this historic milestone on the road to a more effective and inclusive international cooperation. Our work does not end here. In fact, it begins anew. The Summit of the Future is a major step in our continuum of efforts to deliver faster and smarter on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, amongst others. And it must propel our collective ability to deliver well in the future, including at the third United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries in December, the fourth Financing for Development Conference in July 2025, and the second World Summit for Social Development in November 2025. Throughout, stakeholder support and ownership of implementation will be critical to sustaining action at national and regional levels. It is my sincere hope that the views and ideas exchanged during the summit will inspire further initiatives in your respective countries and regions, as well as here at the United Nations. As we close the Summit of the Future, I urge all member states to continue to push for decisive action and to create meaningful progress. We must never lose sight of the lives already lost under the weight of poverty, hunger, and want. We also must never lose sight of those still suffering amid the torrents of conflict, violence, and deprivation. And finally, we must never lose sight of those future generations to whom we owe our best efforts to create a world that uplifts and empowers all of humanity, leaving no one behind. I thank you. I declare closed the Summit of the Future. The General Assembly has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of Agenda Item 123. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
fantastic beginning of a man.
Thank you. Thank you very much.